Good morning, everyone. Those who are on site at Convent International Hotel in Lavington, Nairobi, and those who are joining us virtually from the globe. My name is Zippy Musiemi. I'm the director of today's program. I want to welcome you all to the inaugural Icmc East Africa Conference, whose theme is A New Beginning Amidst COVID-19 Protocol. I want to start by asking us that we will be praying and we will use the national anthem as our prayer. So we'll be upstanding respectfully to our national anthems, and we'll ask the studio to please join us. We'll do the first answer of the Kenya national anthem. We are the host. I will do the first answer of the East Africa national anthem as protocol dictates. Thank you. Thank you. I think we should proceed.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. Please take your seats. I'm just going to make a few announcements on protocol, etiquette. The ones on Zoom will ask that you mute your cameras if you can, mute your mics so that we do not have echoes. We'll also ask that there's a raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you have a question, if you have a comment. We'd like to know where you're tuning in from. This is a network session. Let us know what you do, how you got here. There's a tweet. You can go to our handle at Icmc East Africa. Keep tweeting. Talk about the conference, share with your friends and networks. For those in the house, we'll ask that we put our phones on silence so that we can allow the speakers to have a seamless transition. And in the event you have to exit for one reason or the other, we request that you use the side aisles. My duty is very simple. I want to acknowledge the presence of our chief guest, Lady Justice Joyce Aluoch. Madam, karibu sana. We want to acknowledge the presence of our chairman, Justice Charles Nichole. He is the chairman of the Icmc Board East Africa. We want to acknowledge the presence of our patron, the president of MTI East Africa, the reason why we are here. We are in mediation because each one of us was called, was convinced, was trained, was mentored, and continues to be coached. We want to acknowledge Esther Oduma, Vice Chairman, Media Compliant Commission. We want to acknowledge Beryl Ouma, a board member, an advocate of the High Court, Beatrice Nzou, the Vice Chair of Icmc, and all the other members that have turned up present. So I'm going to hand over to our patron, Mr. James Magerere, who will take us through the next step. Karibu, James.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Icmc East African Conference for this year that is being done hybrid. I know some of you is in the middle of the night, those ones in the US, but I think those in Israel, we share almost the same time. So welcome, Professor Dwight Golan. Welcome, Orit Asin from Israel, Alvin Sim from Singapore, and all those other presenters that we invited to our session today. For those ones whom we have disturbed their sleep, we beg your pardon. It's because of these different time zones. Thank you very much for availing yourself, and it's my great pleasure now to welcome our chairman, Honorable Justice Charles Nyachai, who will give an opening speech, and then we'll continue with the program. Welcome everybody and feel at home wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Patron. Our chief guest, the Honorable Lady Justice Joyce Alwoch, all distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It gives me great pleasure to be here this morning to open this important conference on mediation in East Africa. The theme of the conference this year is A New Beginning, Mediation Amid COVID-19. This conference represents a unique collective effort by major stakeholders from both the private and public sectors to promote mediation and to discuss the way forward. The conference will learn about the experiences in various overseas jurisdictions and will discuss the use of mediation in many areas in East Africa. The speakers, both local and overseas, make up a galaxy of talent which has not previously been assembled in one forum in East Africa. I would like to thank all speakers for their participation. To our overseas speakers, I would like to welcome you to East Africa post-pandemic so that you get the opportunity to enjoy our hospitality. On such an occasion, it is unnecessary to rehearse in any detail the various advantages of mediation as an alternative method of dispute resolution. For the parties, the reduction in stress, the saving of time and costs, and the achievement of a satisfactory solution, including the maintenance of a continuing relationship, and for society, the economic and social benefits of alleviating conflict and achieving harmony cannot be gainsaid. These advantages are now well appreciated in East Africa. Many parties are now committed to facilitating and encouraging mediation and to make it a success. I believe that the promotion of mediation is plainly in the public interest. And I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the unequivocal commitment of Icmc and stakeholders to its development. East Africa has been making steady progress in this area in recent years. Although we still have a long way to go, it is heartening to note that the momentum is gathering pace. What we must now focus on is how we can develop mediation at a faster pace and at the same time ensure high quality is maintained. The quality of mediators is of crucial importance to the successful development of mediation. The better the quality of the mediators, the greater the prospect of achieving success. With increasing success in mediating satisfactory settlements, the greater will be the use of this method of dispute resolution. To ensure the quality of mediators, all concerned should make a concerted effort to develop a common benchmark in this jurisdiction for accreditation as mediators. For this purpose, the benefit of overseas experience and the assistance of overseas expertise would be useful. The benchmark should be of high quality and should be comparable to the standard set in major jurisdictions where mediation is at a mature stage. When developed, the benchmark should be able to gain recognition in other jurisdictions. All mediation bodies should cooperate to develop this benchmark as soon as practicable. The success of mediation will depend on wide acceptance by the legal profession, by other professions, the business community, and the public at large. To achieve this, all concerned and the public must gain and enhance their understanding of mediation and its advantages. To this end, training programs need to be increased and public education is necessary. This should include the young at school level through peer mediation, so that they gain a good understanding of mediation at an early stage. In particular, the legal profession has a very important role to play in developing mediation. Whilst the Law Society of Kenya and the law societies of other East African states support the promotion of mediation, the extent of understanding of the mediation process among lawyers is rather limited and is very far from satisfactory. Much work needs to be done to enhance their knowledge of mediation, particularly through training and sensitization. This should start with the law schools, where mediation should be a compulsory part of the training. The professional qualification course for lawyers, it should be a compulsory part of the training, the professional qualification course for lawyers. And there should be continuing education courses for practicing lawyers. Lawyers have a professional duty to advise clients about this alternative method of dispute resolution. We have a long road to travel before mediation reaches a satisfactory level of maturity comparable to that in some other common law jurisdictions. Icmc is working towards this common goal for the benefit of our countries. I'm sure that with the concerted efforts of all concerned, we will succeed. With those brief remarks, I declare this conference open, and I wish us all a very fruitful day. Thank you very much. I think what I'm required now is to invite the board members for introduction, and I request that each board member introduces themselves in 10 seconds. Board members, please. Yes.
I think I've already been introduced. I introduced myself. My name is James Mangerere. I'm the patron of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, and welcome everybody.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Beryl Oma. I'm an advocate of the High Court, and I'm also a board member. I welcome everybody else to the conference this morning. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Beatrice Nzo. I'm a counseling psychologist, and I'm the Vice Chair, Icmc Board. Welcome all.
Good morning, members. My name is Okenye. I'm a board member. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Reverend Dr. Daniel Gedudwa, Associate Faculty, Mount Kenya University, board member, Icmc East Africa.
Good morning, participants. My name is Dr. Lydia Mareri, and I'm a teacher by profession. Currently, I work in Egerton University, but I'm a certified and professional mediator. For this conference, I am the planning committee chair. Thank you, and welcome, and enjoy your day.
Morning. My name is Francis Asuna. I'm a director, and I'm the one in charge of the Kenya country. I'm the Kenya country representative. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Zipe Musiemi. I'm also a board member. I am a chartered mediator. I train, tutor, and coach at MTI.
Good morning, members. My name is Chacha Lucas Matiko, a chartered mediator and advocate of the Court of Kenya. And I say thank you and welcome to this conference.
Thank you, board members. You can please take your seats. Yes, it's now my privilege and pleasure to request and invite our chief guest, the Honorable Lady Justice Joyce Alwoch, to make her remarks. Karibu Judge.
Since I'm speaking from Kenya and it's about, is it about 9 o'clock? 9 a.m. or so? So for that purpose, I will say good morning. But I know that people who are online are at different time zones. And really, this is the new normal, isn't it? Yes. Let me start by acknowledging the patron. Between the patron and the chair, I don't know who to acknowledge first. and unfortunately, there are several lawyers in the room, and one thing about you lawyers, or we lawyers, is we are not very good at protocols. So I'll acknowledge James Margarete, the patron of this organization. I'll acknowledge Justice Charles Nyachai, who is the Secretary General. Board members who were introduced in a few minutes ago, I acknowledge you, board members. Fellow professional mediators, I acknowledge you. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Now means everybody's in. It is my pleasure and privilege this morning to officiate this Icmc conference, whose theme is A New Beginning, Mediation Amid COVID-19. I recognize that not everybody in this room is a mediator. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but I want to acknowledge that not everybody seated here is a mediator. We have everybody, including those who are managing the e-system down here. So I just want to start by defining mediation very simply as a voluntary process in which parties try to work out their own agreement of issues in dispute with the help of a neutral third party, a mediator. Very, very simply put, so that we all understand what we are talking about. Now, going by the theme of the conference, A New Beginning, COVID-19 pandemic, allow me to recall that in March of 2020, that was last year, and we can't really talk about a new beginning. Why are we talking about a new beginning? It means something was there before, or something happened. And that's why I want to recall that in March of 2020, the way in which we conduct everyday activities changed. COVID-19 pandemic hit the world. A lockdown was imposed in many parts of the world, including here in Kenya. Businesses were shut initially, and lives basically were put on hold for what we thought would only last a couple of weeks or months. But that was not to be, as 1 year and 8 months down the line, COVID-19 is still here with us. And as if that is not enough, we are now talking of a new variant detected by South African scientists, which is already penetrating the world and can hit our country any time, any minute, if it has not already done so. I think there are doctors in the room, so they are the ones who can tell us whether we are safe or whether it's already here, this new variant. It is therefore no doubt that COVID-19 has arguably been the greatest challenge that mediation practitioners have faced globally, not just here in Kenya, but globally. Whilst the outbreak drastically affected the functioning of judiciaries around the world, the advantages and the flexibility that mediation provides became more and more evident and was used very appropriate and used where appropriate, because mediation is universally recognized and one of the most effective tools for non-violence. It also displays wisdom and human morality. I want to try and speak without a microphone because there's that echo. I just have the microphone. It's okay? And the people who are online, is okay? All right. So anyway, how did the mediation process fare on amid COVID-19 pandemic? How did it fare on? This is mostly last year. How was it? How did it fare on? And I believe that is part of this topic. In the first place, the typical face-to-face mediation was not feasible during that period, though currently things are opening up somehow. Maybe the professional mediators who are here, I wonder whether you can remember last year, whether you really were doing face-to-face mediation. I'm seeing heads being shaken. I think the last mediation, the whole of last year, I personally will say I did not conduct any face-to-face mediation, the whole of last year. Most mediators were forced to acquire new skills, such as video conferencing, to allow mediation to continue. I remember most people going, we had to acquire new skills in order to continue, didn't it? Because face-to-face was not possible, so we had to acquire new skills. In fact, this was a wake-up call to all mediators. Continuous learning, wasn't it? It was a wake-up mediators to to be involved in continuous learning, to sharpen their skills and keep up with the rest of the world. We had to sharpen our skills. We could not we could not conduct face-to-face mediations. We had to sharpen our skills. We had to go to one of the apps that was very appropriate was Zoom. And I remember typing Zoom for beginners. Because at the beginning there was really nowhere to go and learn, but Mr. Google was there. Zoom for beginners. Yeah. But the question is, how does all this affect mediation moving forward? Whatever was going on, how does it affect mediation moving forward? Many mediators look at video conferencing or online mediation, because I'm talking to mediators not just here in Kenya, but all over. They look at video conferencing or online mediation as the new norm and therefore a new beginning, because given the present circumstances where the virus is still around the world and new variants are being discovered ever so often, it seems as if fewer and fewer mediations will continue face-to-face, and perhaps only when parties especially ask or they need it. The new norm of online mediation opens mediation to a large audience, including international disputes, where parties are based in different parts of the world or just different parts of the same country. It is my hope that when Kenya signs and ratifies the Singapore Convention, this will be very useful, as and when Kenya does that. This will be very useful because people will be conducting businesses in different parts of the world. It can also mean cost saving for parties involved, expense of room hire or travel. All that is required is a computer, internet connection, and the willingness of the parties to have a conversation and try to reach a settlement. However, one thing that must not be overlooked is the challenge that is already being experienced. I know that we are experiencing it here. By those who, challenge being experienced by those who do not have computers or smartphone. That is a challenge in this new normal. Yet they need mediation services. It's a big challenge. This is something that might make the new norm of online mediation run side by side with face-to-face mediation. We cannot talk exclusively of online mediation because we have a big population, especially for those of us who conduct pro bono mediations at FIDA. You know that the majority do not have smartphones and cannot conduct online mediation. I think that slowed mediation at FIDA a bit. Sorry, it's okay. Now, as we talk about a new beginning in mediation, the pandemic has shown that mediation can bring certainty in uncertain times. I say this because given the lockdowns and the backlogs that piled in the courts during the pandemic, it is impossible to tell how long the cases will take to be determined. Am I right there? Yes. However, in Kenya, for example, under the court annex mediation rules, and I know most of you conduct court annex mediations, under the court annex mediation rules, for example, there is certainty as to how long the mediation process should take. The rules talk of 60 days with a possible extension of 10 days only. Mediation is not a process that goes on indefinitely. It cannot start this year and end next year. That is not mediation. In fact, most mediations take 1 day. Am I right, James? Most mediations take 1 day. I remember the first, this was sometime in one of the, a succession matter had been in the court for 10 years. I was so surprised when the lawyers told me that, Judge, you approved the grant. I said, okay, if I did that, then I cannot touch the mediation. He said, no, the parties here, we have explained to them that you just issued the grant. They don't have problems with that. What the problem is the distribution of the estate. And that is what had been in the court for 10 years. And as I said, mediation can easily take a day. We started at 9:15 in the morning, open session, private sessions. I even took a time in the afternoon when I took one side of the family and I told them, let's go and walk out in the garden and talk. By 6:30 p.m., there was a settlement. That was the same day, and by the time it was put down for the parties to sign it, we were leaving the Strathmore where I was seated, where we were all. We were leaving there at 7:30 p.m. in the same day, the same evening, with settlement agreement typed out in 3 pages and signed. That is mediation. It doesn't take forever. So you can't tell about the court case, the cases that have piled. I don't think anybody can say when will they be heard. But with mediation, there is some certainty. And I think these are one of the many benefits of mediation. And that's why I refer to the court annex mediation. Now, despite this, mediation in Kenya faces two major challenges. I think the chairman referred to them, but I will say them. There is resistance by some members of the legal profession, especially the senior bar, to participate in and embrace the use of mediation as an effective dispute to resolve, an effective tool to resolve disputes. And secondly, to accept the use of mediators who are not lawyers. I want to stress that mediation is for all professions. You don't have to be a lawyer. Sometimes you may even be at an disadvantage when you are a lawyer. You don't have to be a lawyer. I think at the beginning I detected that in the lawyers that would appear before me with the parties. But what you do as a mediator, you have to set the ground rules and explain the ground rules very carefully to the parties so that the lawyers know where the parties know where they are and the lawyers come in. You have to set the ground rules and you have to explain. But mediation is not for lawyers only. No, it is for all professionals. Nurses, doctors, engineers, everybody can train and be a mediator, and it's encouraged that people train and become mediators. And I'm very firm about training, because as I was retiring from the bench, 3 years before I retired from the bench, that was when I was at the International Criminal Court. 3 years before that, no, maybe 4 years, I first trained as an arbitrator. I am a qualified arbitrator. But when I thought that lawyers would be coming before me, the same way they have been appearing before me, cross-examination, re-examination, I just said no. I think I had had enough of that, because I joined the bench at a very early stage. As some of you might know, I joined as a District Magistrate 2, DM2 professional, we were called. After university and Kenya School of Law, you still go and join at the bottom of the line. And at that time, I have found only one woman on the bench. But I said to myself, despite the fact that I'm joining at this last bottom, this is something that I can take to the highest level ever. And I believe that's what I did. So I am sitting on 44 years of judicial experience. So I said that I'm not going to have anything to do with this bench cross-examination, re-examination. And that's why after training as an arbitrator, I said, look, there must be something better than arbitration. And that's when I discovered that there is mediation. And for my first training of mediation, I trained at the I trained in London before I came, because I needed to come back with something. The training, I didn't go to Chartered Institute. I had just been and trained, and I didn't want to go back. To the Center for Effective Dispute Resolution, because that was the first institution in London for mediation. But fortunately, when I got back, I engaged in mediation straight away at FIDA. FIDA is a very good training ground. Yeah, I engaged with them. And then later on, I continued. And for my online mediation, thank you, Patron, for my online mediation. After I'd struggled with the Google, then I said, let me get some light. So we trained together, and my friend, the late Surendra. So mediation, you have to train. I remember there was a party. It happened to be somebody I know, and she was from Nyeri. And she asked me, Judge, I know that you do mediation, but recently when we were in somewhere in Nyeri, I will not go into details just in case you can identify. She said we were in a room, and the mediator told us, okay, we are now here, we are ready to start, now start. So the person told me we were confused because it's a mediator telling us now start, and we didn't know where to start. So please, you need mediation. You cannot just walk in. There are institutions, this is one of the institutions, The patron is here. He is very keen on training. And I think it is important that we train for mediation. Let us not just walk in. It's not as simple as everybody thinks. I know there are elders in the village who conduct their own way of mediation. But if you are a professional mediator, you have to train. I had to train. And even last year, last year I had to train because I wanted to go international. And James will be talking about this. I still had to train because the program, Certified International Mediator, I had to train and be assessed last year. So training is key in mediation, and I hope that we will not ignore training and assume that we know. But I'm happy to see that many lawyers are nowadays coming for training. Is that not right, Petro? Many lawyers are coming for training, and that is good, because then they will be able to help. Now, let me say that with what happened during COVID-19 pandemic, it is important to stress that judiciaries, governments, and international organizations should now promote the use of mediation more than before. As far as I know, there are no protocols governing mediators. Does anybody know of any? At least locally, we have no protocols governing mediators. There is a need to take steps to promote confidence in the mediation process, setting standards of practice, and ensuring that there is quality control. We need quality control in mediation. Furthermore, addressing new pandemic-related issues, such as those related to the signing of documents, like enforceability of mediated settlement agreements signed in electronic forms, there is need to, the areas that there is need to look at them carefully. So, furthermore, addressing new pandemic-related issues in mediation. These are new pandemic-related issues. To allow for a smooth progress to be finalized online would be helpful moving forward. These are areas that we have to address because the pandemic is here. There's a new variant. How lethal this new variant is. We thought that the other one was lethal, but we don't know how lethal. So the same goes with the fact that with online mediation, the party's environment is outside the control of the mediator, which can easily lead to issues of privacy and confidentiality. Mediators must adapt their protocols and consider the new ethical issue carefully. Last year, I was conducting a mediation online. I had already trained myself, so I was conducting an online mediation. It was a custody matter. The man was in California. He's lived there for a very long time. The lady was in Mukurweini. Mukurweini is Nyeri. She was in Kenya. The man's lawyer was in Thika, that's Kenya. And the lady's lawyer was in Machakos. And I was in Nairobi. And that is the new normal. And the man who was in California, he's a Kenyan, but he came on first, so he told me, well, during the dry run, we had a dry run, just to make sure that it can work. Yeah, I think it's better when you're conducting online mediation and you have people in in different parts of the country, of the world, it's better. I always try to have a dry run. And most of the time he kept on saying, "Are you really in Kenya?" I said, "Yes." "I can't believe it." I said, "This is the new normal. I am stationed." I was actually right in my study room in my house in Karen. He said, "I can't believe it." I said, "You better believe it. This is the way the world is moving, isn't it? So you better believe it." Anyway, so we have to be aware of the fact that parties, when they are, don't refuse to take a mediation just because parties are in different places in the world. And that's why you have to train yourself, isn't it? If it's an online mediation, fine, you are up to it. And as I said, we have enough people to train us. Many institutions to train in Kenya. I just hope that we can have quality control. So as I conclude, let me repeat that cost reduction and speedy resolution of disputes are some of the biggest advantages of mediation as a solution. As such, efforts should be made, particularly here in Kenya, in making the citizens aware of the importance of mediation. Do our people know about mediation? Because as I had already made a comment about lawyers, so it is important for us to sensitize our citizens about mediation so that we don't only talk about, I'll see you in court. Maybe I'll see you around the mediation table. We will talk at that time. So let's sensitize our people about mediation because of the benefits of mediation. Finally, leave you with this quote by Joseph Greenbaum, spelled Grynbaum, just in case you want to find out who he is. He was specialized in mediating complex multi-party disputes with a focus on claims resolution of large engineering and construction projects. That's who he was. And this is what he said about mediation. An ounce of mediation is worth a pound of arbitration and a ton of litigation. Those are not my words, I'm just quoting him. So that is how effective mediation is. So with those remarks, I want to wish the participants a very successful conference, and please continue speaking the language of mediation. Thank you. Yeah. Can put it down. Okay. Thank you.
Another applaud for Justice. Thank you very much, Justice, for those good remarks. We now want to invite our patron, Mr. James Magerere, to invite the first speaker who is going to do the presentation virtually.
Good morning once again. I would like to introduce some of the speakers, I think, who are online, so that we also identify them and welcome them to this session. We also have some members of the board who decided to, who are far away and but are online. So probably before I invite the speakers, I don't know if the technical people can be able to, if those people are available on the screen. So all board members on our online, please introduce yourself, 1 second each. Unmute yourself wherever you are and introduce yourself before I introduce the speakers. Unmute yourself. Do we have any other board member there? I just want to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves before we close. All right. Those ones who are already online, I can see clearly Orit Osnin. Can you please introduce yourself wherever you are? Unmute yourself and say something from Israel.
Hello. Lakini ni maneno ya timu angalia kuna mwalimu wenu hayuko kwa timu. Sijui sijapata jina kwanza.
We are not hold on. There's somebody. Can you mute somebody who is online, please? Somebody's talking. All right, Orit, sorry, you can proceed. We can hear you now.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello from Israel, and thank you, James, so much for the invitation. Na Jen wetu pia. Jen anaweza kukusaidia set.
Golan. Professor, are you there? All right, as we wait for Professor, is he there? Professor Dwight, Golan, are you there? All right, Alvin Sim from Singapore, from Simi, are you there? Alvin Sim. All right, the rest I think are probably they are waiting for their time to come. Do we have Mr. William Otieno Ketch? Are you there online? Manuel Osea, is he here physically or is he online? All right, it appears some of them are on their way coming. So, Alvin Sim, are you there? Technical people, do you have Alvin Sim on the screen? So, since it's presentation number 4. So the first presentation was supposed to be done by Alvin Osim, but we have to contact him if he's available on the screen. As soon as he gets there, probably we can go to the second presentation. Dr. Beatrice.
Good morning, everybody. Next presenter should be Honorable Moses Wanjala. I think he must be online. The technical team, can we trace Moses Wanjala on the, is he on in our conference? Looks like maybe he has also not joined. Is it there? Moses Wanjala? Maybe we move on. He might come on board later.
Orit, if you are still there, I think because the 2 other presenters are on their way coming, if Orit, you are there, you can proceed with your presentation. Orit, are you there? Okay. Just get yourself prepared as I can be presenting other issues as you prepare. So you have 1 minute to prepare, then you'll just proceed. All right, thank you very much. As we wait for Orit asking to prepare, I'll be asking the technical people to find out about the other presenters, especially the ones who are abroad, so that they can be contacted. In the meantime, I'd like to, in fact, there's one person who was supposed to give the history of ICMC. So must be Peril or who? Oh. All right, Espon, please get me that history. Espon? Yeah. Get me that history of ICMC. I can take that as, that on as, or it as in prepare for our presentation. So briefly, just to take you through the history of ICMC, ICMC, after training mediators for several years in East Africa, for a while, we were looking for a credentializing body, a body that will control the standards of mediators and also put us together so that we could maintain the reputation of mediators in East Africa. So, mediators from Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Kenya, and Southern Sudan we decided to come together and form the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. So initially, it was registered as a company limited by guarantee without a share capital. And it was registered in the year 2012 with a few mediators who were available, who came together to ensure that we promote the standards of mediation within this region. So it came out of MTI. MTI so far has trained almost 5,000 mediators in the region of East Africa. So we came together and we incorporated that company, limited by guarantee, and we moved on with its membership. So we have been working with the domestic as well as international mediation bodies. We partnered with other institutions to ensure that we drive transparency and high competence standards into the mediation practice across all fields worldwide. Initially, we thought that ICMC could be limited to East Africa, but we have been surprised that we have membership from outside East Africa, including Asia. Some people have expressed interest and they have joined from Asia, some Asian countries. So our mission statement as ICMC is to set, promote, and achieve high standards of mediation through professionalization, research, and innovation. Our vision as ICMC is being the vanguard of mediation in East Africa and beyond. We'll be compelled to extend our territory because we have seen so many other people from Southern and Central Africa expressing interest in joining this institution to ensure that we have one unified body of mediators that are governed by a very strict code of conduct, so that when investors need mediators within this region, they need a body that regulates its own mediators so that they can have high quality services to serve their interests in both commercial and other disputes. So ICMC's work is we work closely with other institutions, as I've just told you, and our aim is to apply and enforce world-class standards of mediation and to provide impartial information about mediation, to make tools available to parties to make basic decisions about mediation, and to promote mediation education and awareness in this region. Some people may ask themselves, where are these members? If you go to Uganda, we have our members in Uganda who joined when we trained with Professor Dwight Golan in the year 2019. We had a number of members joining from, we did that in Piato Hotel in Kampala, and we have a number of members who joined from there. From Tanzania, we also have members. We have members from Rwanda, and we have representatives like in Uganda. Our board members from Uganda are May Firchi and Harriet Magala, who are, one of them is a lawyer in Uganda, another one is a business lady. From Rwanda, we have Alet. From Tanzania and Southern Sudan, we have our own mediators who are working in those specific countries. So our objectives as ICMC is to promote understanding and inspire the use of mediation in the region of East Africa. We also want to stimulate and facilitate the development and the growth of mediation through research and innovation. We want to foster a strong mediation community in East Africa by engaging stakeholders in discussions, events, and outreach activities. We also want to entrench the use of professional mediation by ensuring high standards of training, oversight, effective disciplinary processes, ongoing research, innovation, and a strong mediation community. We also partner with other training institutions, including MTI, in ensuring that the training standards that are established by ICMC ensure that we have competent mediators who can offer competent service to the public. So mediation is an effective and popular way of resolving disputes without the need of going to court. Our presenters have told you a lot about that, and I don't need to belabor about that. So our membership go across the region of East Africa, as I have told you, including outside East Africa. And we accredit mediators in family, commercial, civil, labor, and other areas of mediation. In fact, we are delving into new areas of mediation like insurance, medical, manufacturing, banking, and others to ensure that all these sectors are served, are given mediation services without resorting to the court system. I hope that gives you a brief history and our mission as ICMC, and I'm sure Osin, Orit Asin is ready now. I hope you are ready. Are you?
Yes.
All right.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me now?
Yes, see.
Great. But I hear myself twice. Do you know what? Can you make that disappear? Okay, so thank you so much, James, for the invitation. And as we see, like in mediation, everything is flexible. I was supposed to lecture in 3 hours, and like in mediation, we always have surprises. So it's a great honor for me to start this presentation earlier. And I salute all the organizers for putting this wonderful event. In this lecture, I will speak about the multicultural dimensions of mediation in Israel, my home country. And I will do so by mapping the different layers of the Israeli society, by addressing the unique cross-cultural aspects thereof, and I will conclude with some practical tips. In today's world of open borders, the mediation challenges that I will address soon and the tip that will follow later are not relevant only to my home country. Hopefully, those tips, the ones that I will mention towards the end of my presentation, may turn useful to many of you when mediating parties and lawyers from different religions and cultures in your own practices. And of course, we all need to make the required adjustments. Personally, I find these tips useful when mediating in Israel and as well as mediating international conflicts. Before diving into the core of my lecture, I would first like to share with you my vision about the role of mediation. I am sure that you can all agree with me. I'm a great believer that mediation is a terrific dispute resolution tool. Nevertheless, I also strongly believe that mediation is not just a dispute resolution tool. Mediation is an effective business tool. It can also serve as a relationship game changer. And moreover, mediation is a social tool. As mediators, especially when working with cross-cultural parties in diverse societies, we have an opportunity to create a better world. Yes, I believe that each of us mediators around the world, be us located in North or South America, in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, or everywhere else, we have a role in making the world a nicer place to live in. We can influence the way people talk and listen to each other, especially so in junctions of different views and misunderstandings. Mediation enables us to better live, love, and trade. And in light of all the threats of the corona, the pandemic, this is what we all long for. Better life, more stability, and broad, smart, long-lasting solutions. These goals can be reached by using mediation skills that can address the ever-changing and sometimes extreme different beliefs, conceptions, and needs of the parties. I assume that we can all agree that mediation is the most effective mechanism that can solve the widest and deepest aspects of conflicts by addressing the triangle of legal issues, business, monetary, and property issues on the other angle, as well as the emotional and cultural layers on the third angle. If we address all these three issues, all the part of the triangles, we are on the right way to assist the parties to solve any problem they have. You may think that I was exaggerating by using the term changing the world in the context of our daily mediation conduct. But thankfully, in soon to be 2022, the vision of creating a social change via mediation is already slowly but surely coming true. The world of dispute resolution has progressed tremendously in the last 2 decades, about which I can personally testify. Mediation is here to stay, nationally and internationally. Nevertheless, there is still so much that we, the community of mediators worldwide, can keep on doing in order to keep the momentum of mediation and in order to assist realizing its potential globally. As mediators, we can and should take an active role in promoting a higher level of personal and social responsibility with greater cultural respect and patience. Each of us can make a small yet meaningful change in the way people communicate their differences. Each of us can and should spread the news of mediation in our own surroundings. The more we mediate, the larger and more influential is the community of clients and lawyers that believe in the possibility to overcome their differences through negotiation and peaceful measures. The advantages of mediations are relevant to all areas of disputes, but are mostly important in cross-cultural conflicts, where the disputant parties are of diverse cultural backgrounds and where the depth of the dispute may cause wide social damage if not handled properly. Now, after sharing my personal mediation drive and my passion about mediation, and before addressing the cultural professional issues, I wish to lighten the atmosphere a little bit and to tell you some things that you may not know about my home country, Israel, and this is all relevant to my lecture. There are many products that were invented in Israel that many of us use daily or that have influenced our personal or business well-being. The navigation application Waze, the USB flash drive, originally called Disk on Key, the voicemail technology, the flexible stand for the heart, many life-saving technologies, the firewall, which is the original protection against malware, the ICQ, which is the first instant messenger that enables us to talk to each other constantly, and many agricultural and pioneering water technologies. Speaking of innovations, as mediators, we want to encourage creativity in the room, and creative minds may turn very useful during mediation when seeking for innovative solutions. In mediation, Israel is also the home of the lowest point on Earth, the Dead Sea, which is located 1,350 feet below sea level. Before you plan your visit to the Dead Sea, you should be aware that because of the high percentage of salt in the water, it is not possible to swim in the Dead Sea, but one can easily float away in the water whilst enjoying a wonderful view and the good minerals. In mediations, we often also begin our journey from a very low point, and our role as mediators is to assist the parties to find advantages and potential in the situation, or in other cases, to get out of the situation. Another unique data that you may not know about Israel is that it holds a record in birds hospitality, as every year, 500 million different migratory birds pass through its borders. This exceptional data of immigration to Israel is not kept exclusively to birds. Relatively to its population, Israel is the largest immigrant-absorbing nation on earth. I will now elaborate about the population of Israel, as the following data is highly relevant for understanding the mediation challenges I confront on a daily basis. Approximately 79% of the citizens in Israel are Jews. 20% are Arabs, of which the majority are Sunni Muslims. Some are Christians, Arabs. And there is also a Druze community and a relatively large Baha'i community, as well as 10 other more minorities. Please pay attention. The data about diversity is only just beginning. Israeli Jews are far from being a homogeneous group. The Jewish population in Israel is from 70 different cultural origins, from Eastern and Western Europe, from the Middle Eastern countries, African origins, Anglo-Saxon countries, and some are from Asia. The majority of Jewish population is not religious. There is a relatively large religious group, and there is a smaller minority of ultra-Orthodox Jews. Overall, the Arab religious minorities in Israel are more religiously observant than the Jewish population. Yes, as you can see, Israel is a unique kaleidoscope of different religions, traditions, backgrounds, and colors. A kaleidoscope that is vital when trying to map the mediation environment in Israel, as well as the unique challenges of being an Israeli mediator. All the different groups that together constitute the state of Israel's population live together under the Israeli law, and some ethnic groups also have their own parallel set of rules and different methods of conflict resolution. These contrasts and some contrasts and some other layers of difference that I will soon mention are what make my life as a mediator very interesting and more fulfilling. The cultural mosaic is a present factor in mediations almost on a daily basis, in some cases to extreme levels. As mediators, we are required to have an awareness of its existence and of the potential consequences of such multicultural diversity. Before giving you some tips about handling multicultural parties, I will continue with some more relevant facts, or shall I say some more challenging layers. For all the existing religions in Israel, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Druze, and Baha'i, the land of Israel has a significant importance. For the Jewish population, Israel is the promised land. For the Christians, Israel is the holy place where Jesus lived and died. For Muslims, Jerusalem is the place where Prophet Muhammad ascended to heaven. The shrine of the Bab and the administrative world center of the Baha'i religion, guess what, is also located in Israel. And there are also very important places in Israel to the Druze. One land, so much history, so many different and sometimes conflicting, meaningful beliefs, values, and cultural backgrounds, and also aspirations. Mediating in such a complex environment may sound to you like an impossible mission. Sometimes it is. Nevertheless, it is important to know that all of the above religions embrace the belief that believers should seek the assistance of a third-party mediator in order to solve their differences in case of conflict and not go to court or to somebody for a decision. Imam, the priest, or the rabbis, or any other spiritual leaders are traditionally acting to find amicable solutions. So, theoretically, due to the unique puzzle of the Israeli population, and due to the above mentioned religious guidelines, one could expect that Israel would be a leading example where most civil, family, and commercial cases had been solved peacefully between the parties themselves, or if needed, with the assistance of a mediator. I will now use the word of a wise man, Albert Einstein, who was quoted for saying, excuse me, who was who was quoted for saying that in theory and practice are the same. In practice, they are not. In 1992, when I started my journey in the Israeli legal system, the Israeli courts had been loaded with ever-growing number of claims. Back then, the prevailing culture of dispute resolution was on automatic pilot. Most disputes found themselves litigated in court. Despite the cross-religion common theme that mediating conflict is a better option, most people in the 90s went to court. If this diverse multicultural mixture combining with high tendency to litigate does not sound complex enough, one must take into consideration that during its 73 years of existence, Israeli citizens suffered wars and major life-threatening events, with its citizens exposed to violence, stress, danger, all raising issues of mistrust, especially affecting the relationship among different ethnic groups. I now want to connect the dots. I divide my professional time between my office in Haifa, which is my hometown, I'm in Haifa now, and between my office in Tel Aviv, which is an hour drive away. Tel Aviv is the business capital of Israel and the biggest metropolis thereof. Haifa is Israel's third largest city, known as a multicultural city, and is commonly portrayed as a model for coexistence between Arabs and Jews. Working in such a complex and unique cross-cultural environment, and especially when mediating in my office in Haifa, I have the challenges and the pleasure, yes, great pleasure, of mediating commercial disputes between multicultural parties and also lawyers, Arabs and Jews, Christian Arabs and Muslim Arabs, ultra-Orthodox and non-religions, new immigrants and native Israelis. I can tell you many stories about mediating parties and lawyers from different backgrounds, and many of them may start like the beginning of a joke. A group of executives, Christians, Muslim, and a Jew, enter into a mediation room and try to solve a commercial problem. It may sound like the beginning of a joke, but it's not a joke. It's my daily experience. I assume that many of you have the same challenges in your own practices. Quite often, I find myself mediating commercial or civil issues with 3 or 4 different religions in the room, and also with a mixture of languages. It is so challenging, and I often ask myself, how can we prepare for this cross-cultural layer of mediation? Or can we prepare to this cross-cultural layer? How should you address the multicultural differences? Should we address them? And if so, when? So many questions and few answers. Before every first mediation meeting, the parties usually send me an extract of their claim. They never send me any information about the cultural background of the people involved. Although such information may be crucial and can influence the way parties and lawyers communicate during the mediation, and it is so relevant to their tendency to negotiate and reach a settlement. Needless to say, I will never ask for such an extract of cultural background of the participant, as doing so will be the biggest political incorrect mistake one can do. When I first meet a new group of parties and lawyers, it always feels like traveling in a maze, in a cultural maze. I hope that you will not be too disappointed with me if I say that it is impossible to prepare in advance to the cultural aspects of each conflict. This mystery or puzzle can be revealed only when the parties and lawyers are present in the room. Every new group has a different mixture of religions, values, needs, beliefs, perceptions, traditions, and different behavioral patterns. They all need a tailor-made approach by us mediators. Even if the issue at conflict, commercial, civil, or other, looks familiar, similar to other mediations we've already done, we must be aware that it will always be a different process, as each group of parties and lawyers will have different ethnic cultural mosaic which affects their needs, goals, and behaviors. All us mediators are constantly exposed to parties that enter the mediation rooms loaded with a blend of opposite views, claims, and feelings, as well as a totally different cultural motives. These differences can serve as a kind of an inner lava that may erupt at any time. Luckily, mediation is a flexible and ever-changing process. We must remember that entering a mediation room is like going to sail. It always has the potential to surprise us. Same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. And likewise, it is in mediation. It's never the same mediation. It's never the same process. Cultural climate will forever change between different mediations, and sometimes even in the same process between different sessions, and even during the same session, depending upon who is present in the room, who said what, in what body language, and in what intonation. I think it is now time to say something positive. Different cultural climates may sound like a major obstacle, and I like to offer a different point of view. Awareness to the cultural factor can be regarded as an opportunity to assist the parties to solve the full scope of the conflict and to reach optimal wide solutions. Mediation is fun. We can think of it like a day out in a cultural amusement park. Looking for a way out of the conflict feels like wandering around in a big maze, or like riding a cultural roller coaster with so many different beliefs and perceptions lurking around the corners. As I promised, luckily, I also have some tips. In order to assist the parties to overcome diversity and cultural barriers, mediators should have a cross-cultural competence. And you may ask now, what is a cross-cultural? Cross-cultural competence doesn't mean knowing everything about every cultural difference. This is not a realistic goal. No one can know each and every cultural hidden in the parties' souls and backgrounds. Sometimes they themselves are not aware of their own cultural motives. Having cross-cultural competence means having an awareness to the probable existence of the multicultural layers underneath every just commercial or civil dispute, and having the ability to address those layers, whether apparent or hidden, if and when needed. Being multiculturally competent means understanding that in many mediations, the cross-cultural layer must be unveiled or addressed at least to a certain extent in order to confront the commercial official problem itself. We as mediators should carefully do so only in the right timing, sometimes in caucuses, others in full room. No rules, no one timing fits all. It depends. We have to trust our instincts and experience when activating our social competence. Multicultural competence means that as mediators, we should have both humbleness and guts. Being humble in understanding our lack of knowledge of most cultural and nuances, and nevertheless be able to honestly and frankly communicate it to the parties if needed, always with full respect to the diversity. A mediator should be courageous enough to confront multicultural issues, whilst doing so carefully and sensitively. Failing to do so may prevent building rapport and trust in the room. We must not forget that the way we mediator address the different backgrounds in the room serve as a model for the parties and their lawyers. It is our duty as mediators to create a respectful environment. No one in my mediation room is going to disrespect other cultures, other genders, colors, or religions. And if it happens, and sometimes, things happen in the room, we should manage this mini cultural crisis and not avoid it. During the mediation process, we should enable all parties to have a voice and opportunities and a choice, no matter what the cultural background is. In my mediation room, all parties are equal. They are all on common grounds. And yet, we must not be blind to their existence in the room. And my point is that in light of the complexity, should the mediator discourage the parties' cultural motives? I would argue that the cultural background is a vital DNA. It determines their negotiation style and their needs. Even if we want the cultural baggage to keep it out of the room, the culture are an integral important room, even when there are extreme differences. Understanding cultural motives will assist us mediators in mapping the full scope of the conflict, and therefore raising the chances to solve the full scope of the conflict. Unfortunately, there is no cultural map, no specific cultural guideline, just a careful trial and error game. If we lost for a moment, it's okay, it's normal. It is okay to be surprised by unexpected cultural hidden issues and obstacles. It is part of the process and we must not miss it. It is okay to make some mistakes in the way we react or manage the parties' complex cultural community. Only you, the parties are also like that. We model them that even if something happens, we can overcome it. Correct the way. It is an important model for parties for the ability to learn from mistakes. In such mediations, mediators can use emotional intelligence, our self-confidence, resiliency, agility, creativity, modesty, sense of humor, and any other professional and emotional tool that is at our disposal. This may sound like a big mission, and sometimes it is, but we mediators can create a paradigm shift using our professional skills. On a daily basis, we can make wonders, not only solving the official conflictual issue, but also creating a cultural and interpersonal respect and patience. In 1999, after, James, do I still have time? I'm ready. 1999, after a few years working as a commercial lawyer, the legal and court is not the right platform for addressing cultural differences. I am sure each and every one of you mediators can agree with that. When I chose to become a full-time mediator back in 1990, I thought I lost it. The argument against my choice was that soft methods of dispute resolution suitable for the complex and diverse intercultural Israeli society. Especially so as Israel is located in the very challenging neighborhood, the boiling Middle East, where diversity is the name of the game and where peaceful solutions or peaceful methods are commonly used. Gladly, after 22 years of full-time mediation and thousands of cases, I can report that mediation has become the most commonly used method for dispute resolution, despite of Israel's complex and multi-layered society. The private market is thriving, and new regulation for compulsory mediation was initiated a few years ago. Such a progress in such a challenging society is a proof that disputes can be solved all over the world, even when cultural barriers are a significant component in the conflictual issues. The potential when mediating such complex society in such complex societies is enormous, above and beyond solving the commercial dispute itself. Such mediations are super challenging, as there is an extra hidden layer of conflict has to be revealed in order to confront the commercial problem itself. The hidden multicultural layer is unveiled, and as long as it is approached carefully, in the right timing and attitude by a professional mediator, the added value in reaching the solution is greater for the disputant parties and for the society they live in. Such mediation settlements serve as a proof that cross-cultural differences should not serve as barriers from solving problems, should not prevent parties from reaching agreeable and peaceful solutions. Agreement reached by parties in such processes serve as ambassadors of the possibilities to resolve disagreement through a peaceful dialogue instead of violent and aggressive means. The parties to such agreements are part of a growing community that appreciate the benefit of a dialogue and that are able to use their new understanding and skills in other occasions. Mediators around the world are game changers. We hold a magic wand, and we should use it. Let us all keep on mediating and spread the good news that cross-cultural differences and multi-layered problems can be solved and therefore lead to better quality of life, better business solutions, and more pleasant and tolerant society for all of us to live in. Lastly, I want to refer to the mediator's professional development and well-being angle. As mediators, we are active players in social movement to create a better world with smoother intercultural communications, but it's also our daily experience. As such, We should also make sure that we enjoy the challenge and enjoy the ride between the parties' different waves. As I said before, if it is an amusement park, we might as well enjoy it. It keeps the spark in our eyes. It enables us to bring our best version to the mediation room, and it keeps us healthier and happier. For the other important angle, for the mediator ongoing development and potential, I will quote, and I will end with that, the US President Franklin Roosevelt, who said that a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. So we can all thank the parties for allowing us to navigate between complex cultural waves during the mediation. This is what makes us more skilled and what makes our professional life more interesting. We are so lucky. So thank you all, and if there are some questions, I am happy to answer.
Thank you, Orit Austin, for a wonderful presentation. We will keep peeling the onion of multicultural and cross-cultural. We will be sensitive to the people in the team, and we shall enjoy the experience. Now, if you are on Zoom, there is an icon to appreciate. There's a thumbs up. Please click that in appreciation of our speaker. The people in the room, you can clap, and she will be able to see that. Thank you very much. We want to ask if there are any questions, either on-site or online. I will take that very quickly. Any questions? Yes, James.
Yes, Orit, thank you very much. Orit is my colleague in the International Academy of Mediators. She's a distinguished fellow, and I'm very glad that you are here to present to us the issues about the way you carry out mediation in Israel. So I have a few questions to ask, and for the benefits of those ones who are here physically and those ones online, there is one thing I would like you to elaborate on. The issue to do with the cross-cultural competency. You will elaborate on that. That's question number one. Number two, what type of mediation do you use in Israel? Is it a facilitative method or an evaluative method? Because here, in this side of the world, the prominent type of mediation we use is facilitative. And it works because we are more concerned about not getting involved in the dispute and also respecting the emotions of the parties. The third question, which I also am curious of asking, what is the uptake of mediation, private mediation in Israel? And also, do you have court-annexed mediation, and how far is it? Is there something we can copy here which will be of benefit to East Africa? So if you answer those four questions, and then the rest of the people can also ask the questions. Otherwise, thank you very much for being kind enough to give your presentation and give us an overview of how mediation is progressing in Israel. Thank you. You can answer those questions.
Thank you all. Well, I'm not sure I remember all the questions, so I will start with the first one. And if you be so kind to assist me with the rest of them, I would be grateful. I will start by addressing what kind of mediation style. I think that the broader our toolkit is, the better mediators we are. I am a facilitator. I believe in facilitating mediation, but I think that sometimes the parties need diverse qualities, and sometimes I also become more evaluative. And I think that the new mediator is the eclectic mediator, the one that can address the needs of the parties whenever needed and however needed. This is true to cross-cultural competence, and this is also true navigating between being more facilitative in moments and a little bit more evaluative in other moments. I hope that answered this question. Can you repeat another question, please? Hello, Dwight.
How widespread is it? Private mediation in Israel. How widespread is it?
When I started mediating in 1999, there was no mediation at all, and it all started privately. I still mediate only private mediations, but the private market is thriving. This is the most experienced mediators started mediating 10, 15, and 20 years ago. I started in 1999, and it was only a private market. The more the use of mediation advanced, it started pressuring for other mediations, more cheaper mediations available to broader audiences. And now there is a compulsory mediation program, which works beautifully alongside the private market. That was the second question, I think. And I remember there were 4. James?
Hold on. Mediation in your courts. Do you have mediation in your courts? Court. In the judiciary. Do you have mediation in your judiciary?
Yeah, there are some court annex mediations that are done by third parties, not by the judges. And they are, of course, more evaluative, less attentive to the emotional part. But hey, whatever works is great. We need to have wider tools and wider options for the parties, and they should choose whatever is good for them.
Thank you very much. And CP, you can go ahead with other questions for those people online and those people in the room who have any other questions to ask before we go for a break. So, Orit, there are a few more questions from the audience, so hold on.
Thank you. Do we have any questions in the room? Do you have any questions in the room? Yes, please pass the mic to him. State your name very quickly and ask your question.
Thank you very much. My question relates to how did the Israelites embrace mediation? Because you said that it is widely used, and my question is, what process did you go so that they could be embracing that? That's all.
Is she on?
Even the lawyers believe that it's worthwhile giving it a chance. And as I said before, the more mediations bring much more work, and it makes the market grow slowly. And if someone would have told me back in 1999 that mediation would be the most popular ADR tool in Israel, I would think they just lost it. But that's the situation in the last few years, and everybody's aware of mediation. That's the automatic pilot choice. And it's just trusting the process and trusting ourselves doing the right thing. And then lawyers, they come to one mediation and they really like it, and they find that they give a very good service to their clients by being in the mediation. And then they bring more clients, and clients come in different cases. This is a growing community, and this magic has happened. I'm very happy to report that. You just have to believe that you have a good tool in your hand and keep on mediating. It will happen.
Thank you, Orit, for a very good presentation. We have learnt a lot. We've picked nuggets. We have picked wisdom keys from you. We have been cautioned. We've been encouraged. I now want to ask the participants that we'll take a health break of about 20 minutes. If there are no other questions, tea will be served on my left. For most of us, the board members and the invited guests, there is a place at tea station for you. So I'll ask Lydia Mareri. Sorry, there's an online question. I'm sorry. Can we have it real time? Real time.
Okay.
Yes, Rogers.
Okay. Yeah. My question is that listening to your presentation, it makes me ask this question. You coming from the law background, how have the lawyers embraced mediation? Because when you look at here in Kenya, a number of them are fighting. But from the way you are looking, from the way you have brought your presentation, it seems that there is a lot of maybe embracing. Maybe what have you done in Israel, maybe to make it acceptable? Then question number 2 is about the judiciary in Israel. Has it gone to a point of maybe accrediting the mediators? And what are the remunerations? Maybe just in terms of, we want to see, maybe compared to Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Well, it's not that the lawyers or any lawyer embraced it in the first years. They all thought it's a non-relevant process and that they were all thinking that it won't work. But there was a group of crazy believers in the process, and we just started mediating. And in the first years, I used to beg people to come. That was that is the right term. We used to call people and to explain to them about what is mediation and that they can't lose anything. They can just try to solve the dispute. And it was very much cheaper process than it is today, of course, because there was no market. But once we managed to bring people to the room and once the process was very successful, they came back and they told their friends that it's worthwhile the waste of time, because it's not a waste of time. It was worthwhile for the lawyers. And if your client is happy, you want to repeat going to the same process where clients are happy. So it's just a very, very slow work of producing enough good, successful processes with many, many supporters and ambassadors to the notion of mediation. And today, most lawyers are the great supporters. You just have to know how to ask for your fees, because if lawyers know that mediation is a possibility, so they ask for fees that visionate the possibility of the short route, the mediation route, and everybody is gaining from going to mediation. The clients are gaining, the lawyers are happy, and that's how they became from opposers to supporters. And regarding the judiciary, first of all mediators in Israel have to do the courses, the relevant courses. There is advanced courses today, and in the last 2 years, there is even some exam that refreshes your skills. It's progressing in that sense as well. it started with one course. Today, the requirement is for 2 courses. And for those who are doing family mediation has to do the 3rd one, specializing in family mediation as well. And the requirements are getting higher by the years.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. And I must say, for at the end of my presentation, that when James invited me to this conference, I had some fantasies to come to Kenya and to combine a touristic holiday with a conference, which is like a win-win solution for me. And I hope this will, and to be able to meet some of you in person. And I hope that we can realize this expectation soon.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Come to Kenya. I hope next year Corona will be finished. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We will look forward to seeing you, not in the too distant future. We will now take a health break if there are no further questions. 20 minutes so that we can gather back. I'll ask the Secretariat to be kind enough and guide our guests and board members. Yes, I say 20. To guide our guests into where they should have their refreshment. Please let's keep time so that we can have time to mingle, network, and ask questions. Continue tweeting, hashtag is Mediation Conference. Share with your networks. If you don't know how to tweet during break time, this is the time to open a Twitter page and get a Twitter handle. Thank you very much. See you shortly. Bye-bye.
The nuggets of wisdom that we received from you earlier this morning. I wish you a much more, warmer day. For a minute there, I thought you were freezing, but thank you so much for being with us. I have a small gift for you. Yeah, I know you didn't know you earned a gift. That's why I was hiding it. So even as we go to have our health break, if we don't have you back, I'd like to say thank you on behalf of everybody. Something for you to just go and enjoy. Thank you very much, and have yourself a good day.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. I believe in mediation. That's why I settled for it. After my court, long court sessions, I believe in mediation.
Members, quickly come.
My name is James Mangerere. I'm the president of the Mediation Training Institute and also the patron of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Facilitators. Mediation is an alternative dispute resolution process where a third party comes in to assist parties to negotiate and come up with their own solution. What the mediator does is to give people capacity to resolve their own conflicts. Mediation has been growing in this country for several years now. It's in our courts, it's in private sector, and therefore it's something that is does here now. And we are inviting all practicing and non-practicing mediators and other professionals from other sectors to join us in this very important mission of promoting mediation within our region. We have presenters from all over the world. We have presenters from America, from Israel, from Singapore, who will be available to grace this very important occasion and also to educate us more and open the scope of mediation in this continent. Welcome everybody to this very important occasion. Please do not miss out.
My name is Charles Nichole. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya for the last 36 years. I am currently also serving as a judge of the East African Court of Justice. I'm a member of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, Icmc, currently serving on the board as the chair of the board. And I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you. This conference will be both virtual and physical. The theme of the conference is a new beginning, mediation amid COVID. I thank you very much. Mediation amid COVID. I thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Beatrice Nzon, a chartered mediator and the vice chair of Icmc East Africa. Do mediators face challenges in line of their duty? I believe they do. Some of the challenges would be getting customers, and the other one would be the way
Hello?
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, yes. Yeah, actually.
My name is James Mangerere. I'm the My name is James Mangerere. I'm the President, Mediation Training Institute, and also the patron of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. Mediation is an alternative dispute resolution process where a third party comes in to assist parties to negotiate and come up with their own solution. What the mediator does is to give people capacity to resolve their own conflicts. Mediation has been growing in this country for several years now. It's in our courts, it's in private sector, and therefore it's something that is with us here now. And we are inviting all practicing and non-practicing mediators and other professionals from other sectors to join us in this very important occasion of promoting mediation within our region. We have presenters from all over the world. We have presenters from America, from Israel, from Singapore, who will be available to grace this very important occasion and also to educate us more and open the scope of mediation in this continent. Welcome everybody to this very important occasion. Please do not miss out.
My name is Charles Nichole. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya for the last 36 years. I am currently also serving as a judge of the East African Court of Justice. I'm a member of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, Icmc, currently serving on the board as the chair of the board. And I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you. This conference will be both virtual and physical. The theme of the conference is a new beginning, mediation amid COVID. I thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Beatrice Nzol, a chartered mediator and the vice chair of Icmc East Africa. Do mediators face challenges in line of their duties? I believe they do. Some of the challenges would be getting customers, and the other one would be the way they're being paid for their services. For us to be able to address these challenges, I invite you to join us as we learn and address the challenges that face us as mediators in a line of duty. Have a blessed time.
My name is James Mangerere. I'm the President, Mediation Training Institute, and also the patron of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. Mediation is an alternative dispute resolution process where a third party comes in to assist parties to negotiate and come up with their own solution. What the mediator does is to give people capacity to resolve their own conflicts. Mediation has been growing in this country for several years now. It's in our courts, it's in private sector, and therefore it's something that is with us here now. And we are inviting all practicing and non-practicing mediators and other professionals from other sectors to to join us in this very important occasion of promoting mediation within our region. We have presenters from all over the world. We have presenters from America, from Israel, from Singapore, who will be available to grace this very important occasion and also to educate us more and open the scope of mediation in this continent. Welcome everybody to this very important occasion. Please do not miss out.
My name is Charles Nichole. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya for the last 36 years. I am currently also serving as a judge of the East African Court of Justice. I'm a member of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, Icmc, currently serving on the board as the chair of the board. And I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you. This conference will be both virtual and physical. The theme of the conference is a new beginning, mediation amid COVID. I thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Beatrice Nzol, a chartered mediator and the vice chair of Icmc East Africa. Do mediators face challenges in line of their duty? I believe they do. Some of the challenges would be getting customers, and the other one would be the way they're being paid for their services. For us to be able to address these challenges, I invite you to join us as we learn and address the challenges that face us as mediators in a line of duty. Have a blessed time.
My name is James Magerere. I'm the President, Mediation Training Institute, and also the patron of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. Mediation is an alternative dispute resolution process where a third party comes in to assist parties to negotiate and come up with their own solution. What the mediator does is to give people capacity to resolve their own conflicts. Mediation has been growing in this country for several years now. It's in our courts, it's in the private sector, and therefore it's something that is with us here now. And we are inviting all practicing and non-practicing mediators and other professionals from.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Are we settled? Welcome back to the second session of the conference, #Mediation Conference, the inaugural East Africa ICMC conference. Thank you for the morning session. We now want to get into the next session, and I want to invite James to invite the speaker for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are moving into our second part of our conference this morning, and our second presenter is Professor Dwight Golan. Professor Dwight Golan has a number of topics that he'll be presenting today. He has a session this morning. He will also be having another session in the afternoon. I met with Professor Dwight Golan in the International Academy of Mediators, where he was also a member. And I'm sure we have done a lot in training in East Africa. Professor Dwight Golan has accompanied me in training in Uganda and in Kenya several times in advanced mediation. And I know some of you are his students. So, Professor, I hope you are ready with your morning presentation. Are you there, Professor Dwight Golan? Professor Dwight Golan, are you there?
Hello? 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 Ah. Yes. Can you hear me, James? Hello?
Professor, you're audible.
I think I need to ask if people can hear me. Your sound is...
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Well, then I will get started. If you can hear me, then I will get started. Thank you all for having me.
Yes, we
And,
can hear you. Yes, we
okay.
can hear you.
All right. But it seems that the general, is it James, seems he is having trouble. Perhaps not. But all of us on Zoom can hear. Well, oops, now I guess I will begin. So thank you. I wish I could be with you, but for reasons of COVID, I cannot. I was asked to talk about the topics that US mediators ask me to talk about at their meetings. It goes beyond the basic training. Some of it is a little controversial, but I ask you to think about it. I'd like to do three things. I would like to talk for a bit, but I'd also like to show you video that I've shot in the United States of different mediators, but also in Africa and in Asia. And I'd like you to look at the styles you see, and then later in this hour, I will put you into small groups and I will ask you to talk among yourselves about whether the techniques I've described are useful, you think, in your practice, whether you think you could use them, whether there's some you like, maybe some you don't like, but in any case, here we go. And the first topic is probably the most popular one, at least for experienced American mediators. It is this topic that Arit touched on in response to questions, which is evaluation. A somewhat controversial issue, but I find one that is used around the United States. Hoping that everyone can see my screen, but if not, I hope that someone will tell me. So let's assume we are trying to do what I call safe and effective evaluation in mediation. And the first question is, what do lawyers want? Because if you are earning a living as a mediator in the United States, the lawyers are your clients in the sense that they are the ones who hire you or don't hire you. Of course, you are loyal to their clients, but it's very important to ask what the people who hire you want. So in America, we did a survey, the American Bar Association asked, well, what kind of actions would you want a mediator to take in at least half of all your cases? That is, more than half the time. And here were some answers, which were a little surprising to us. First, almost all of them said in more than half the cases, we want the mediator to ask pointed questions that will raise issues. They want the mediator to give an analysis of the case, including strengths and weaknesses. And now weaknesses, we start to get into what's wrong with the case, not just what is good about it. 60% wanted the mediator in half or more of all cases to make a prediction about what might happen in court if it's not resolved. And now we're clearly getting into evaluation. 84% wanted the mediator to actually recommend a specific settlement. And 3/4 wanted the mediator to apply some pressure to accept this solution. All of this is very different from the original theory of mediation, but this is what we hear from the lawyers who hire us. Internationally, things are different. Here is a survey of the organization that James and I belong to. The question is, do you assess and share your opinion regarding the legal strengths of arguments made by the parties or their lawyers. For all responding mediators, it's split evenly across the board, meaning 20% half the time, 30% usually or only sometimes, 7% always, 11% never. If you look at mediators practicing in the state of California, you find that suddenly half of them say usually and 12% say always, and no one says never. If you look at mediators practicing internationally, now it's the exact opposite. That is, a third say never, a third more say sometimes, and very few say usually or always. And mediators in states like mine outside California are somewhere in the middle. So practice varies a great deal. But that said, it seems to be present for virtually all US mediators. So let me make a couple of observations. From videotaping mediators now for 20 years, from observing them, and from doing hundreds of mediations, I think experienced mediators evaluate constantly. Our evaluations cover a wide range of topics, and we keep most of our opinions quiet and confidential. But we are not simply decorations. We are actually doing things, and we are hired to exercise our judgment, but we may not express it. When we do express an opinion, we often do it by gestures, our phrasing, our expression on our face, not explicitly. And when we are explicit, we tend to use, we almost always use words rather than simple numbers. Your case is worth, $1 million shillings or something like that. And we tend to focus on a single issue, not the value of the whole case. And I will go into more depth about why I think this is so. Let's realize that mediators could be evaluating many different things, and we do. Well, first, we could evaluate the bargaining. If you offer them 10,000 shillings, what is their likely reaction to this? Or if you decide you are not going to make any more, come down any more in your offer, what impact do you think that will have on the bargaining process? I can express my opinion about that fairly early, and people accept it because I'm giving them bad news, but usually I'm telling them that their opponent is being difficult and they expect their opponent to be difficult. I could also evaluate people's interests. I'm concerned about the impact of this litigation on your family. I think it's really upsetting you emotionally, and I'm concerned about that. Or I could say, I'm worried that if you continue in this court case, your business will be distracted. You will not be able to focus on what you most need for your employees and your other goals. Or I can focus on legal issues. And usually I would start by focusing on what information does each side have and what do they need to know from the other side? Or which issues are most important to this? I could focus on the cost of being in litigation, which in the US and some other in Britain, in Hong Kong, is quite high. Or I could focus on the outcome in adjudication, in court, of a single issue. Will you be found liable, or the entire case, which is what we think of as classic adjudication or evaluation. So with that said, I'd now like to go to video. And I begin with an apology. I cannot possibly show you all the video that I would like to show you. We would be here all day and I would not finish with one video. Instead, what I'm going to do is show you just a minute here and 90 seconds there from different videos in the US, Africa, and Asia. I'm going to have to ask you to imagine what has happened before this, what will happen later, and in this way I can show you a half dozen different mediators instead of just one. With that, let me begin. And I hope, let me screen share. I need to share sound. All right. So we begin with a case, and the reason we begin with this case is that it allows me to this up. This is a case, actually, I've asked mediators in the US, but also in Africa and in Asia to mediate so we can compare techniques. And it's an international dispute, a business dispute. MedPro, which is a United States company, gave Mumbai Partners, a small Indian company, an exclusive contract to distribute advanced medical devices. Mumbai spends 5 years, almost $500,000 US, gradually developing the market, building sales. Sales rise rapidly, then suddenly they drop. MedPro terminates Mumbai on about 45 days' notice. The contract allowed either side to terminate for a good reason or on 90 days' notice without any reason. Mumbai sues MedPro in the US courts for $2 million in lost profits. They said, no, we had a long-term relationship and the sales drop was due to national economic problems, budget problems with the Indian government. So now I'm going to take you into the middle of a mediation. We've already had the opening session. My colleague, Marjorie Aaron, a professor at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio, is meeting with the American company. The lawyer, a woman, the vice president, a man. They've talked about the case, they've discussed issues, 45 minutes have gone by, and now she wants to know, are you willing to make them an offer? Because until now, MedPro has offered 0. And here is her discussion, and ask yourself, is she being evaluative? And if so, what is she evaluating?
It would be helpful to me to have a number to go back on.
I think this.
You want to talk about it?
We might need
okay,
to talk
that's
about
fine. Well, I knocked on the door and you said you were ready. And do you have a number for me?
Well, we talked about the frames of reference that you used, and the number that we feel we can put out there, given all of my concerns and reluctances, is 50,000. And I can talk to that if you would like, and sort of explain how we got there, what it signifies.
You gave me a number. I asked you for a number. Look, I appreciate that $50,000 is not an inconsequential sum of money.
$50,000 is not an inconsequential sum of money. Is she evaluating anything right there? But let's go on.
Especially if actually you had the right to terminate in the 30 days. In which case you would either owe nothing or $20,000 or something like that. Am I right? What do you suspect their response will be?
Who knows?
My problem, right?
I mean, I don't think they're going to be thrilled with it.
You want to send a message. One of the things that worries me a little bit is that the 50 may send an even lower signal than maybe you would have intended. What do you think about that one?
One of the things that worries me is that 50,000 may send even a lower signal than you intended. That's a question, but the question is, does this question carry a message? Does it suggest something about what the mediator is thinking, even though it's, quote, only a question? Okay, so now you've seen just a minute. So now I take you to another place. I take you to Hong Kong. There's a small company based in Hong Kong that contracts with a small US company to distribute software in mainland China. The small US company, Monitor, gets into cash problems, and the owner of STP, Shanghai Technology, transfers almost $2 million to the American company. The Hong Kong company says, well, we loaned the money, but there were no loans. This is common in Hong Kong. Monitor begins to pay STP higher commissions on an agreement that it will do so until it's paid an extra $1.9 million. Now it sounds a little bit like a loan. They do that, and it comes down to just under $1.5 million. At that point, Monitor is acquired by a big US company, Green Consulting. And their attitude is, if it is not in writing, it does not exist. We do not want to hear about oral agreements and understandings. That's it. So Monitor sues. So we join a mediation. This is now the second meeting that the mediator, Michael Lewis, one of the pioneers in American mediation, who I've worked with and taught with, is meeting with the large American company about what kind of offer to make. And again, the question is he evaluating anything? Ask yourselves.
So, got a fairly significant...
I had a fairly significant move from them. Is that an evaluation of anything?
I want to talk to you about, and then need to ask you to think seriously and make a response. They have moved to 1.375, and that is a reduction of $100,000 off of what they actually believe they are due. I need a response from you.
Let us consult. We'll get back to you.
Okay, absolutely. So, where are you?
Well, a couple of thoughts. We value the case at $250,000, the cost of defense. So we would offer a net $250,000 to them. And I'm not going to say that's our last and final offer, but that reflects our view of the value of this situation to us.
So it's only going to cost Green Consulting $250?
Question. It's only going to cost Green Consulting $250 to try this? And he smiles. Is that an evaluation? It's a question, but is it an opinion? And what's it an opinion about? Not the same as the first mediation.
We'll see.
Surprises me. So
surprises me. A little comment. Again, is that an opinion?
And you said earlier you'd like to put this behind you.
Right.
And frankly, I don't think 250 will do it. The problem is, of course, if this doesn't settle, you're going to be spending a lot more time in rooms like, you know.
And we
this.
all know I have no interest
Okay.
in that.
If this doesn't settle, you're going to spend a lot more time in rooms like this. And the question is, that's an opinion about something, isn't it? And the question is, what is it an opinion about? I'm going to leave it to James to decide. I'm happy to be interrupted for questions, or I'm happy to continue. James, you should jump in, or Evelyn, or the other hosts and moderators, and let me know. So let me move on to the most evaluative mediator I've ever filmed, a Hispanic woman from Miami in the United States. This is a death case. A gentleman is walking out of an American hotel, and the hotel facade collapses on him. The cement lands on his head, kills him. He sues the hotel. There is no doubt that he did nothing wrong and that somebody needs to pay. But the hotel says, wait, a plumbing company was doing work in the facade and they cut some of the supports away. They are to blame. So we have a situation with two defendants who are blaming each other, but everyone agrees someone is responsible. Also, they say the young man didn't have a steady job. He had no family he was supporting. They are asking for $3 million. That is ridiculous for this kind of injury and this kind, well, not for this kind of injury, but for this kind of claimant. So she's holding her first caucus meeting with the two defendants, and she talks about the case with them. And now here are her comments.
All right, folks, it's time to...
It's time to pony up. Pony up is an American expression for it's time to put some money on the table.
You've got your demand from them, $3 million. I know. You don't have to say anything, but you're here to mediate, and you're here to put money on the table, and you might as well start now. And, we'll work with their number. If he wants $3 million, I want to be 28 and 5'6", and that's not happening.
They want $3 million. I would like to be 28 years old again, and I would like to be 5 foot 6 inches tall. She's very short. That is not happening. Is that an opinion about anything concerning the plaintiff? Yes, of course it is. On she goes.
So that's all right. So go ahead, and what is it? What are you all thinking about?
First of all, I need to respond to this supposed expert's report on negligent design.
No doubt.
So
I have no doubt in the
I also
world
want
that
her-
you're going to be able to get an expert that's going to rebut
Right.
that.
So
So he's
then
going to
Nichole
hear
there.
about all these experts, and I'm sure they're going to be very good because they're going to be paid a lot of money, which the jury is going to hear about as well. So with that being said, where do we start? All right, so you want me to go back there with $50,000. It's unrealistic if you think that $50,000 is going to tempt them.
It is unrealistic if you think $50,000 is going to tempt them in any way. Is that an opinion? Sure. What's it an opinion about? Who's going to win? How much he'll recover? Or something else?
And I think that for purposes of the mediation, if you really want to accomplish something and get this ball rolling, why don't you give me 100? I think I can work with 100.
25, 75.
No. Let's start 50-50, and then we'll work around that. You know, if they took $100,000 today, would you be okay with that?
Obviously, they're not.
So there's no downside, is there? So are we okay with that? 50-50, 100? Let me see what I can do to get them.
So here we are. She's actually talking over the voice of the lawyer for the hotel, who's trying to explain why he should only pay 1/4 of this offer, not half the offer. Again, what is she evaluating? She is clearly, as I say, the most evaluative. And now we come to Nairobi. And I asked James, as the mediator, working with some of the people who you might know, to role play the same case you saw at the beginning, the case involving the large American company and the small distributor of medical equipment, and to mediate in the way it will be mediated in East Africa. And again, I can't show you the whole thing, although James has the MTI have the video available and can certainly show it. Let me show you just a couple of minutes and see if you see any evaluation going on. I know everyone is very facilitative, but still, just watch. And again, think, would I be willing to do this? Would this be an appropriate way for me to conduct this mediation, which I ask you to ask about all of these people?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our session today.
This American company, we gave them a shoulder to lean on. We gave KME the opportunity to be our local distributor. What happens is that after some time into the contract, we realized that KME is very incompetent. They were not able to really sell this particular product very well. And in the circumstances, we feared that our reputation was going to be tarnished.
So, excuse me, if I can get you.
Yes.
Your position is that the KMA did not do things according to your
expectations. Yes.
I think that would be much better term to use than using the word competence. Is that correct?
Okay.
With due respect to James, I think he evaluated something. And the question again is, what did he evaluate and how did he decide to do it? Because how you do it is as important as what you evaluate.
They don't meet our expectation.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this second training session.
There is an African saying that says that the pot always breaks when it is near to reach into the house.
Are they your intentions to break it right now?
So is it your intention to break the pot right now? Meaning, is it your intention to let this process break when you are so close to a resolution? So now we're going to go to Asia. And I asked the former chair of the Mediation Society of Hong Kong and also the current chair of the Mediation Society of Singapore in the same case, but now set in China. And again, I ask you to imagine what's happened, jump in, let's see what we see.
Ms. Wong, Simon, welcome back.
All right, I think we've made some progress here. I wish to understand your perspective as to potential outcomes. If this case proceeds to an arbitration, the best scenario will be the notice of termination is valid, right? So in that case, Medpol will be paying out.
Notice behind her, she has put up a chart in which there are three possibilities, and one of them, MedPro pays nothing. In the middle one, they pay something. In the lowest one, they pay as much as they could possibly have to pay. And she will ask them, what are the percentage chances you think that that the court will do each of these things? She asks them for the number. She does not put in the number herself.
The other likely outcome then. Can you just remind me, what's the likely legal costs that your client will need to bear when this case proceeds?
What is the likely legal cost if this case goes to arbitration? And she asked the lawyer for the American company, who now will advise the vice president. And she has given him a bit of what I call a springboard to jump off and answer a question, which could be a little embarrassing and difficult.
Would be around $300,000.
So even if you win, like under the first scenario, I think Simon will be able to advise Ms. Fong as to the possibility of recovering, even if you fall into scenario one, recovering the legal costs from GMS.
Yes, I think there is a risk involved that any award that you obtain from the arbitral tribunal could not be enforced against GMS.
I hope you could work out what's the next number that you could offer to the other
So
side.
now we jump, and it is Lim Tat of Singapore talking to the small company about whether they should reduce their demand, how much money they are asking for.
So, Wendy, when I left the room, you mentioned you work out some numbers to share with me. So I wonder whether you're ready to just let me have a sense of like the Batna and Batna sort of numbers. Why would you use 2 years as a basis?
I think it's because of our 5 years plan.
Yeah.
We move forward with a number of years ahead, and we think about our investment and the return.
And just asking you, Wendy, as a lawyer, in your case, you believe that the arbitral tribunal would be prepared to pay your client the $500K to put them in a position as to the contract has not been breached, but on top of that, pay you, your client, the $1 million with its prospective damages, even though that money has not been demonstrated based on...
You are suing for the money you have lost already, and on top of that, for the money you will lose in the future, even though that money has not been demonstrated based on the current evidence. That's a question, but I suggest there is an opinion sitting in that question, and everybody in the room knows what the opinion is of the mediator.
Yes, quite a lot of difficulty in arguing that point.
So I think, let's see, I think at this point, I will stop and not show you another one. I could show you a real evaluation of the merits, that is of who will win, but let me show you just a minute of it. This is a dispute between, and it's one you will see in the next session as well, between two companies. One is an amusement park operator, and the other one is supplier of mechanical lifts to lift people up and down on the stage that agreed to provide these mechanical lifts. The lifts were the wrong size, and the companies are fighting about who will pay who how much money. And after many hours, the lawyer actually for the claimant, outside the presence of the CEO, asks the mediator to please give the CEO an opinion.
There was one other part about going into court.
report that I thought it would be helpful for us to discuss. The two things that I worry about for your case, CJ, in terms of how a judge might look at it. We all know exactly what the conversation was that you all had. And part of the dilemma is that got reduced into a written document called a contract and signed. And what the contract says is July. And one of the great dangers for you is if it got to court and if a judge took a sort of a strict constructionist position, and this can happen an awful lot, where he says, look, the written words are July. Now, that has the huge implication for the dollars. And so there's a
I'm going to stop. There is a real risk here. When I say that mediators rarely use actual numbers, he doesn't talk in terms of percentage chance of winning. He's talking about a real risk, and he's very worried. And that's as precise as he becomes, and that's intentional. He doesn't want to say it very precisely because he's not sure whether she's willing to listen to him yet. That changes. So that's an example of him expressing an opinion about who's going to win in court, but doing it in kind of a vague way that allows him to, really allows the plaintiff to hear as much of, I'll call it the truth, as she's capable of hearing. So now I'd like to spend just 3 minutes going back and looking at these people, but looking only at their expression and their tone of voice. And ask yourselves, can you tell from their expression on their face and the tone of their voice what their opinion is? Not the actual words, not as if there was a transcript and you could read the words. And to do that, you have to give me just a moment. I'm going to need to, I tell you what, let me say something else before I do. Here are some general thoughts about evaluation. All right. I need to go down here. All right. I think I would call evaluation the surgery of mediation. So if you were sick and you were taken to the best hospital in Nairobi or Kampala or wherever, and the doctor said, well, let's cut you open and see what's happening, you'd probably say, I don't think I want to be in this hospital. You don't want to be cut open right away. On the other hand, if you were told, in our hospital, we believe the human body is a temple and we don't violate the temple, so we will never do surgery. It doesn't matter what the disease is. You'd say, well, maybe I'd like them to have a surgery department. I think evaluation is like surgery. It can be risky, it can be disruptive, but it also can cure when it's needed. So I do mediative surgery only after I've clearly diagnosed what the problem is, after I've tried less invasive techniques and they haven't worked. I've tried medicine, I've tried physical therapy, I maybe have I don't know, this, that, and the other, and it has not worked. And then I do the smallest surgery I can that will solve the problem. If I can do tiny arthroscopic surgery with just a little cut, I'll do it. I am not going to open up someone's chest just because I want to see what's inside. Now, what can an evaluation accomplish usefully? It can help a party understand what the risk is of losing. Even more important, and this is a key reason American lawyers hire mediators, it's so the mediator can deliver the bad news. The mediator can tell the client, and the lawyer can still remain the loyal advocate for the client. It can advise the client, but not lose their confidence. It can be a signal. The mediator signaling, you really do need to make a concession here. You have to change their strategy, or this is about as much as you can get, or as little as you can give if you want a settlement. It provides cover. Often people won't compromise in mediation because they're worried about being criticized outside the process. And now this is a chance to say to them, here's the mediator's opinion. You can explain it to your husband, your uncle, your whoever is going to criticize you. You can explain it to your to the people back at the home office who won't understand why you compromised, you will say, well, I had to do what the mediator gave the opinion. But it's just a tactic to move the process forward. It's not a complete solution. People don't simply say, oh, okay, I will settle. No. It's more like taking a bus out of a ditch where it's gotten stuck. You don't try to drive the bus any particular place. You're trying to get it back on the road. I'll call it the settlement bus, so it can proceed to the right destination, the destination it wants. I think of it that way. And in terms of before evaluating, I want to help people exchange information. Often they don't really know everything they need to know to make a good decision. I want to make sure they do. I want to lead an analysis. You saw that with Jody Sin up on the board. What do they think of this issue, that issue? And sometimes I shine a light on issues they would rather not think about, but I don't tell them my opinion. I will ask questions. They could be broad, they could be narrow, they could be leading, they can even be a little confrontative. I may signal that I really don't share your optimism about this, but I don't tell them what my personal opinion is. I just say it's not the same as yours. All those things are getting closer and closer to evaluation. If I do give an opinion, I never give my personal view. I never give an expert judgment. Why? It's dangerous. People will understand that I have decided against them. It's also irrelevant. I will never be the judge here. I will never be the arbitrator. So who cares what my opinion is? What we care about is what will the judge do if this case isn't settled. I could talk about the impact of an offer on the other side. You saw that happening in the video. I could talk about what are your interests here? What's better for you, your family, your company? If I do talk about the merits, it'll be a prediction of what some court will do, not what I think is right. I call it like a weather forecast. Is it likely to rain tomorrow? I mean, I don't want anyone to get wet, but if it looks like clouds and it looks like rain, maybe you should spend some money on an umbrella. Maybe that would be a wise thing, even though I can't tell you for sure whether it will rain or not. Evaluation never, as I say, resolves everything. So first thing you have to understand, it's bad news. It's not going to be welcome. You have to accept the fact that they're going to be unhappy because you're basically telling them the future is not as good as they would wish it to be, as you would wish it to be for them. And you have to be careful not to become defensive, that you've given an opinion and now you're going to defend it. You ask questions. Where do they differ? What about this issue or that issue? What else might be important other than the legal merits? And often there are things, as we know. And how do we start the bargaining? The whole purpose of this is to start the bargaining. And now, I could get tighter with my evaluation. I could be more specific. Well, these are all options. And now, let me note that you can evaluate in many ways. You can just not respond when they say, we're sure we will win, and you don't respond. That suggests to them you don't agree with them, or you change the subject. There are gestures, expressions, directions, of course. And sometimes I put things on a memo pad or I put them up on a board on the side and people start changing the numbers, and that's fine because now they're engaging with my analysis. You saw Jody Sin doing that. So all of these are options. And of course, we don't have to evaluate the entire case. Often there's just one issue that's really pulling the parties apart. That's the issue that I want to focus on, not the entire case, things that they agree about. So now 3 minutes of video examples and then we'll stop. But again, I'd like to, and I'm going to put it on. Let me make sure I've got it queued up and I'm ready for the examples. And then I'd be interested if you have questions or comments before I go.
Would you look it?
Let me, okay, so I think I'm ready. Move back to screen sharing. Okay, so now we're back in that video that you saw of Jody Sin, and look at the expression in her tone of voice.
Scenarios, there will be substantial payout of legal costs. I think Simon will be able to advise Ms. Fong as to the possibility of recovering, even if you fall into scenario one, recovering the legal costs from.
Look at the expression on her face. She's asking a question. Maybe the lawyer could advise the client about the chances that if you win and you're entitled to your legal expenses, will you be able to recover them from this small company in mainland China? It's just a question, but you can tell by the expression on her face that she doesn't think it's very likely, and the lawyer will answer that, well, let's see.
Let me ask you.
Oh, no. Now I go to Lim Tat. Remember him talking to the plaintiff side in this, and see if you can tell anything from how he presents.
This slightly more difficult question. Do you think that Simon will have difficulties with, especially these two numbers you're presenting, you know, the measure of damages, 500 plus 1 million?
Certainly, they'll argue the other way because there's no proof that we'll earn definitely that amount.
Yeah. And he says nothing else. Would that signal to you his attitude and opinion about what the lawyer has just said about the chances about getting the other lawyer to agree with her analysis? I suggest it does. So now, one last one. I need, or a couple perhaps, I need to, let me see what I have. Yes, I think it's me. Me in this case, trying to mediate in a joint session, and let's see what happens between the parties who start to argue.
We included in the contract an escape clause. This was an experiment that MedPro made in creating an exclusive relationship.
The experiment is at my company's cost.
And a substantial risk for ours as well.
Yeah, I do not like to be called experiment.
Well,
I did not realize until I looked at this video, you can see me closing my eyes and thinking, oh no, they're arguing. This is really getting to be a problem. What do I do now? And I don't do anything, but notice me closing my eyes. I was not even aware I was doing that, but it's a signal I'm sending out just unconsciously.
And certainly didn't mean to offend you when using that
I
term.
don't like that.
I wasn't calling you an experiment.
This gives me a sense, which I already had, but underlines that there are serious disagreements here.
Well, may I just, since you asked.
Notice me, the lawyer who cannot stop arguing interrupts me when I try to say, let's go back to talking peacefully, and he wants to argue again. And you can see me rolling back and dipping my head, and I'm clearly sending a signal to the lawyer about what I think and my attitude. One last example, and then I'd be interested if people have questions.
Okay.
Eileen to speak.
Sure.
The old deal's still in place, right? I mean, unless I've misread what you both have sent me, that contract is good until, I mean, you have to give them notice until.
It's a contract with Monitor. It's not.
If I could be with you in Nairobi or Kampala, wherever you are, I would give you a soda can and I would ask you to deliver an evaluation using no words, only your eyebrows and a can. Because you can see from the way he's looking at the lawyer what his opinion is of what the lawyer's argument is. And I say that we mediators deliver opinions in many ways. Michael Lewis is one of the most skilled American mediators, and he is delivering an opinion. He's not using words, but I asked the lawyer afterwards, he said, oh yes, I could tell he disagreed with me, and the client did too. So, I guess I will just finish by saying, that I think one can evaluate, and lawyers want us to evaluate, but I think you should think carefully before you do it. You should do the minimum evaluation you can do. Supply the smallest medication you can that will cure the illness. Think about how you communicate it. What is useful to say at this point, given the attitude of the parties? And how should I say it so it will have the best impact and not make it impossible for me to do work later? And I never want to leak my viewpoint unintentionally by the way my expression, my posture, my tone of voice, all the ways we have of sending out opinions and without really meaning it. And I guess with that, I will stop. And I guess I'll ask the moderator if someone has a question. I want to move on now to something that's happened. Well, a completely different topic. But before I move on, I'm wondering if someone, I see Joyce Kombe has raised her hand. Do you have a question? Joyce, I see it. Was that maybe accidental? No? So let me ask, does anyone else have any questions concerning what I have just discussed or comments? I thought I saw someone else, but Sarah, I see you waving your hand.
Yes, I have a question. I was wondering, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? My question is with regards to evaluating the issues during mediation. Can you state that maybe that's a way a mediator can be balancing power between the parties?
Oh, that's very tricky. I worry about, if I'm balancing power, I'm concerned about taking sides, that I will be seen as taking one side against the other side. But if I think someone is being run over, that one side is talking too much and they're not allowing the other side to talk. Well, example, you saw James in the African version of the case, when one side called the other incompetent. The big American company calls the little company incompetent. He intervenes to suggest maybe incompetent isn't the right word. Maybe it is you were not satisfied. I think he is balancing the discussion, because otherwise there's a danger the American company with their expensive lawyer who talks very loud will run right over the lawyer and the client on the other side. So in that sense, I would balance the process to make sure each side is able to speak. Each side has time to think and process what it has heard and can make a good decision. I will say this, if I think someone has a good case, I do not necessarily tell them, oh, I think you have an excellent case. I don't think generally people need to be told they have a good case. They already think that. So I may tell the side that has a problem, I think I see a problem here. I won't tell both sides they have a problem, but I might tell one side that I think needs to hear it, and I will not tell the other side because it would just make them more determined to, be extreme in their demands. So those are ways, I guess, of balancing power. I think in some of the work that some of you do, where there is no lawyer, it's much more difficult, because now the individual wants help from the mediator, particularly if one side has a lawyer and the other side doesn't have a lawyer. Those are very, very difficult. It's beyond today's talk that I can explore it, but you've raised a very difficult topic, I guess I would say. Anybody else before we move on?
Let me just try to expound, because it's important for us to know the difference between evaluative and facilitative mediation before we get into the topic that you are discussing and the questions that I will raise thereafter. A facilitative method is a process where you empower the parties to make their own decisions. Yours is just to facilitate communication between them. You make it a self-determinative process. An evaluative process is where you keep on intruding, and you've heard Professor Dwight Golan talking about a form of a surgery. Now, with that understanding, I would like to ask Professor, is evaluative mediation a preserve of the lawyers only? Should you be a person who has understood the law in order to give an opinion of a mediator's proposal, or anybody else can use evaluative mediation? And if so, how can you give an opinion on an area that you are not well versed with? That's a very, very intriguing question that usually affects evaluative mediation? So is it a pre-serve or people who are legally educated, or can it be done by anybody else? And if anybody does, do you need to have some kind of subject matter expertise for you to be able to evaluate? That's my question.
I think if you are evaluating the impact of an offer, and you saw that in the first couple of situations, simply what will be the reaction of the other side if you make this offer? I don't think you need special expertise for that. You need an understanding of the parties. I think if you are evaluating the quality of the discussion, for example, James, when you intervened suggesting incompetent wasn't a good word to use, or that the American company shouldn't let the pot drop just before they got home, you're not commenting about who's going to win. You're commenting on an unlegal issue, which is, well, how can we have a good, what's necessary for good dialogue? Is it in the party's interest to seek a solution? If you talk about the impact of the case on the person's feelings, on their company, on their life, all of that, I think you can use your wisdom from your life. If you get into predicting what a Kenyan court will do, then I do think you'd probably need to be familiar with Kenyan courts. I would not feel comfortable evaluating who will win in a Kenyan legal matter because I don't know the judges and I don't know your law. So I would probably avoid that, but I would still do the other kinds of evaluation, is I think what I would say. And maybe I would know some things. Even if I wouldn't know who would win, I would know that this will be a very expensive process, that it will cost a lot of money or take years to get resolved. And if I knew that simply as a an intelligent citizen, I think I could say that, and I wouldn't. I don't think that I would be in trouble doing that. I thought it would be helpful. I would.
Any question from the house? Any question?
Or by electronic means. I had taught actually a class on Zoom negotiation, but I think I was one of the few. Then suddenly with COVID, everybody was doing Zoom. All the mediations were by Zoom. Now I'm finding that maybe 1/3 of my mediations are back in person, whereas 2/3 are still by Zoom. And it appears that the future is going to be at least half Zoom and probably more, at least in the United States, even when we are over this pandemic. And now, I asked 20 mediators who between them had done more than 1,000 Zoom mediations. What have you learned about this? How are you feeling about the Zoom process? What do we need to understand is different when you're mediating electronically instead of the way we are accustomed, which is directly face-to-face? So I'd like to share with you what they told me. Yes, here we are. All right, the impact of mediating by Zoom. What did the mediators learn? They liked it much better than they thought they would. They had been very worried that they couldn't form emotional connections, that there would be technical problems that would disrupt the process. Then they said, I was very, very skeptical, but I am a huge fan. From now on, most of my mediations will be by Zoom, even after the pandemic is over. What is it that happened that made them so enthusiastic? They say, look, everyone is more relaxed in a Zoom mediation. They're mediating at home, they're mediating in their office, they're much more simpler. And often something in the background, like I put a sailboat in the background because I like sailing, and actually you can see a picture of some elephants in back because I love being in Africa. And people will see that in the back and think, oh, I can talk to him about this. I know something about him. He's not just a face. And they start to make a connection. Or there'll be interruptions, you know, a child will come into the middle of your Zoom, or your dog or your cat will come in. People introduce their cats to each other or their dogs to each other. And, you know, that breaks the tension. It is also true that mediations end more quickly because people want to get to dinner and they're not locked away in an office in downtown Nairobi somewhere. What else? The balance of power shifts. Now on Zoom, as you know, because we're here, everyone has their own window. All windows are the same size. The lawyer's window is the same size as the client's window. When someone's speaking, their window lights up. Nobody can talk over them. A lawyer can't just shut up their client. The lawyers actually have less control over their clients. Mediators have more access to clients often on Zoom than they would have if they were in a conference room with the lawyer doing all the talking. And one Los Angeles mediator said, the clients have a front row seat. And the mediator and the other participants equally, and they seem to feel more empowered by this. Participants' behavior has improved. Also, I think mediators' behavior. And now I will quote a Scottish poet named Robert Burns, and it's very hard to read because it is 300 years old. So I will put it in modern English. Oh, if some power that God would give us to see ourselves as others see us, it would free many of us from a blunder, mistakes, and foolish notions. And one of the most interesting things to me is that I started seeing myself on mediation. And I could see when someone made what I thought was a silly statement or a very unhelpful statement, I would look annoyed. I would look a little impatient. And I thought, uh-oh, I don't want to do this. And I would readjust myself. And even business executives, some of them have said, I don't like the way I look on Zoom. I look angry and I look nasty. And so I'm going to moderate myself a little bit. So it has changed behavior. The most important thing maybe is you can see yourself, not just the other people. Parties and lawyers are less confrontational, more friendly, and I know I am more friendly, says a mediator in Texas. I sometimes catch myself looking angry or tired, and I think the participants can see me also, said a mediator in California. Next, and this is crucial, it's much more easy in business cases to get the key executives there. People who will not travel to Kampala for mediation will come in by Zoom. Especially in cases with insurance, often the representatives in the insurance company would not come to the mediation. They say, no, I'm there on telephone, call me up if you need help. Now they will attend and the mediator can see them and start to form a relationship. And fewer mediations have to stop because someone doesn't have more authority and has to go back and talk to someone in the home office and will come back next week. So this thing about having the decision is absolutely crucial. It is easier to talk privately, to get people away from their client in a breakout room. It's also possible to send, as we see here, private chat messages. So as I think about it, it was always possible to do that. I could do that by phone to the lawyers, but I never thought to do it when I was with them in person. The one downside is that in an in-person mediation, like those of you who are present in person at the conference, you can chat with each other as you get tea or as you walk in the hallway, and lawyers would often accidentally talk to other lawyers informally, and it's harder to do that when you're in a Zoom context where you have to decide to go from one room to another room. The boundaries are less clear. People often stay in their room after the mediation has technically ended. A mediator says, I will go to dinner and come back and I find the disputant and their lawyers still talking in their room. It is cheaper. It is more convenient. Parties almost unanimously say, yes, I like this. I don't have to travel. I get work done. I'm not sitting in some room in a hotel. It makes it easier to schedule cases because, again, you don't need to allow for air travel and all of that. One South California mediator says, I will not be driving to Los Angeles for mediations, and I have a lot of business in Los Angeles. I'll be participating by Zoom or not at all. It's a voluntary process, right? Well, I'm not coming anymore in person. So that's what we're hearing. I will say with international cases, it's easier to do them because people don't have to fly from Israel to New York and so on, but time differences. For me, it is now 4 a.m. in the morning. It is not past noon as it is in Nairobi. So the mediations, I mediated with an executive who is in in India. Another executive is in California. The lawyers are in Boston. We don't have much of a day when everybody is not somehow staying up and losing sleep. So that's a problem. One last thing, and then I think it's time for me to stop. Some people think it's easier to read someone because you can see their face close to the screen. Other people say, no, I want body language. I want to see how they're sitting in their chair. I want to see their hands, and I can't do that on Zoom. Mediators say it is easier to keep track of everybody. You can see everybody in their window, even as you're talking to just one person and in a room, you'd have to turn to one person, then you turn to another person. So that's better. One problem is when the lawyers and clients are together in the same room and you, the mediator, are off on Zoom. Sometimes the lawyers focus the camera just on themselves. You don't even see the client. Sometimes the client is sitting far away and you're seeing mostly the lawyer. And you feel distanced from them. They're together and you're not there. So that, I think, is a real disadvantage. And some mediators will refuse to do mediations unless each person has their own camera and they can see each person's face and not be the one outside the room. And now there are questions. Are we still getting settlements? And are people going to do this in the future? And I think I will stop at this point because I've used my hour. And when I come back, I have another survey of 750 mediators, which gives us some information about what will happen in the future. And with that, I think I will stop my talk. I will turn it back to the moderator and thank you for your attention. If you have a minute or two and anyone has questions.
Thank you, Professor, for landing it so well. The take home for me today is all windows are the same. As a mediator, wherever you are, just know that that's what virtue has done. So it's no longer a challenge. It is an opportunity. We are getting to the next phase shortly, and we will be having a discussion, a panel. And to lead the panel is Beryl Ouma. Beryl is a legal attorney. She is a public notary and commissioner for oath, a practicing advocate of the High Court of Kenya for over 25 years. She practices in the areas of civil, commercial, real estate, corporate law, intellectual property, employment and labor relations, family, estate succession matters, constitutional and judicial review matters, and she is an arbitrator and an ADR practitioner. Beryl is a certified professional mediator. She strongly advocates for ADR as her first point of call for any disputant. She is an accredited mediator and is currently also attached to the judiciary, where she does court annex mediation services to litigants. Beryl is a distinguished fellow of the International Academy of Mediators in the US. She's also a member of the International Mediation Institute of Singapore, and where she serves as in the Ethics Committee. Beryl is a member of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, the Kenyan chapter, and she has served as its vice chair between June 2017 to August 2021. That is a wonderful CV. So the panelists are well reached, and so I'll ask Beryl to take the podium and call on the guests and introduce them accordingly. Beryl.
Good afternoon to everybody, those who are here, those who are online. As a board member of ICMC, I want to welcome you to this part of the program. Thank you for that introduction. The session reads A New Beginning, Mediation Amid COVID-19. My panelists this morning, it's actually afternoon now, is one and only patron, first and foremost, Mr. James Mangirere, who's a patron of ICMC and a professional mediator, as you all know. I also have Honorable Eupnalis Sokubo, who's not only a chartered mediator and board member, but he's also the registrar at the East Africa Court of Justice, based in Arusha. I also have this morning Mr. Hosea Manwa, advocate. I think he's online. He's the chair of the Young Bar Association and a partner at Otwal Manwa Associates Advocates. I also have, I think online, Ms. Harriet Magala. Harriet is a practicing advocate in Kampala. She is attached to the Commercial Court of Uganda. We also have this morning Mr. Joshua Guara. Joshua is a board member, a professional mediator and a cleric, and he's also the founder member of the Christian Professional Mediators Association of Kenya. I also have this morning Mr. William Otieno Okech, advocate. He is a professional mediator representing the Media Council of Kenya. We would have loved to have two more professionals on this panel this morning. That is Honorable Caroline Kendagor, Deputy Registrar, Court Annexed Mediation, and Honorable Moses Wanjala, also Registrar, High Court, the Court Annexed Mediation. But they are not able to join us this morning, I guess, because of official duties. But we hope to have them later on in the afternoon. So for those that I have called, may I have the other panelists please come and join us at the front. Patron, please. Patron William Otieno, I think I saw you somewhere at the back. Did I see Joshua somewhere? Somebody confirm that Harriet Magala is online? Is Harriet online? I see a thumbs up from the back. Thank you very much. Eupnalis Okubo. Thank you. Is that all of us on the line? Hosea was online, but he's on his way, I think. Is that all of us? Thank you. I believe this would be my seat then, for the time being. I sit amongst honorable men, as you can see. Now, we've had several speakers talk to us this morning, so I hope you're going to enjoy this session, which is going to be a little bit different. Let's engage here. We now want to speak to each other, not, like listening to people speaking to us. Let's engage. Now, just to sort of start us off, we have about an hour, hopefully, and somebody helped me to manage time. The thumbs up from the back if we overstretch our enthusiasm. 40 minutes or so. So, yes, the timekeepers. So thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in from wherever you are. It's a pleasure to have you as ICMC this morning. I want to start from an interesting point, and this question will probably be dealt with better, I think, by the two gentlemen on my right-hand side. I want to speak a little bit about the Singapore Convention. The United Nations Convention on International Settlement Agreements resulting from mediation, which is now popularly known as the Singapore Convention, was adopted on the 20th of December 2018 and came into effect on 12 September 2020. For those who may not be in the know, the convention was designed to enable cross-border enforcement through the courts in signatory countries for the settlement of agreements reached through the process of mediation of international commercial disputes. So far, 55 countries or thereabouts, I think, have signed the convention, including our sister country, Uganda. And that's why I was hoping that Harriet is somewhere online. My first question really is to the patron. Why do you think Kenya has not signed the convention? And yet our sister, Uganda, ran so far ahead of us. What seems to be the problem? Because I know we've sat at other conventions with you, and we keep telling the world that we're going to be signing this convention soon. Give us your take on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peril. I think before I comment on that, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Peril for joining the International Academy of Mediators. I've been pushing so many people. I think I managed to get one. So she joins me as a second African in the International Academy of Mediators this year. So congratulate her for that. Thank you very much. Now, I think the signing of this convention is supposed to be done by the government. So I've always been hoping that the Attorney General can work with experts in coming up with a committee that will work around the preparation for signing that convention. You know, they always say that if it's our responsibility, then it's nobody's responsibility. There's nobody who has taken the lead in ensuring that we get ourselves ready to sign the convention. So I've always been asking if the government, through the Attorney General's office, can work with the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators and other stakeholders so that we can get ourselves organized and go ahead and have to sign this convention. The reason why it's important for us to sign this convention is because then the international contracts that we make can be enforceable out there. It will also open our investment environment. More business people will come to Kenya or East Africa to do their business here, knowing very well that when disputes arise, they can be resolved and the agreements that are arrived at can be enforced here and in their respective countries. It will add value to mediation, our mediation practice in this country. So my plea to those people is that if other institutions are not ready, ICMC is ready to work with the Attorney General so that we get ourselves organized, and probably either very early in the year 2022, we are ready to go as a delegation from this country and go and have this convention signed so that we can join our other sister, Uganda. Ugandans went straight away and they signed. They didn't have to go through any level of bureaucracy. We can also do it within our country. And so I'm sure Harriet Magala will tell us how they did it, and then probably we can have something to emulate as we plan to have this convention signed early next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patron. Honorable Eufnalis, would you give us a perspective?
Yes, thank you, Beryl. From where I sit, maybe I look at it from a regional angle. Uganda, as part of us, has signed. The others have not signed. Fine, every country signs on its own. But maybe a regional decision taken that all EAC countries have to sign and ratify this convention might push the signing further and maybe make it easy, because now it is looked as a regional decision. It is clear all the East African countries have agreed mediation is a good thing. And that's why they are moving with it. All courts are embracing it. Now, if all of us have agreed that mediation is good, all of them are embracing it, why then the piecemeal movements towards signing this convention? Maybe as we talk to the AG Kenya, we should not just talk to the AG Kenya. Can we involve the other AGs in the region who have not signed this convention, so that then we can move as one, and then all of us sign it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yugnatis, for that take. I would... Yes, before I cross over to Kampala, William Okech, Wakili, you want to give us a perspective? What do you hear out there? Why have we not done anything?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, now talking from the Kenyan perspective, the constitution that we have, when you look at Articles 5.2, it's so clear that conventions and treaties that are recognized in the international community, the same, if ratified by the country, then they become recognizable. This is a mandate that squarely falls within the ambit, as it has been stated, of the Attorney General. All that there is right now then is for stakeholders to do what I would call lobbying. Lobbying is a very recognized tool, creating awareness, because everywhere, not just in the Kenyan legal context, but everywhere, mediation is gaining deep roots, because it is one way of resolving cases, reducing backlog, and even creating a good business environment. So, of course, there are several layers of this lobbying. It can be by associations such as this, which are the top pillar. It can be by the practitioners themselves, and the auspices of the Law Society of Kenya, the East African Law Society, because Kenya does stand to benefit a lot should this bill be signed and ratified. And of course, there are other parallel initiatives also ongoing, which also creates a good avenue for such forums. We have the mediation bill, the ADR bill, which are in different stages. And when we participate in those processes, then that will be a very good opportunity for us to create that awareness and to push those stakeholders. Of course, context-wise, at times you find that, like right now when the country is just within the throes of a general election, you find that parliamentarians, they go back to their constituencies to campaign. So I think this will be an agenda that will best be tackled, either, just as the patron has said, towards early next year, before the campaigns heat up, or at the very, very, very least, maybe when the new administration comes in. So it is a worthy cause. We do support, and it's just all about lobbying and creating awareness among those decision makers.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that perspective, Wakili. Still confirmation that Harriet is on the line. Harriet, if you're on the line and you can hear me, I just want to know how you ran with this, how Uganda ran with this. We sometimes think we've got the quicker feet, but clearly we didn't on this one. Would you just let me, and the rest of the panelists and everybody else out there, let us know how this has worked for Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
There is a general feeling out there, and somebody's looking at me, and there's a general feeling out there, at least in this country, that lawyers are stifling mediation in the country, and that any time a matter is referred to mediation, lawyers would rather have the matter litigated. I am going to start with Joshua. I know you're not a lawyer, but so I want a perspective of somebody who's not in the legal profession. But that's the general feeling out there, that we would rather have matters litigated than go to mediation. May I have your perspective?
Thank you, Beryl. I think, I just want to agree with that kind of insinuation. Let me use that word. Because if you ask majority of the mediators, of course, majority of those who have trained, they are also non-lawyers, they will tell you that is the perception. Basically, first and foremost, I would attribute it to the fact that this is one of the change. And John Maxwell always says that the only person who will like change is a baby who is going to be changed a diaper. Because really? That is the only person who will be happy with the change. So all of us, the rest of us, if you are told of any change, you will first of all hesitate. And so I believe our society has been used to the litigation process, and that has also become part of our culture. When somebody, does something wrong to you, you tell him the first thing, let's meet in court. And that's the litigation process. So it's a culture. Now, it will be really fallacy if we expect to, remove this culture within an overnight. So I want to pick it where my brother Okech left it, and he said, we need a lot of sensitization, a lot of, mobilization, and this is a process which all stakeholders are supposed to participate. We cannot leave it just to the institutions like MTI, which is training the mediation, or to the government. When you talk of now mobilization, I believe that also there clergy can also come in, because you have got also some kind of disputes which are faith-based, which sometimes cannot really be left to the lawyers. And so if all the non-governmental, non-state actors groups can mobilize themselves and embrace mediation and then speak from their point, from their platform, then the society can embrace this thing, and even the lawyers will fall into place because they are part of the society. So I want to believe strongly that we cannot condemn them just like that, but I believe that we need to give it time to sink and percolate to the ground.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joshua. Jose Amanua, advocate, I'm told you are somewhere online. You're one of the panelists. I was hoping that I would have you here, but I'm told you're online. You represent the Young Bar Association, wherever you are. Are you able to give us a perspective? Jose, are you online? Do you see him? He's online. Could somebody unmute him, perhaps? Remember, this is a hybrid conference, so we are trying to accommodate those who are here physically and anybody who's out there, so that we get a comprehensive participation. Is Jose there? If he's not, then I'll probably ask Honorable Patron to say something, because you're not only passionate about mediation, but you're also a lawyer, so sometimes I don't know how you wear this hat.
Well, if you look at different jurisdictions, if you go to America, UK, Europe, Canada, and Australia, it all started the same way we have done in our country. They invested a lot in educating lawyers in what we call mediation advocacy, so that lawyers would, because most disputes begin in the lawyer's office, most of them, they are taken there. So the best thing they did was to make the lawyers their allies. And to make lawyers allies, first, is to educate them about the process of mediation. Number two, is to educate them on how to represent their clients in a mediation session so that they can earn a living from the process of mediation. And number 3 is to ensure that mediators are trained on how to handle the lawyers, because lawyers have been trained to be gladiators. They come to fight wherever they are for the client's interests. So if a mediator does not know how to handle the lawyers because of their background, you find that there will definitely be a conflict. So mediators are trained on how to overcome obstacles while they are handling a mediation process. And one of the obstacles is our fellow lawyers. When they come and they are not interested or their fees has not been paid, they will always fight to ensure that at least they are taken into account in the settlement of the dispute. So what mediators need to do in the field is to learn just 3 very simple things on how to deal with lawyers. Number 1, give them the opportunity to argue their own cases. It will not affect, there is no harm it will do to the mediation because we are interested in the interests of the parties and their rights. So give them ample opportunity to argue their cases. Number 2, so that they can argue in front of their clients. It gives some kind of relief. There's what we call, there's a terminology we use where parties, they relieve some tension that has come up as a result of the expectations of their clients. Number 2, ask them to interpret some terminology. When you make them allies in the process, they feel important. They feel that they are also adding value to the process of mediation. That way you are making them your allies. Number 3, if you find the lawyer has become totally recalcitrant, then the best thing you can do is to just go with him out into a caucus and try to listen to what is really bothering them. You'll be surprised that the lawyer will tell you that we are settling too fast and my fees are okay? Or they can also tell you, I know I have to show my clients that I'm working so that I can justify my fees. You can also, the lawyer can tell you, it's not me who is difficult, it's my client. Is there any way you can help me manage my client? That way you are making the lawyer feel useful and valuable in the mediation process. So the strategy, I can tell all mediators, is to make the lawyers our allies in the process of mediation. That way, we win them over and we train more lawyers to understand mediation, and then we'll move together towards making this project mediation a success in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patron. I think you make a good point there. When I listened to Orit this morning in her presentation, I felt, initially I thought we were really lagging behind, but then I think once I listened to her presentation, I realized that everybody started where we are at, because I think she said something about they literally used to beg people to come in for mediation, and I guess through that you have to tell them what this is about, and maybe people not trusting the system. I feel like we are kind of there, but from what you all are saying is that there are no shortcuts. We must go through the process to birth this mediation, as an alternative dispute resolution mechanism in its wholeness. But in the fullness of time, we will get there. Ifnalis, I don't know whether you also think that lawyers are a problem. What is your experience? I know you're doing quite a bit in Arusha, promoting ADR. What kind of...
I think what I would like observed by the patron, because now when a lawyer says no, we want to proceed, you ask yourself, is the interest the lawyers or the parties? Because if the interest is for the parties, then you should say if the parties agree to mediation, they should go with it, along with it. But I just want to give an example of one of the mediation we have had at TSCJ. The people who pushed for it were the lawyers themselves. And we very quickly gave them a date, and it took 3 days. They had settled.
Great.
Now, when I met those lawyers later on, they will tell me, imagine we will still be waiting to be heard today. Yes, we will still be so far. Even 2022 will come, will not be heard. Now they have now become like our agents. They have spread that word. Go for mediation, you get your matter settled quickly. In our next session, when we had the scheduling conference, 3 other cases lawyers said they want mediation. And we said, fine, let's do the preliminary mediation, we'll give you a date. So that sort of encouraged them. But maybe we also need to move forward and sensitize the parties themselves. Of course, that is a wide population, generally the whole country, about the benefits, so that it's the parties now who can also be pushing their lawyers know, okay, the matter is in court, but I think if we go this way, we'll conclude this matter quickly. Either way, whether we lose or we win, but we'll have concluded it instead of the matter keeping us in court. So maybe multi-prong approach for them to see the benefit of this might help us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that perspective. Harriet, if you are online, because you are the only person that is on my panel and is outside my jurisdiction, how are lawyers behaving in Kampala towards mediation? Are they stifling the process? Harriet, I hope you're there.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Did Harriet drop off?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Harriet, I want you to tell me how our counterparts are behaving there. I hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Harriet, I hear you.
Okay, thank you. Now, in our Kampala, initially the lawyers were reluctant to be part of mediation, but they appreciated mediation during lockdown and after lockdown. By the time we came out of lockdown, judges were allocating dates that were very few and far in between. So many lawyers and their clients suggested, or they thought, we are better off settling this matter at mediation than staying in court for what seems like for forever. And also because of COVID and the lockdown, we were restricted going to court physically. So many people are not tech savvy or IT savvy. They're like, oh, this is going to be too much work, getting to higher cases via Zoom. So many decided to settle their matters through mediation. So they're embracing mediation.
Thank you very much, Harriet.
The other thing that we have done in Uganda, and which we do at the commercial court where I'm assigned, like Dr. Mangerere said, we take the lawyers aside and impress it upon them the importance of solving matters through mediation. And we also give them the assurance fees are going to be paid. Yes. And when we are being trained in mediation, we are told that this case is the client's case, it's the client we need to listen to. But I have since taken a different approach. I allow the lawyers to argue their cases, even if it is mediation. Then that way, they feel that their fees are justified before their clients. So that is the trick I have applied during my mediations, and I've encouraged my colleagues to do the same. Over to you, Beryl.
Great, Harriet. We learn something new every day. Like I said, there are two participants that I really would have loved to have on this panel, but I probably will ask them those questions in the afternoon because, Kenyan lawyers think they need money. They don't think they're getting money from this mediation process. So, I would understand the incentive is to maybe just have the matter not go through and let's get back to litigation where they can bill under the advocate's remuneration order and yes, leave it at that. So I guess the two officers who I'm looking for, if they're listening somewhere, they probably know Beryl is waiting for them. Because I would like to maybe have them speak to the issue of unifying costs for mediation, especially court-annexed mediation. But having said that, because we don't have all day here today, I just wanted to maybe hear from everybody. Do you all agree that there is need to align mediation skills accreditation and certification training with mediation practices in the East African region. Wakili, I want to start with you.
Certainly so, of course, being that it is a widely accepted fact that mediation is the new kid on the block. It's rising. There are concepts right now, such as cross-border mediation, whereby you have matters coming before you as a mediator involving parties living in different jurisdictions. In the commission where I serve, that is the Media Complaints Commission, mediation is core. Actually, the law that sets us up does require that before you escalate any matter to hearing, you need to bring the parties forward and urge them to settle that matter using mediation. There are matters that have been filed that involve international organizations, and therefore, when you want to address yourself to such matters, then there will be that question of competency, skills, accreditation. So I think it is inherently very important that there has to be minimum standards of who a mediator is, what are the skills of this individual, is there recognition, is this mediator affiliated? Because it is gaining the kind of acceptance such as a professional body, whereby, because where you have a profession and you are a member of that profession, then you ascribe to a minimum code of conduct, some rules and groundwork of how you need to carry out that specific trade, so that those people who maybe benefit from your services or they may be aggrieved from your services, they do have a recourse where maybe they have issues that they want to be addressed. So I think it is inherently very important that those accreditation, those standards, they need to be put in place so that there's a threshold, there's a minimum, so that even the public can have the confidence. If you are a professional mediator, you've been invited even by the government to help resolve an issue, then there'll be that confidence that MTI, for example, this is an internationally accredited body, recognized beyond the borders. So I think going forward, this is something very important. And even in the laws that are being discussed, such as the mediation bill, ADR, I think there ought to be space for such associations to sit in those councils, to sit in those boards, because it will be important to enhance practice and recognition.
Thank you very much, William, for that take. Because, it's interesting. I think even when you listen to retired Justice Joyce Alwatch this morning, one thing that I'm beginning to pick is that there really is need to standardize the accreditation and certification, of mediators. Because I know every organization seems to have a story where you have reports, coming from the village or coming from people who had disputes and had their disputes, before a mediator. And the complaints that, come from out there make you know that there is a problem and there is a gap. So maybe there might be, because I think there's quite a bit of litigation advocacy training in the country, but not much of mediation advocacy. How do you all think we should bridge that gap? Joshua, like I said, you're not a lawyer, but I'd like you to tell me what difficulties or what challenges you kind of find out there in terms of, how people get back to you, the feedback that you get on mediators out there.
Okay, I just want to pick it from that point and say that much as I'm not a lawyer, I'm a professional chartered mediator, but I spearhead most of the activities of mediation on the platform of faith-based This is where we come with the organization called Christian Professional Mediators Association. And one of the aspects, Beryl, I believe that we need to consider for us to fast track the growth of mediation is building trust. Because this is what the society is missing outside there. And I believe that as an organization, let's say Christian Professional Mediators, what we are telling the people that we're dealing with is, the way the panelists have said that if we mishandle you as a professional mediator, you have a recourse. You have a point where you can go back and complain, and your complaints can be addressed. And if there is a need for reparation, then that can be done effectively. So I believe strongly that the society is yet to trust this process because they are yet to understand it first. Also, bearing in mind that they're coming from the backdrop whereby majority of them have been mishandled by the lawyers. So most of them are looking at mediators and seeing just another face of lawyers again in a different dress code. And so as a result of that, they are taking time to trust what you're trying to sell to them is mediation. And so it's going to take time, but I believe this is one of the tough process that we must just be ready to build trust with that one client that you are handling so that he can become now the mouthpiece to sell that process of mediation to the other people that he is going to meet outside there. And I believe that can help us establish mediation very fast so that it can be bought in the society.
Thank you very much. Lawyers, lawyers, lawyers. My key word there is trust. We need to be trusted. We need to be agents of trust, clearly. Patron or Yufnalis, I'd like to hear from you on what do you think about if you agree that there needs to be, more mediation advocacy and how we can achieve that.
We need more of that. And we need to bring everybody under ICMC. We have, like other professions, people get practice certificate to practice. Is that the case here? I know of a number of my friends who tell me they are court and expediators. When I ask them, are you a member of ICMC? They say no. How do we draw the line and how do we loop in everybody so that even before a court appoints you to be a court and ex-mediator or gives you work, then you must show you are in good standing for that particular year and you have a practice certificate. That will bring discipline in the profession. Linked to that is the issue of accreditation and standardization of our trainings. Now, there is the ESC Mutual Recognition Agreement. The lawyers really seem to have pushed that, and that's why if a lawyer is admitted in Uganda, in Rwanda, he can practice here, and vice versa. So we also need to ride into that. Once we have standardized our trainings, even if it is happening in Uganda, in Rwanda, somebody is accredited there, mediator, we know what this person has been trained in. Now, we are the East African Institute. We should be the one running that and have all these people trained in the region, but we know how they've been trained, then we can have that practice. But I also look at this institute as a young institute. The problems you're having now, maybe LSK had it long time ago, and I'm sure with the time we shall surmount them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patron, do you want to add something? Your voice is always very valuable on some of these matters.
The issue about standardizing the training is something that will make or break mediation in this continent. I've always insisted that mediation, as any profession, requires some kind of standards. You can walk in the street and find somebody calling them themselves a CPM, a Certified Professional Mediator. And you look at their curriculum, what they have done is not even worth their certificate. in the first place, that one-day certificate of attendance. But they have been told by the person who trained them that they are certified professional mediators. So we have misused this word CPM a lot. So the issue about standardizing, like now our program which we train has been accredited by the International Mediation Institute. It went through a 2-year rigorous scrutiny for it to be approved for training, and that's why we train all over in Uganda and Tanzania and other places. The program has been approved by the Singapore International Mediation Institute as a registered training program. All this is because we do not want just for somebody to take a seat on a table, draw up a curriculum, and after drawing up a curriculum, allow people to attend that course, and then give people certification as professional mediators. That's why some people have gone ahead to write on their certificate, internationally accredited, and then they keep quiet. You ask them, internationally accredited by who? They can't tell you exactly by who. They simply write internationally accredited and they stop there. So, let's be honest. If we don't produce good quality mediators, we'll bring the concept of mediation into disrepute. Those people who attend mediation before you and they find like what I had a few minutes ago, somebody going to mediation and then the mediator is asking them, now let's begin. Can you start? You are asking the participants to start the process, and you are the person who is supposed to start the process yourself, which means you don't know what you are doing. A person who has gone through that kind of experience, what will they tell others about mediation? So let's not compromise because we want to make quick money. What people did in Nigeria and other places, and I can tell you, credible organizations came together and they formed a coalition just for the purpose of maintaining standards. So we don't need to wait for the government to help us do this. We can do it. There are credible institutions that train different types of mediation. 2 or 3 in the country, I'm sure. These 3 or 4 accredited, credible institutions can form a coalition, just specifically to maintain standards. Let's have a unified curriculum within these 4. Let's know, because some of the international organizations come in with a view to help us, but then the people leading them end up choosing their friends to sit down and prepare a curriculum. There are things we are not supposed to compromise. We don't compromise on curriculum. Let's come up with a curriculum that meets the international standards. Once we have that curriculum that meets the international standards, let us train our mediators to be at the same level as any other mediator you can find in the UK or elsewhere. Then let's have a very tough, strong code of conduct. Let's have a disciplinary committee that deals with all that stuff. If anybody goes against the code of conduct, it's a form of discipline, the form of punishment that they go through. This way, we will improve the quality of the mediators we have in the public, and then later on, we will be respected. International institutions can send in their cases without fearing a mediator from UK or any other place to come and mediate in our country, in our East African countries, when we have people here who are qualified. Now, because we are not organized, we are being organized from outside. We shouldn't do that. We are capable of doing it, and I'm sure we should be proud of ourselves because we have the best brains in professional mediation in this country. I'm saying this because I sit in the International Mediation Institute Appraisal Committee on standards, and we are the people who look and approve institutions who want to train mediation in the world. Why should this thing happen in East Africa when we can still maintain the same standards that we do as we do outside there? So please, let's have a new beginning as mediators and maintain a high quality of mediators in East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patron. Very passionate as usual about standards. Harriet, if you're on the line, if you're still with us, hopefully, I really would like to hear from you on what steps you are taking towards mediation advocacy, if at all, and what challenges you're having with accreditation and certification, what organizations you have, like just how are you handling that? Could you just give us, your perspective in the next few minutes? Thank you. Harriet? Is Harriet still online? Can anybody see her? She's dropped off the call? Okay, it's called, is she online? She's out, okay. Thank you. Being told our time is almost up, but I have just one last question that I would like to put to my panelists. The mediation style in this country, I think as we've heard all morning, is primarily facilitative. That is to say that most mediators attempt to facilitate negotiations between the parties in conflict and encourage them to reach, their own sort of solutions. I don't know about Uganda, but I think it's across borders. Evaluation, is pretty much in other jurisdictions. What would you say, Yufnalis? Do you think that perhaps it's time we stepped up and did more of the evaluative, introduced more of the evaluative process in our mediation practices, more of shuttle diplomacy, or are we just stuck with this one style of facilitative mediation? I leave that open to any of the panelists. Wakili, Yufnalis, I'll start with you.
Thank you. I think we cannot postpone it. I think it's the time. When shall we get there? In fact, this is the right time as we are still a young institute to go that way. Let us not get stuck in facilitation only, so that we also open up different avenues where mediation can take place. Thank you.
Okay. So as long as we get to self-determination by the parties. Patron, you want to say something about that?
Yeah, we do a lot of evaluative mediation without knowing that we are doing it. And therefore, as Professor Dwight Golan said, we should do it like a surgery. When you are sick and you are supposed to receive a surgery, there is no shortcut. You have to do it so that you can save the person's life. Yes. But it should not be a norm, because our mediation is facilitative in nature. We do not want to intrude a lot into people's decision-making process. And therefore, let's only do evaluative mediation when it's very necessary.
Absolutely necessary.
And otherwise, we will keep on our lane of being a purely facilitative process. And for those people who have done advanced mediation, we train you on how to carry out evaluative mediation sparingly. And therefore, even if you are trained as a chartered mediator and you have been trained on how to carry out evaluative mediation, you still need to know that it's not a norm. It's just an exception. We do it sparingly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether we have time. My timekeepers, do I have time to take one or two questions? Do I? Thank you. I see a thumbs up. Thank you very much for that. Any questions in-house before I can go online?
Thank you. My name is Abna Abaga. I work with the government as an information technology practitioner. I am aware that the Kenyan government has come up with guidelines for mediators and mediation, but sorry, I cannot get the year the guidelines were drafted or developed. Now my concern is, Mr. Mangerere, are you aware of these guidelines? And if so, how do you marry them to the mediation practice here? Two, and last one, sure, there is a proliferation of mediation training institutes that have not been standardized. it will be very difficult for us as a country or as a region to point to the international community in a shared vision. What could you advise that we do locally that will mirror the international community standards, which will be very easy for us to anchor ourselves on the globally shared vision on mediation practice?
Thank you very much. Since you have asked me about that question about guidelines in the government, I can tell you I'm not aware. I've not even seen them. So probably they were made from elsewhere. So on the issue about the standards you have talked about, there's no shortcut, and I can tell you. Because, you know, even if you look at West Africa, we had a similar thing. When mediation came there, everybody else was a trainer. There were even trainers with briefcases. They just take you into a classroom, they tell you about stories about what mediation is, and they give you a certificate. And they even make it cheaper than what the other international organizations give. They even use the name of these international organizations as a cover-up to show you that their training is credible. But people who have attended those trainings can come out and give you a testimony that they got nothing. What they can go home with is just a certificate, which they cannot be able to defend. So this went on, but with time, the public came to discover that indeed these are the institutions that give credible training. Because if you have attended a training seriously, and you can even feel it within yourself that I've really undergone a good training and I feel comfortable in what I'm doing. But if you have gone with somebody who doesn't even understand what really mediation is, and they are teaching you, they go to an extent of teaching you, and they give you a certificate, and then they tell you are internationally accredited, you will walk out of that room after getting a cake. You know they are very good. They cut a cake for you. They even bring a choir. The choir sings for you. So you carry your certificate smiling. But you can't even leave the gate before your smile fades away, because then you realize you are empty as you leave that gate. So with time, people have realized, as we are talking, Kenyans are not gullible. They're not stupid. You can take them for a ride for a while. But soon they have discovered what training really means. When you meet with your colleagues who have been properly trained and you have been partially trained and you are still a quack, you feel uncomfortable even discussing a topic with those colleagues because they talk of things that are so strange that you have never heard about. Then you feel yourself out of place. I've seen people who have been trained elsewhere because there are so many small training facilities. They end up coming back and they shed tears in my office because I give them our curriculum. I tell them, if you went through this, I'll give you a certification. They look at that curriculum and they shed tears. They say, I've been taken for a ride. I'm going back to get my money. But the fact is that the person who trained you can't even trace them. Unfortunately, they are gone because what they wanted more from you is your money, not the education. So let's guard that. Trainings, these training facilities, the curriculum we have are available in the internet. Information is available everywhere these days. You need just to Google. Find out this program. Who are the trainers? Is this curriculum, this syllabus certified? Yes. If it is certified by who? By which institution? What is the credibility of that specific institution? So this is not hidden. But there are people who can tell you, well, my training is 18,000 shillings, and the other one is charging 50,000 shillings. You rush with 18,000 shillings because Kenyans like things that are cheap. Once you have been trained, that's when you realize that you are completely empty. Then you end up messing people's lives. You know, mediation is very interesting because once parties have signed the agreement, it can't be appealed, it can't be set aside. So you see how we are messing people's lives by these shortcuts. And unfortunately, most people are encouraging these shortcuts. Institutions that are supposed to get credible training, they look for their friends through deals to come and train. And then you get a trainer who is incompetent, and you end up giving people doing a very shoddy job and producing a battalion of quacks who will mess up mediation in this country. So we need to wake up and smell the coffee. Things have changed and Kenya is at the level of other international institutions. Let us keep our standards very high and weed out these people who are lying to others that they are trainers. Thank you.
So my take, I think, as we almost bring this session to close, are there questions online? There are questions online because what I'm hearing, I think, is every credible training institution, every credible mediation training institution, all of them need to get together because otherwise we will be seen to be, mediators will be seen to be conning the public. What needs to happen, I think, is we need to have credible training institutions get together so that we then standardize, the accreditation process. That way it doesn't really matter if you got trained at, institution A or institution B. I think that's my take this afternoon from this session. Do we have any more? It is almost 10 minutes past 1. Do we still have any more questions or?
There is a contact for.
I see a hand up.
Sorry. There is a comment for Joshua.
Yes.
From George, so you'll get the contact on Christian mediation. That's a personal question.
I think there's somebody's hand up there.
Thank you so much. My name is Francis Asuna. I have undergone through many mediation trainings, but one thing I want to appreciate with the MTI training is that when you go through MTI, because when you now go get accredited by the judiciary, this is a comment I would have made when the judiciary is here, you find a situation whereby once your name is there, sometimes they don't look at, see you as a mediator, matter which you are not trained in, and then you start messing up. But at MTI, you find a situation whereby you have gone through the various facets or the various types of mediation matters, so that you are now capable of doing that. Other trainings find that they have trained you at a very expensive rate, and sometimes more usually you find that you are trained in commercial mediation. But now you cannot be able to handle family and other things. So, the registry will give you a family matter. They will not be so keen in understanding that you are not matter or you are not, or because when you are filling the form of accreditation, sometimes you just tick and you are not trained in that. And you end up messing there, and that is where the problem is. So the interlink between the training and the accreditation and also the practice of giving matters is a problem. So this is something which should be understood so that things are done right. Because if you are given a wrong matter, and sometimes you're just excited because you want the money, it's not right, and you end up messing up.
Thank you very much, Board Member Francis Asuna. I hope you're still going to be here in the afternoon because you may want to ask that questions to the two officers of the judiciary. I really hope they do join us because it's so important to have them because they are our partners. It's important to have them here so that together we work to streamline the process and the practice of mediation in the country. If there are no further questions or comments, is there a comment on that? You want to comment? Okay.
Yeah, I just want to come, Rob, and a point with regard to that comment which has been made. I think much as sometimes we would want to blame judiciary, let's also as mediators carry our own cross. Because when you've gone through the interview and you've been admitted, they give you that opportunity to specify which line. It is your duty. If you tick any box, then let's not blame them. Because if you tick the box that you can do the commercial ones, and you've got no expertise at all with that line, they give you a complex issue with regard to commercial, then you find yourself in the middle of the sea, you cannot blame them. So let us take our responsibility where we are supposed to, not to show or just throw blames left, right, center. Secondly, I want to believe strongly that if you have gone through the exhaustive training, mediation training through MTI, I don't know of any other institution, I know they exist, but if you have gone through that exhaustive training, I'm a strong believer that you can handle almost every issue in those departments. And this can also happen when you are also keen on improving your mediation skills consistently by following also on the other additional trainings that are usually positioned by MTI. If you are also consistent in attending the refresher courses, because there are concepts which are coming up occasionally, and if you just sat on that class, in that class, and left it there once and for all, you have never gone back again for any refresher training, some things have changed. And so it is important that as a professional mediator, be keen to attend the refresher courses. And there are also some kind of special trainings which are focused, for example, in insurance. So all these are important to help you improve on your skills. And so let us not ignore these aspects which can help us shape our practice. Finally, building your credibility is what will give you longevity in the market. As we've been told, we have so many other quack institutions outside there. They can graduate even 10,000 graduates in a year. But give them time, when the rubber meets the road in the marketplace, they drop their certificates and they go back to what they're used to doing, because the market requires those who can be able to remain resilient and keep the long haul.
Thank you very much. He said that finally, so I'll take that as his parting shot. Wakili William, a parting shot. 1 second.
I think for me it will be 3. Let all these institutions and stakeholders collaborate so that we streamline and entrench mediation so that it can be impactful going forward, because it's the new practice, it's provided for. Mediation focuses on the individual, the interests of the individual, unlike legal processes, which focuses on technicality and procedure. So I think let us collaborate, let us streamline so that we be impactful and make a difference.
Thank you very much, Advocate William Otieno Cage. Yupnalis, I'd like your parting shot for this session.
Thank you. I think mediation is here to stay. And as the young people say, it is our thing. So let us nurture it. Thank you.
We'll talk more as the day moves on. I want to thank all those online. I can see there are more than 100, I think. And those ones who are attending physically, almost 30, 40 of them. Thank you very much for taking your time to come over. And we will talk more about mediation. So we will be holding these conferences every year. And that's the only way we can develop mediation in this continent, and more specifically in East Africa. Those in Uganda and other parts of the East African community, welcome and thank you very much. And we join up in the afternoon so that at least we can continue the talk about mediation and how to develop mediation within our jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Harriet online? I just sort of would have given her a minute to give me her parting shot, or did she completely drop out? Harriet, are you there? If no one sees her, she dropped off the call. So to all participants this afternoon or evening, wherever you are in the globe, thank you very much for having attended this session. I was privileged to host it. Thank you very much for just really attending this inaugural ICMC conference. We hope to have many more, and I look forward to interacting with many of you, both here and outside this jurisdiction. So from all of us, it's good afternoon. Thank you.
A professor of the law of Suffolk University in Boston, USA. He has been a visiting professor of several law schools and has led trainings for federal and state courts, the U.S. Justice and State Department, Federal Judicial Center, European Union, and the ADR organizations around the world, MTI and ICMC inclusive. He is a former director of the training for JAMS and a certified mediator of the International Mediation Institute. When I grow up, I want to be like him. Professor Golan has resolved hundreds of legal disputes in a wide variety of subject areas and is the author of the American Bar Association's leading books on commercial mediation technique, mediating legal disputes, and advocacy, something we'll want to hear later on this particular session. Sharing a mediator's powers, as well as other texts that are not listed herein. Professor Golan was formerly a litigator in private practice. He served as chief of the trial division of the Massachusetts. Pardon my S and SH. You will learn that probably coming from the lakeside. That one is also a problem. Attorney General's office. He also worked at the Attorney General's office in Massachusetts, where he directed all litigation filed against the state and tried and argued cases at every level of the American court system, from local juries to the Supreme Court. I hope for the advocates who usually brag, the advocates of the High Court, there's one or two that we learn from Professor Golan. That is appearing both in the subordinate courts and equally at the apex court. So probably you want to introduce yourself differently. Professor, as he has also been told to us, he is the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award of the American College of Civil Mediators. He is also an honorary member of the International Academy of Mediators and a recipient of the American Bar Association Award for Outstanding Scholarship in Dispute Resolution. He is a graduate of the Amherst College and the Harvard School of Law. What a resume, what a CV. Let's just give the good professor a round of applause as he opens up for his advocacy. Africans, I know we do not know how to appreciate. Professor, you can see, the rains have since stopped. Now that we do not know. Let's put our hands together now. We were told the other time we were perpetrating. And your finger first. By the time you're getting tired, I think the rains will be with us. So we'll start with the rains. Let us start. Okay? We're moving. The second finger. The third one. The fourth. Let us get it palmed. One, as Moy will say, one for him, 1, 2, and 3. Professor, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much. In the first session, I gave you some of a survey that I had done of American mediators about how Zoom has affected our practice, what we find useful, what we perhaps don't like quite so much, although in general it's been quite enthusiastic. There have been a couple of other surveys. A survey of litigators, the lawyers who use mediation services, only 6 months into the COVID epidemic, so they'd only had some experience with it. And then also a survey of mediators more recently about what we expect about the future. And so I'd like to share with you what now it must be over 700 mediators have said and what litigators have said about what they expect for the future. It's a future we're all going to have to live with in America, and I suspect also elsewhere. So the question is, what about the future? The answer comes from an entity called the National Association of Distinguished Neutrals. And they asked the question, is the customer always right? And here's what the customer is saying. As of now, a year ago last September, so they have had more experience since then. First thing, would you rate your ability to effectively advocate as a lawyer via Zoom better or worse than in traditional mediation? And here was the answer. Over 2/3 said it's the same. A few said better, a total then of about 72%. And then 28% were saying worse 6 months into the epidemic. If worse, what were the problems? Well, actually, they're not terribly surprising in light of our experience. Harder to read people. I think I mentioned that this morning. I want my client in the same room with me, not on the other side of a screen. And of course, from our mediator's perspective, maybe not having the client in the same room, but it's not a terrible thing because, again, it's harder to control your client, which is good for us. This hallway, the casual contact with other lawyers, I think we mentioned that. Too focused on the software. I think that was a problem in 2020. I don't think it's a problem in 2021. We're all quite used to Zoom by now. Can't talk face-to-face. No grab a cup of tea moment. I like to threaten to leave in mediations. I can't do that online. Actually, I think you can. You can say, I've had enough. We're going to close out this mediation. We're leaving. But that was a worry. What else? What about the mediator's effectiveness? Well, 72% of them said the mediators are just as effective over Zoom as they were in person. 3% say they're better. And then, of course, the same 25% think it's worse. I think that number has probably gone down a good deal over the past year, but still, there it was. Worse? Well, couldn't build a rapport with the clients they were freeing. Participants were less invested because they're working from home and they were spending time on their families and this and that and the other thing, not invested. This sounds like an insurance company saying you couldn't get the claimant to come down on their demand. Mediator was nervous about hitting the wrong button. Again, this is from Pat last year, not this year. Can't talk face-to-face. Again, I'm upset. So those were better for the reaction, but 75% said the mediators were just as good. How would the lawyers feel after only 6 months? How are they feeling about using Zoom in the future for mediations or arbitrations? 60%, 66%, 2/3 said we're likely to do it. 12% jury were still unsure. 22% were unlikely. Again, I think that number has gone down over the past year. So now perhaps it's more like 10 or 15% that would be unlikely. And a large majority would say they'd use Zoom. What percent of the mediations would you like to attend online? That is, what's your preference? And this is only 6 months in. Over half of them said between half and 3/4, 22% said 3/4 or more of my cases I'd like to do online. Then about, 24, there's your 25% again saying, not many of my cases. But look, 6 months in, you've got a large majority saying they want over half their cases online. I think this is the future. These are what the clients wanted 6 months ago, a year ago. They would want it even more now. Why? More convenience, no travel costs, as we said before, less small talk, straight down to business. Adjusters, claims people are more present by video than they were before on the phone. well, this is a pandemic thing right now. I don't want to be in the same room with other people. I can do other work. Don't have to sit around a conference room not knowing what to do. Could go into the evening. Didn't have to anyone leaving for the airport. So all of those seem to be reasons why people are going to continue to do it. And I'm getting more comfortable. And that was 6 months in, not 2 years in. So that seems to be the reality. And I'll just add a few things from a more recent survey of mediators. Let's see if I can find it. I need to stop the share for a moment. I need to make sure I'm not there. Get out of this and see if I can find the, yes. I'm going to get back up again, share screen again. And this is a more recent member survey of the 750 mediators. And what percentage of your cases have been conducted by video? The answer is 90% plus are being conducted by video as of this summer. More interestingly, the question was, what's your settlement rate being? And 78% of them say, we're settling the same percentage of cases. Some are saying better. So now we're up to 88% saying the same or better, and about 11% saying worse. So overwhelmingly, people are content with their ability to get cases resolved in this new format. The positive feedback, cost and time effective, cost and time efficiencies, just as effective. People are more engaged, people are more attentive, faster resolution. The negatives, the ones you'd expect, not enough personal reaction. We still have some technical issues. Participants are less engaged, and so on. What percentage of your cases are still online into next year? Still a large majority online. And are you picking up more clients? Yes, because it's easier to meet people and less travel problems. And now they get into whether they're raising their hourly rates or not, which I don't think are so relevant to us. But the point is, mediation is here to stay. I'm sorry, mediation by Zoom is here to stay. And it will long after the pandemic is over, I think. I think this is irreversible. I don't know if anyone has any comments or questions before we move on to the next issue, which is sharing a mediator's powers, how lawyers advocate, and how maybe mediators can respond. No thoughts? I will go ahead. This topic, a little like my first one of evaluation, is a little bit controversial. That is, there are people who think mediators don't have power. We're entirely facilitative. We simply are there. Except, I think you saw this morning, even facilitated mediators exercising power over the agenda, what people will say, when they will be together, when they will be apart, and many other things. And the lawyers in the United States have become quite used to this, and they really like mediation. They use it voluntarily, and they do it because it works for them. So, how does it work for them? Couple of things. Mediators don't have, of course, power to decide a case or impose a solution, but we have power over the process, managing the agenda, gathering information, transmitting information, influencing parties and lawyers, and I think affecting the outcome in many ways. We have to be careful about how we use that power. That's another question. So the traditional approaches were sort of like a boxing glove or a telephone. The mediator job is to sort of keep the parties from hurting each other, carrying messages back and forth, avoiding confrontations, censoring when people get too angry, and actually disputants used harder, more competitive tactics because they knew they could. As a judge, mediator would listen to both sides, let them bargain into impasse, and then basically say, here's what I think you should do, and everyone would say, oh, okay, now I understand, we'll do it. Those are sort of the traditional approaches. The alternative is to think of it as a hybrid process. It's assisted negotiation. But if you are an advocate, there are things you can do as an advocate to be effective. You can use your same talents and techniques. So the question is, how do you use the process to enhance my ability to negotiate? And I think you need to modify tactics from what you would do in a traditional judicial process. It's, through joint sessions, a unique opportunity to talk directly to the decision maker on the other side. But they are not a judge. They are not neutral. They, of course, believe on their side. So you have to think about how to deal with them. Also, negotiation changes. You now have at least two negotiating partners. You're certainly negotiating with your opponent, but frankly, you are negotiating with a mediator at times about what the mediator will do next. And mediators, you are negotiating with the parties as well as helping them negotiate, because at times they are asking you to do things and you have to decide what you're willing to let them do, what you're willing to do for them, and when you're willing to say, no, I don't think this is the right time. And then, of course, if you have outside decision makers, you have a family member, you have a claims person for an insurance company, you have a CEO who isn't at the mediation, you're negotiating with them too. The good news is that unlike lawyer negotiations where, at least in America, it's done by telephone or Zoom and the clients aren't there, the clients are present. At the same time, they spend most, if not all, of their time in America in separate rooms. So the first thing I think you can do with mediation is you can use it to shape the field, is what I would say, to begin to get mediators to organize things so that the mediation will be successful. So, for example, I had a dispute in which a software engineer had left a company and joined another company far away. The first company said, you are in violation of your contract. You can't compete with us. And they sued her. But the real dispute was within the second company, which would be paying for any settlement or other measures. So the lawyer got me involved, said, okay, you're our mediator. We're happy to have you. And now for our mediation, saying it was partly my mediation, you really need to get the chief lawyer for the defense company there. The defendant company was in California. The lawyer had absolutely no interest in coming and said, look, we're not a party. You're suing the employee. I'm not going to be there. I said to her, you know, you are a key person here. You are going to be making the decisions. I think it's really important you be part of this. This was before Zoom. So she agreed to be on the telephone starting at 6:30 in the morning in California, 9:30 on the East Coast of the US, and to attend every session in person by telephone. And having the presence of her there was absolutely essential to reach an agreement. So it's an example of a lawyer using the mediator to get someone else to the table who would not have been there in a direct negotiation. Or to get information. Insurance companies especially tell me, well, we don't know enough about the case yet. They haven't told us why they have these large medical bills. They haven't explained what their damages are. If we don't know that, we can't get authority to pay them money. Please tell them that. And so I go to the plaintiff and I say, you know, plaintiff, if you want them to show up with a big checkbook, you must give them certain data about the case. That's how companies work. And plaintiffs usually want insurance companies to be there with large checkbooks. And so they're often willing to give me data and let me give it to the other side that they would not turn out themselves. What else? I think good lawyers move issues onto the mediator's radar screen, I'll call it. They get the mediator involved and tell the mediator what they would like the mediator to focus on. Should it be money? Should it be on a repair of the relationship? Is it on some other outside goal? I, as a mediator, don't know, but it could be explained to me, and good lawyers will explain it. And if they do that, they're doing good advocacy, and they're making things better for their clients. So video. I'm going to show you video, and again, I'm going to ask you, would you use these techniques if you're a lawyer, or any of them you think not appropriate to use? And as a mediator, would you refuse to do some of the things these lawyers are asking? And if so, which ones would you say, no, 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 that is not part of what I do, I'm not willing to do it? Here we're going to focus on one case, and only one case. And let me explain to you what it is. That's so I can take you through different parts of the case. It involves a resort. It was opening, it had a theater, it wanted very spectacular effects. So it agreed to buy large lifts for their stage that would lift actors sort of from nowhere up onto the stage. The parties agree in principle to buy the lifts from somebody called Fine Arts Fabricators. The contract is signed in April. The resort is opening in June. Contract says the lifts are due in 12 weeks. 12 weeks from when they agreed in principle would be early June, in time for the opening. 12 weeks from when it was signed would be in July, after the opening began. Actually, the lifts arrived 5 days before the opening, and they were too big. The base of each lift was much larger than the specifications in the contract. The contractor said, well, that's necessary to meet the kind of weight requirement of lifting, the power that you want. But the truth is the lifts didn't fit in the openings in the stage. They couldn't be used as they were. So the plaintiff refuses delivery, cancels the opening week, refunds all the opening tickets, and tones down and simplifies its performances for the first summer. 6 months later, they buy replacement lifts, which have a higher price, a small base that will fit in the stage, but they won't lift as much. And then they sue the defense for almost $2 million. They want their deposit returned. They want the revenue that they had to refund for the first week. They want the extra cost of buying the lifts from a Canadian company. And they say we lost $800,000 on summer revenues, and we lost another $800,000 in bad reputation because our performances weren't as good as they should be. So that's the case. Now, let me show you both a bad first conversation with a lawyer and a good first conversation with a lawyer, and see if you agree with me that there is a significant difference. So here's the first, less effective conversation. Oh, wait a second, I need to know. I want to make sure I have the proper sound.
Hello, this is Linda Singer.
Linda, this is Tony Fahari. How are you today?
Fine, thanks, Mr. Fahari. What can I do for you?
Well, if you've got some time at the end of next month, we need you for a one-day mediation to help us with a dispute that I've got for one of my good clients, Culture Bubble. You've probably heard of them. They're out on the western part of the state.
So the end of next month, Culture Bubble is one party. Can you tell me who the other party is?
Well, the other party is really the defendant. They failed to perform completely in connection with the delivery of some engineering necessary for my client's facility, a high-end amusement and entertainment complex out in the Berkshires. They were supposed to deliver some lifts to us. They failed, totally failed in terms of meeting the specifications. They didn't meet the time and caused enormous damage to, to my client.
Mr. Fahari, excuse me for just a minute. I don't want to interrupt, but my usual practice is to have a conference call with the two lawyers before we get into the merits. I was just trying to figure out this is a contracts case. And
but I just wanted to give you a little bit of a flavor here.
Let me.
Well, you can get a sense. He's just arguing the case as if you were in front of a court. The mediator wants to know the background. He wants to get the case organized, and she's really not asking for him to give her the full-scale argument that he would if he were arguing to a judge. So it's a problem. Now, let me see if I can move to a different. Sorry, this This is taking I can see the computer is going to take me a little more time to get organized because it has been operating for quite some time. So here's a more effective call.
Hello, this is Linda Singer.
Hello, my name is Ann Santos. I'm an attorney from the Boston area, and I represent my client who is in a contract dispute.
Okay, sorry. Want to make sure that everyone can see this, but I think you can.
With one of his business partners, and I was interested in talking to you about a potential mediation.
Can you just tell me very briefly what kind of case this is?
Certainly. My client owns a small business, and he was hired to create specialized lifts to use in a performance. There is a dispute about the quality of the lifts, whether the lifts fit. My client is in a business that he started, and he feels desperate that his reputation is on the line. Certainly there are financial damages. Can you please tell me a little bit about your process in mediation?
I like to get something in writing before the day of the mediation so that I know some of the basics. Generally, those statements are submitted confidentially. What do you think?
Well, actually, both myself and my client would be interested in it not being confidential, in us seeing, we would willingly give over our statement. We could see what the other side was saying. So no one's playing hide the ball, that we know what's on the table.
So here the thing is that many lawyers instinctively do not want the other side to see their papers and to see the other side, have to see the other side what the arguments are. And the mediator is assuming that neither side will see the other. The lawyer actually would prefer that both sides, she wants to see what the other side is saying. She's willing to have the other side see what she has, and she's suggesting a different format, a different way of proceeding. And because she makes the suggestion, the mediator has to think, well, would I be willing to do that?
So I need to see if it's okay with the other party to exchange these in advance of the mediation. That might be helpful. I generally begin with the parties in an opening joint session to allow at least the lawyers to talk to the decision makers on the other side.
I think that sounds great, and in fact, we actually would be interested in having an opening session where the clients can participate.
That's fine with me. I would encourage that.
So again, what's happening is the mediator is assuming it'll be as usual, just the lawyers talking. The lawyer is saying, well, actually, let's have the clients talk too. And the mediator's general attitude is, well, yes, of course, that's fine. Why not? Go back and forth, but the interesting thing to me is a lawyer trying to shape the way the process will happen. And by shaping the way the process will happen, affecting it. Of course, the mediator has to agree to do it, but it is a little bit like being in a restaurant. You can say, I've hired a wonderful chef, and therefore I'll just wait and see what the chef orders, cooks up for me. Or you can say, I'm in a good restaurant, and I would like to order from the menu. I can't tell the chef that he has to cook what I want, but my chances of getting what I want are much higher if I tell the chef what it is I'd like to eat. Same thing here. Lawyers who are active and who make clear what they would like have a better chance of getting it, as long as they are polite, they are friendly, they seem to be trying to promote a useful process that will produce a result. So, goals for the opening session. I think your goals are, you're trying to convince your opponent, and now I'm talking to the lawyers, and think about you as a mediator, how you would handle this. You're willing to compromise, you want a solution, but if you have to, you're willing to litigate, and the other side faces a serious risk and costs if you do. So there's a mixed message here. You have an olive branch and you have a sword, and you have to be careful to let the other side see both of them. you're trying to maybe gather information. Sometimes you're trying to provide information directly to the decision maker on the other side without going through the lawyer. You're trying to influence what we talk about. Will it be money? Will it be something else? And in the end, you want to affect their expectations and understand that they're going to have to compromise to get a settlement. To do that, generally, I find lawyers more effective when they speak in a conversational tone. They're not in court. They're when we directly with each other in a conference room. On Zoom, they're with these tiles. A conversational tone works better than the kind of oratory that you would use in court. And if possible, I do think it's very helpful to get your client to talk, because people pay much more attention to a client than they do to a lawyer. If there are any exhibits, visual aids, you can take an email that is very helpful to your case and you can enlarge it and put it on a foam core board or put it on a PowerPoint so that you can show it. I think that has much more impact. Again, the decision maker on the other side may never have seen this particular item and was seeing it for the first time. The other thing I would suggest is that to minimize animosity, you focus on what a court is likely to find, not try to convince them that you are right about what happened. They will never agree about that, but they may agree that a court might find that it happened. I would try to avoid making accusations, and I'd alert the mediator, if I had to cushion the accusations. Examples. Let me see if I can pull up a video and give you one. I'm going to skip over an ineffective opening session because ineffective. Well, here's a more effective. The ineffective is simply ranting, saying we're right, you're wrong, this is outrageous, you don't have a case, you'll lose in court, and obviously the other side isn't willing to listen. So let me begin to share.
We'd like to thank you for this opportunity to really present the set of circumstances that brings us here today. We're here because we're determined to try to make the mediation work. We intend to approach this in good faith, and we intend to be as reasonable as is possible under the circumstances.
So there is the olive branch of peace.
But with all of that as sort of prologue, we have to begin with an understanding that there's been a breach of contract here. Promises were made, and the promises were to deliver on time and to deliver on spec. And at least from our standpoint, what we saw was a product that didn't get delivered on time and, for whatever reason, was unusable by us. These lifts, which were really an essential part of the whole performance at the facility, were spec'd out, and the time for delivery, that was all understood by everybody. I mean, it's a short season. We knew that if the lifts got there by the 7th of June, they could be installed by the 22nd when opening day was going to occur. Again, for whatever reason, that didn't happen. When the lifts finally arrived, they were completely out of spec. We couldn't fit them into the facility, and so we had to find another manufacturer. And the damages to us, and I think CJ could talk to this, were very significant. So
they were extremely significant. I'd like to underscore the context that Tony has already mentioned because it's so important to us. We communicated extremely clearly that this was our grand opening. This was the big thing, the big show. And if that had gone well as we had hoped, the summer would have been hugely successful. As it was, we were relatively successful, but the reduction in sales we suffered are attributable to this mistake. So the direct consequences We had to order replacement lifts later that cost us more money, significantly more money. The sales during the summer were very problematic. In fact, we had sold tickets to an opera show for $60,000. We had to return all of those tickets. Not only is that a huge financial loss, but it's embarrassing. It's a terrible knock on our reputation.
From the FAF perspective, Mr. Kaplan, Ms. Santos?
Certainly. My client has been involved in FAF for 25 years. In fact, he created the business and is co-founder based on his love of fine arts and the theater. Culture Bubble met with my client and in March started talking about creating these lists for the theater. And the specs weren't quite ready. There was still some talks about finalizing them. It was not until mid-April that the contract was actually signed. My client suggests that that's when the clock should start ticking for the 12-week period.
Mr. Kaplan, would you like to add something at this point?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that, as Ann said, we really try very hard in FAF, and our goal is to make the customer happy. And what bothers me personally, other than my reputation being damaged, is that they return these lifts without even calling us, without talking to us, without giving any opportunity to come in and fix the problem.
So that's the kind of opening session that, oops. Let me stop this. There. These kinds of opening sessions are actually disappearing in the United States because lawyers insist on being strong, abrasive advocates, and people are saying this is not helpful. So while I still have them on the East Coast in Boston, on the Western United States, they do not have opening sessions anymore. And I think that's a loss. And it's partly a loss because the lawyers aren't using them in the ways they could. It's unfortunate, but it's a life we're dealing with. I hope you will not deal with it in Africa, I guess I will say. So most of the time in an American mediation, and in my experience in filming in Nairobi as well, most of the time is spent with the parties separated. And so the question becomes, what are the tactics that lawyers are likely to use in these caucuses, these private meetings? I guess my general suggestion, let me see if I can pull it up again, is the questions are you going to let your client talk, or are you going to keep them in the background? Lawyers tend to want to keep them in the background, I think, unless you have a client who's really very unpleasant and unpresentable, let them talk. The mediator wants to hear from them. Are you going to provide information, or are you going to wait? Are you going to make an offer in the first caucus, or will you just talk about the issues? And I think you have a choice. And then what data can the mediator either gather for me that I would like to get to make a decision, or convey to affect how they make a decision? And I think that's very important. What approach to use? The mediators tend to focus on neutral standards and interests. What do you really want? But the truth is, it's less risky for a lawyer to be difficult and tough and hard in a first caucus meeting because the mediator is there to be the boxing glove, to soften things. The mediator will probably ask for an opening, so I tell lawyers you either need to have a first offer available, ready to make, or an explanation of why you don't. For example, we want to hear more about the facts first. The other thing is, again, the mediator is going to take your offer and present it in the other room. You can either rely on the mediator to make all the decisions about how that will happen, or you can tell the mediator how you would like the mediator to present your offer, what you would like him or her to say. The mediator ultimately will make the decision, but it's again like ordering in a restaurant. Your chances are better of getting the meal you want if you ask for it. Alternatives is to making an offer is asking for information and maybe indicating that you have flexibility, that you're ready to compromise, but you want to know more before you do. I'll say again, I see lawyers using mediators to cushion the impact of a tough bargaining strategy. And sometimes they send a a cooperative private signal and a hard public signal. So they are able to have it two ways. One way with the mediator privately, another way in terms of the signal sent to the other side. And then the question is, well, how will the mediator present it? So let me show you what the plaintiff in the case does. Get it started. Go.
Okay, do you mind if I use personal? Okay. This is a chance for you to tell me what's important to you.
Volume. It's not audible.
First thing to notice is this lawyer is letting his client take the lead. It's hard for lawyers to do that. They want to control their clients. They want to control the presentation just as if they were in court. But actually, the mediator is most interested in hearing from the client, who probably she has not heard from before, than from the lawyer who she has talked to already.
Resolving the monetary side of things, there's some compensation to make up for the problem. The problem is the tax already.
Professor, we can't see the video. We cannot see the video. If it's there, we are only seeing the PowerPoint presentation. We can't see the video.
Well, let's just.
So the executive says, I want a fair result, but I really want to get this resolved. It's important to my business. So talking about interests that we talk about in mediation. Now the lawyer comes in.
However, we tend to be reasonable, and CJ's made that very clear, but we want
Message on chat.
to make sure that you understand the strength of our case. And fair compensation is what we're looking for, but that doesn't mean minimal compensation. Okay, well, in light of our conversation and your frustration that you haven't been able to get anything out of them so far, where do you think we should start today?
Professor, can you hear me? Professor Dwight Golan, can you hear me? The video is not visible. We can't see it. The video. Is there a communication from there? We cannot see the video.
Is our claim for damages, which is 1.88 stop. And do you think that if I go back to them now with the same number that you put in the complaint, that's going to help you to get full compensation so people can get back to work?
Hello, Evelyn.
We're going to start somewhere.
Evelyn.
From our standpoint, we want to start.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Held on. Sorry, I've been warned that you cannot hear the video, and I'm trying to think what the problem is. I think I know what the problem is. Let me see if I can solve this problem. I sometimes, as I start the video, I am not necessarily always remembering that I have to then go back, stop the video, go back into the share, and pick it up. Okay.
Okay.
So let's go to simply the lawyer's talk. And again, I apologize. Let me make sure, yes, the sound is right. So I think I can do it. All right. So now you can hear the lawyer talk, I think.
To be sure that you understand the strengths of our case. And, fair compensation is what we're looking for, but that doesn't mean minimal compensation.
Okay, well, in light of our conversation and your frustration that you haven't been able to get anything out of them so far, where do you think we should start today?
Well, I think we should start right where we are today, which is that you've seen our demand, which is basically, $1,088,000.
Well, I've seen the complaint.
Right.
but I haven't seen a demand in mediation.
Well, I understand, but we've gotten nothing from the other side in terms of any kind of an indication to put anything on the table. And so I guess from our standpoint, our demand is our claim for damages, which is $1.88 million.
And do you think that if I go back to them now with the same number that you put in the complaint, that's going to help you to get fair compensation so CJ can get back to work?
Well, we got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And from our standpoint, we want to start in a place where they know that we mean business and that we're prepared to try this case. That's the message I'd like them to hear through you from us.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Well, this is an example of a lawyer being hard and taking advantage of the fact that he knows the mediator will keep the process going. We have a whole phenomenon in America of what I call the insulting first offer. They make offers which insult the other side, and the other side says they're insulted. The mediator keeps the process going, and there are certain psychological reasons why, as a negotiation strategy, starting with a very extreme offer affects the other side's expectations. So the problem is, of course, in regular negotiations, lawyers do it, and the other side says, well, if that's what you're saying, we don't want to talk, and the negotiation breaks down. In a mediation, the negotiation keeps going because the mediator keeps it going. And this is what I mean when I say the lawyers take advantage of this. It is a big problem. I've just been asked by the American Bar Association to do a presentation at their conference this spring on this topic of insulting first offers and what we mediators should do about the fact that people start in such an unreasonable way. However, it's life, at least life as an American mediator, and I've seen the same thing, and I'm told the same thing in Asia. I don't know about Africa, but I suspect also as well. And it's reality, and it's a tactical choice for lawyers. So now let me talk about why. It's interesting, I just did a survey of how often lawyers use mediation in my city without being asked by the court to do it, and pay for it, and will pay thousands of dollars to hire a mediator to help them settle a case. It turns out that in accident cases, 2 out of every 3 accident cases that are filed in our courts go to mediation. I will decide they would like to pay for mediation. And they do it, I think, because the mediator helps them deal with their client, helps them manage their client, helps them convince the client that a settlement is a good idea and it makes sense to compromise. And the lawyers are able to be the hard warrior and rely on the mediator to be the peacemaker. And so in a way, they're able to be loyal to their clients and still at the same time have the client move in a direction. And often the clients are very upset and emotional, even in a business case. So let me show you in the defense room how the lawyer uses the mediator to deal with her very angry and emotional client. All right. So this is now in the room of the company that is supplying the lifts and has been sued because they haven't they're the wrong size. Now I'm gonna make sure we share screens so that we get it. Okay. Here is, again, just a minute or 2 minutes, 3 minutes out of the meeting on the other side of the case with the defense.
They're portraying themselves as if they're the victims. They want about, $1.9 million from me because they rejected a lift that I had a contractual right to fix. This doesn't make any sense.
1.88 is where they're starting. Question is,
and I'm not even willing to talk about that if that's where they're starting. It's just ridiculous.
Linda, if I could ask you, what do you think? How do you think we should approach this to try to get to a number that is more reasonable? And Phil understands that there's a strong possibility we will have to pay out something.
have to pay something.
1.88 is ridiculous. How would you suggest? What would you do?
Well,
Notice, the lawyer is asking the mediator for advice. When I'm asked for advice, I know the lawyer has a problem with their client and they want me to solve the problem. They want me to come in and be the voice of reason and asking for compromise so that the lawyer doesn't have to tell her client, you know, you really have to compromise if you want to settle this. But she invites the mediator to do it, and the mediator knows exactly what the lawyer is asking for.
My sense is that they're not going to move off the 1.88 until you do something. I don't get any sense that they're stuck there. That's their starting point. And frankly, when they gave it to me, they said they were giving it to me because they hadn't heard anything from you. So they didn't want to move until they did. So I think we have to figure out what initial offer from you makes sense, and preferably make it something that I can explain when I take it into them.
All right. So now the mediator is the one who's saying, you've got to put some money on the table. The lawyer does not have to say it because the mediator is saying it for her.
Okay.
$100,000. I will drop my counterclaim, which I'm claiming for $100,000. If they don't proceed against me, I won't proceed against them.
In this case, the defense reacted to the lawsuit by making its own claim, saying, I was going to make a profit of $100,000 on the contract. I want you to pay me $100,000. So he's now saying, well, I'll drop that claim and nobody will pay anyone anything. That's his first suggestion.
I think they're still going to interpret that as a zero.
I don't know, what do you think?
I think we can go up a little bit. We talked about going up a little bit. But frankly, they're starting at 1.88 is like starting at zero from
I understand
our perspective.
it doesn't. So how are we going to get them to move down from the 1.88?
So
what did they lose in the first days? They said they had to cancel for a few days, do we?
It was a week.
They had to cancel for a week. Do we know what that cost them?
Yeah, what they say is $60,000.
Yeah, well, they're also saying 1.88. Why don't we say 30,000?
And is there any rationale for making the 60 into 30? What explanation can I give?
The explanation is I don't think they had to actually cancel a whole week. You know, and even if they did, let's split it. That's my rationale.
Okay. So first offer at 30.
Yeah,
understanding that there's play.
Yes, but not a lot.
Okay, thank you.
So what's been accomplished here? I think what's accomplished is that the lawyer, without having to argue for compromise and look disloyal to her client's cause, has encouraged the mediator to do the work, to be the advocate for peace and for compromise, to suggest that there needs to be a rationale, to suggest that there needs to be some money actually offered, not simply dropping the counterclaim, the other lawsuit. And so the lawyer is using the mediator. If you want an example of why lawyers like using mediation in the United States, it's because we do their work for them. We do the embarrassing work that is hard for a lawyer to do and still be the hard, loyal, vigorous advocate that they want to be in court. So I guess I would just make the comment, if anyone has a question at any point, feel free to raise your hand, indicate that you have a comment or a question. I'd be happy to stop. I am also happy to continue, but if there are any questions or comments, anything about this that strikes you as, well, I don't know if this would work in Kenya or in Uganda or in Rwanda, or this is interesting and I have a question about it, I would encourage you to either tell me or to tell the organizer in the room, if you are there in person, so that we can talk about it. Okay? That said, let me take you a few hours into the mediation. They're going back and forth and money's being offered. And there's always the possibility, because the defendant has these lifts The lifts won't fit in the original stage, but the defendant is thinking, well, they may be able to use the lifts for something else, and we cannot use the lifts for anything. They're wasted on us. So they think, we'd like to offer the lifts, but they're also thinking, if we offer them, there's something called reactive devaluation, which is the instinctive reaction of one side to devalue anything offered by the other side. Just because they're offering it must be bad. So they try to get the mediator to make the offer instead of them making the offer, knowing it will be received better if the mediator presents it as her idea. Of course, if you as a mediator are being asked to do that, we say carry the water for one side with the other, you have to think about whether the other side will react by thinking that you've become, you've taken sides, you're favoring them. So here is what she does. And she also asks a question about what's happening in the other room, which is a sensitive kind of topic, but she's happy to do it. So let's see what happens. So again, here we are well into the mediation, again meeting with the same defense team.
And we were wondering about how you felt about whether they would be willing to take the original lifts for a new event at Culture Bubble. And the lifts are in great condition, they work.
Never been used.
They're very expensive.
Very big.
They're very big, but Culture Bubble is proposing this big venture. So just curious about feeling out the temperature in the other room to see if that's something they would be interested in.
Phil, do you have any knowledge of what else they're doing that might benefit from a big lift?
I don't know what their other projects are, but you know, they have always said that this was just stage one. I assume that they built the openings a little bit bigger in whatever their next project is. These lifts would then become useful again.
I see. So they build the project basically around the lifts.
Well, they are the ones that gave me the specs in the first place.
Yes, I think that's fair. I'm happy to float the idea. It might help.
Well, do you have have you taken the temperature in the other room? Has CJ was certainly riled up a little bit. And I'm just wondering if she's come off the ledge, if she's starting to think more like a business partner than someone who's been personally attacked.
This is a tough question. The lawyer in this room is asking, is the chief executive on the other side still angry? Has she come off the ledge? She was going to jump off the ledge. Is she willing to talk reasonably about a solution? So what the mediator is being asked is, what is happening in the other room? And you know you are supposed to keep everything confidential. At the same time, you're supposed to promote communication. So it's a little bit of a contradiction. You're keeping everything confidential. You're also promoting communication. And now the lawyer is asking you, what is the emotional temperature of the decision maker in the other room? And this poses ethical problems for a mediator. What can I say? But frankly, it's not unethical for a lawyer to ask the question. So let's see what the mediator says.
Well, she is upset. And she's an artist, and she talks about her vision. She's also a businesswoman. And it may be that if you give her a business incentive for getting this done, which might be the lifts as well as some money, that might help. But I'm willing to try and just ask them hypothetically whether that might be of any interest.
Okay. That sounds good. I think we talked about it, and that would be a good idea.
Okay.
And that would be helpful to us because, you know, if they take our lifts, I guess that sends the signal that there was nothing wrong with them in the first place.
And that would help your reputation. Okay, let me see if there's any interest.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as a mediator, you might think, now what am I going to say in the other room? I'm presenting an idea. They may or may not like the idea. Am I going to say that it was the idea of the defense, which I'm carrying into the room? Am I going to suggest it's my idea, or am I going to leave everything kind of ambiguous? Clearly, it's helpful to the defense if you take it on as your idea, because they will listen to you in a way they would not listen to an offer from the defense. So let me show you just 1 minute of what she does in the other room to solve this problem.
You've been saying a lot today that you think that FAF could have resold the lifts that they made for you. Are they usable?
Oh, sure. They weren't usable for our particular purposes. We had very precise needs, and they were not usable for us, but they're functional lifts. In fact, I think, you know, the way they built them with this enormous base, they could probably hold an elephant. They're very functional.
Well, you did say earlier that you're working on bigger and better projects. Do you have any use for them?
You know, in the future, that's not beyond the realm of possibility. I am going to need lifts of some sort. I don't want that to detract from the damages that we experienced last summer with our grand opening.
But in the present, let's not forget about, you know, the money.
I understand. We're talking about money. What I was trying to figure out, frankly, is whether there's also a bargain to be had here, because I would guess that in the future, if you want the big lifts, they're going to cost a lot more than maybe you could get these traded for.
Right. I think there's a possibility for that. I'd have to think about the constraints of these lifts. You know, with that enormous base, I'd have to figure out how I could use them. But
well, you know a lot more about this than I do. Let's just put that aside for the moment as a possibility, and we'll come back to it if you think it makes sense.
Okay.
So, you might think about whether, if you were a lawyer, the mediator's been helpful to you now in presenting the idea, because she's presented as her idea. She's not presented as it's their idea. And if you're a mediator, you might think about, am I willing to do this? Because this is one of the things that lawyers know mediators can do for them and do it effectively. I guess as a last point, I'd like to return to something we talked about this morning, which is evaluation, because I think this is another big reason that lawyers want and pay for mediators in the United States. Let me show you what this lawyer does. The same lawyer who just said, you know, don't forget about the money. We need money too. He later, while his client is out of the room, talks to the mediator privately about what he wants the mediator to do with his client. And I have these conversations, sometimes by telephone, sometimes by Zoom, sometimes I see people in hallways, sometimes they just send me little hints about what they would like me to do. But they clearly want me to do something to solve a problem they have with their client, which is usually about delivering the news to the client that there are problems with the legal case, which lawyers do not want to talk about. So here is the conversation, and then I'll show you a little bit about what the mediator decides to do. So, asking a mediator to deliver bad news.
So, Eric, while my client's out of the room...
Oh, I should say, I was interested in showing different styles of mediators, so I asked a different mediator to start handling the case for the second half of the gentleman on the right, Eric Van Loon in the dark suit, is a mediator. He has replaced Linda Singer for purposes of teaching.
Maybe we could talk candidly about a problem that I'm having with my client, and that really has to do with the contract itself and the delivery date. I mean, you just heard it, that she feels very strongly about the damages that are associated with the failure to deliver this lift by the 7th. And I just think she's unwilling to sort of face up to the fact that the contract really gave him more time than that. I mean, in terms of the four corners of the contract, that certainly the parties talked about the 7th. Everybody knew when the opening was going to be. Everybody understood that the 7th was really crucial, but A judge might say, yes, but they really had 12 weeks, and the 12 weeks is a lot later in the game than that. So I think what I'm asking is, can you maybe help out here, help me with my client?
Sure, and I'm understanding you to say you have said this to her, but it hasn't really sunk in, and so I can reinforce what you've said, and that may help us with a breakthrough in terms of how we, the perspective on the numbers.
Yeah, I think she just needs to hear, a different voice really say the same thing, or to evaluate it from that standpoint, because, I've told her that, but she lived it, and she knows that everybody knew what the opening date was, that everybody knew that the 7th was an important date, that they said, well, we'll be there a day late, if you will. Everybody kind of thought that they were going to make it as far as that date's concerned. And she sees everything that happened after that date as hard damages. And, maybe you could just go into the contract analysis a little bit more aggressively about the way a judge might look at it.
Okay, I'd be glad to do that when we're back in a caucus with her.
Okay, that'll help out, I think.
So you've just seen what I think is the most useful thing lawyers think a mediator can do for them, which is to tell the client things the lawyer doesn't want to say but that need to be said. And they will, before I show you what he does, I have to tell you that when this happens, the lawyers will sometimes argue with me in the room, saying I'm wrong, when they know I'm right, but they just want to look like vigorous advocates for their client, but at the same time have their client hear a bit of reality. And so my job as a mediator is to deliver the reality in a way that they can hear and will still feel good about me and feel confidence in me, but will avoid the difficulty of their lawyer admitting that there are problems with the case. So I will show you just for a couple of minutes what the mediator does, just so you can see. But I need to get the screen to share first. There.
There was one other part about going into court that I thought it would be helpful for us to discuss. People a lot of times have frustration with the court system because they don't really understand it. And the two things that I worry about for your case, CJ, in terms of how a judge might look at it. We all know exactly what the conversation was that you all had and how they knew June 5th was the opening, needed to be there for the June 22nd opening and what that conversation was. And part of the dilemma is that got reduced into a written document called a contract and signed. And what the contract says is July. And best efforts to do it earlier, but the contract says July.
Let me stop there and just show you what he says at the very end. And this is what the lawyer says who's asked for this.
Well, we ought to talk about that. Appreciate your take on this. And I think we ought to just think about what he's had to say and talk to you about a new number, and we'll get right back to you.
Let me give you a few minutes to caucus. I'll come back and knock on the door in 5 or 10 minutes.
Thank you.
So there we are. The mediator's delivering a message, needs to be delivered. I guess what I would say, if you are a lawyer, is you can be an active consumer, an active shopper, an active participant in mediation. And there are things a mediator can do for you that would be very hard for you to do for yourself. If you're a mediator, now you can provide services and you have capabilities, I call them powers, that lawyers just don't have because they have a different role. And if you can provide those in an ethical and appropriate way, I think you can confer great value to the lawyers. And our experience first in America, I remember 20 years ago teaching in Europe and telling them that, you lawyers, you could really use this, and seeing mediation take off in Europe and now in Asia, I think also in Africa. you will see lawyers increasingly saying, mediators can be very helpful to me in doing my work and keeping my relationship with my client. So with that, I'm going to stop. I thank you for listening, and I'm going to turn it back to the moderator with thanks for letting me speak to you.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. It was a timely one. However, two questions have come from where I sit. I'll make it snappy, noting that the other two presenters are waiting on call. I'll want to welcome Honorable Wanjala and Honorable Kendago, who are already joining us online. But then, Professor, two questions that are coming up from our viewers and also as I was walking around here. One, what is the risk of sharing that power, the mediation power, and eventually, in so doing, you actually make the mediation collapse? What is the risk that is involved if you are to share the mediator's power with the advocates and they eventually defeat mediation? You've stated that in some states, the lawyers or the advocates have been so abrasive to the extent that they actually make the mediation collapse. That is one. Two, there is the aspect where the advocates want to pass certain information through the mediator. And again, depending on the civic education that the clients have, that is the disputants have, it might equally appear that the mediator has taken a side. Where do you strike the balance?
I think the two questions are related. The problems with abrasive lawyers, yes, if we were talking about the power of the moderator, the mediator has to, and you saw it in the first video this morning when James Mangari interrupted the lawyer for the American company when he called the other side incompetent, to suggest that perhaps that was not the best word to use. He was using his power to keep the conversation civil. And mediators in the US have not been so good at doing that, perhaps because they're trying to be so facilitative that they don't intervene. The real problem, I think, is that when lawyers try to borrow the mediator powers, they borrow them, of course, to help their side. And so the immediate question for mediators is, what can I do without stepping over the line, as you say, and looking as if, for example, in Linda Singer presenting the idea that maybe the plaintiff could take some of the payment in terms of these big lifts, the concern is that the plaintiff would think the mediator was now on the side of the defense. And so you have to be careful about how to phrase it. And she phrased it as an idea, not as something, you should do this instead of taking money. And so it does pose problems for the mediator. And I guess that's the second half of, if we had a full day, one might spend time thinking about how does the mediator respond and where are the dangers. I think the big danger is that your strongest power, I often tell people, and I'll stop with this, I always tell people, your biggest power as a mediator is not that you become smarter, more wise, more intelligent. I'm no more intelligent when I'm a mediator. The big change is that people see me as impartial. They see me as trying to help them. And as long as they think I'm trying to help them, and help the other side, but help everybody, they're willing to listen to things they would not listen to from their opponent and consider options that they would not otherwise consider. So that's the key power. And yes, you're right. That's the key danger if you go too far in trying to help out one side and be seen as taking their side. I guess I'll stop there. You've seen a couple of good mediators work that balance in the video I showed you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I will not take so much time. I'll want to invite Beryl, who will also call on the patron, who is has been christened your personal representative over here. So Beryl, kindly just do your do the Madam B thing. Patron.
Professor, thank you very much for that presentation. Insightful, as always. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? I hope you can, because would you unmute yourself? You're muted, I think. You're muted, I think. Could you ask the sound at the back? Prof, I hope you can hear me, because yes, I hope you can hear me now. All right. Mine is to say thank you for that presentation, and because we still have other speakers waiting online, yes, I see you nodding, so kind of means that we're communicating. Hopefully we can thank you when we see you personally with an African handshake, but I have a little gift for you. It is actually branded with the Icmc logo. You will discover what is in there, but because you're not here physically, I'm going to give this. I will trust the patron with your gift. I know James is your friend. There's a bromance thing that goes on between the two of you, so I hope your gift is safe in his hands. So on behalf of Icmc, yes, thank you very much for nodding. I know you can hear me. James will take this gift on your behalf, and hopefully when we meet in Montreal, we can give it to you.
Thank you very much. So, Professor, I'll bring you a gift to Montreal next year, June. We are meeting there, right? Good. Thank you very much, and let's give a clap to Professor for a good job done. And this is your gift, Professor. It's here, waiting for you. It's branded for you. See you in Montreal next year, June. Post-corona.
Thank you very much. And I will check on you when you're carrying that gift, patron. The other gift that I'd like to give out this afternoon is for Orit. I don't think Orit is still online. Will you be the custodian of that gift as well? Oh, my patron. But I was asked to have the chairman. Chairman, please come and accept this gift and hold it in custody and in trust for Orit, who made a presentation earlier this morning, for those of you who remember. Thank you very much. Yes, they can all go to Montreal with all of us. Thank you very much. I guess we can get to the next session. Who is moderating the next session? Patron? Or is it? No. My bad. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the next session, I'm told our presenter is online. Kendago, are you there? Kendago, are you there? Is she there? Was there anybody else online also waiting?
Yeah, she's on.
She's on, eh? Oh, good. Kendago, how are you? Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Sound, please. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Fantastic. There I am. A very good afternoon to all the participants in the Icmc East Africa Regional Mediation Conference. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Kendago is a Deputy Registrar in the High Court of Kenya in charge of the mediation desk. And she's going to talk to us about mediation and COVID-19, the Kenyan judiciary perspective. Let's hear from you, Kendago. The floor is yours. All the participants are now yours. Proceed.
Registrar from Mediation Accreditation Committee, and I think that's why we're having the echo from the background. But we are very happy to join today's conversation, and we congratulate MTI and the organizers of this conference. Such a timely conversation for us to come back to the drawing board and just look at what is it that we are doing as a region, what is it that we are doing as a country, and what are the best practices that we can pick globally in terms of the use and implementation of mediation. I'm happy to share a success story about court-annexed mediation from the Kenya perspective, and with particular conversation around what we have been doing during the post-pandemic period. And my colleague will also join in and share quite a bit in terms of what we are looking at in the legal and policy framework towards the implementation of mediation. The chair and chairman and the mediators who are present, I'm happy to share that the judiciary has prioritized mediation, and I'm sure you have seen this out of the blueprint, that the institution's blueprints, the recent address by the Chief Justice in the State of Administration in the judiciary, the STARGE, which is the social transformation through access to justice, the blueprint by the Chief Justice, and other institutional frameworks that have been put in place towards the use of court-annexed mediation. For the period under review, post-pandemic, we currently have 17 mediation registries that are serving 50 courts, and these 50 courts are truncated into the different levels of courts that we have, stretching through from the Magistrates Court to the High Court to the Employment and Labor Relations Court to the Cadiz Court to the Environment and Land Court, and we also have the tribunals that are also implementing mediation. For implementation, I'm also excited to share that the judiciary has included parameters in the performance measurement and management to include a parameter that is being measured on the use, how the courts are promoting use of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and with an emphasis on court-annexed mediation, especially in the courts where court-annexed mediation has already been rolled out. Post-pandemic, the learning curve about the matters that were being sent to mediation was that there was need for an emphasis on sensitization. There was need to have conversations with our mediators around the uptake of mediation and with a particular inclination on virtual mediation. We were able to conduct several series of trainings with our mediators, and the conversations around then was to be able to pick up from mediators who are able to take up virtual mediation. What are the challenges that come in, or the experiences that the parties have around the use of virtual mediation? And then, of course, the conversation around what support the courts are able to give for those parties who would like to benefit from virtual mediation, but who do not have, perhaps are not able to access the facilities, the gadget or internet that would facilitate them to access virtual mediation. During the period, I think I've already mentioned about the sensitization and generally a shift towards a culture change, because during the period before the pandemic, the mediation sessions were being hosted at the court sessions, and those that were being hosted in the mediators' offices or other amenities where the parties were agreeable to host the mediation sessions from. So post the pandemic, with the introduction of a virtual mediation and the development of the virtual guidelines, it also came in with quite a bit in terms of conversations that were happening during the bring up mentions, which is a case management that has been put up by the judiciary to just ensure that we do not end up with a backlog in mediation, and at the same time to be able to have during those status confirmations feedback from the parties around virtual mediation, be able to get feedback from the mediators in case there's any support that is required for parties that are undergoing the process, and then for us to also have conversations with the advocates generally regarding the facilitation of those the clients attending the virtual mediation, an orientation that we were quite leveraging a lot on the advocates to be able to assist the clients to understand what were the expectations when they logged in for virtual mediation. The conversations are practice directions which force and reflecting, having the guidelines reflect the expectations, and in this particular context, conversation around confidentiality, so that we have our parties understand that even then as they were undergoing virtual mediation, are still bound by the practice directions and the requirements around confidentiality. Again, to be able to pick up conversations on parties understanding what would happen should they wish that they have personal representatives or they have persons of choice whom they'd like to attend the mediation sessions. Apart from the training, of course, for the external, there was also quite a bit in terms of training for us, for the internal stakeholders. I'd mentioned a bit about the setting up of help desks, ICT help desks that would facilitate those who are not able to access facilities for virtual mediation. Again, to be able to have an orientation with the mediation registries, for them to be able to understand what kind of support they would be having or what kind of support they would be giving, while at the same time maintaining the confidentiality clause with particular reference to where the mediator, the advocates, or the parties, the mediators had requested the court to set up the links for the virtual mediation. Among the issues that also came up during this time was that there was need for quite a lot of engagement and partnership with strategic partners to be able to pick up the conversations. So we intensified the conversations that we were having with the bar and bench committees, which is between the advocates and the judiciary in the court stations that are implementing mediation. But among the very key policy direction that was also taken during this period was the creation of committees that now involve the advocates, which is the bar, the bench, being the judiciary, and the mediators. So these committees were very strategic, especially at looking at what were the interventions that were required this period for us to be able to achieve a buy-in, not just in the use of mediation, but again to be able to keep up or improve the settlement rate of the matters that were undergoing mediation during this period. Another success story during this period was also that there was a shift from the mandatory screening process where we would pick up the files that were at the registry and send them to mediation, and that while that still went on, we had quite a bit or an increase for mediations that were coming in out of requests by the parties themselves. And this would like to really attribute also the success, that the increase of the settlement rate to the fact that we were having parties who are willing and were choosing to go to court annexed mediation as opposed to the mandatory screening and referral process that happened before that. We're also happy to share that there was a decline in the non-compliance rate from 11% to 6%, and quite a bit credit that we give and the case management.
Something important I picked from our discussion is where before the matter even goes for screening, the parties themselves are saying we want to go for mediation. That means like the parties have realized the importance of mediation. Why wait for screening? The screening might as well say this matter goes for trial. Yet the parties are saying, no, as we want to go for the mediation. Now there was Wanjala also who was with her to present. Don't know what is happening. I think they were together. Has somebody spoken to her? Is she back? Wanjala? Just a minute, can you unmute?
I've unmuted.
Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Sorry, we lost Kenda go in between.
I'm not on mute.
Now we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, so my colleague dropped out. She's trying to reconnect. Maybe I can just pick up from where she had left.
Yes, please.
My name is Moses Wanjala. I'm a registrar with the Mediation Accreditation Committee. And for those who are joining, who are hearing this for the first time, we have been running mediation in the judiciary for the past close to 6 years now, since 2015. And the way we do it in the Kenyan judiciary, there are 2 steps involved. The first one is the accreditation of mediators for use in the court annexed mediation program. And then the other one is the running of the program itself in terms of screening of files, referral to mediation, and the entire mediation process. So when we were hit by COVID, it affected the way we do things in court annexed mediation, both in the running of the program and in the accreditation of mediators at the committee. My colleague had told you briefly about the steps that we did to intervene in the situation and the outcomes and the success stories that you are able to get. Basically, there were four or five main areas that required urgent address, because when in-person meetings were cancelled, you couldn't get parties to sit together to do a mediation, so we had to invent some ways to address it. And one of the main areas that was a challenge to us is the legal framework, because we didn't have any legal framework that will support virtual mediations or even the accreditation of mediators virtually. So as a result of that, we had to see what could work for us. As a judiciary in general, there were practice directions on virtual court proceedings that were gazetted by the Chief Justice. So those were to cover court proceedings in the entire judiciary, and some aspects of it were also affecting mediation as a process. But within the same period, again, we worked on guidelines for virtual mediations that my colleague has talked about. And the guidelines are the ones we are using right now to conduct the virtual mediations that we have done so far. The other thing that we decided we will do is to include the aspect of virtual mediations in our rules. We had practice directions, and we have been working on draft court annexed mediation rules. By that time, we didn't have any section on virtual proceedings or virtual mediations, but we had to go back to it, to the draft that we had, and we have now included. We actually made it to provide for both, so that if we are talking about mediation, it doesn't matter whether we are doing it physically or on the virtual platform. So the rules, once gazetted, will take care of that loophole that we had on the legal framework to support it. But in the meantime, we have guidelines that have helped us to do the virtual mediations that we have been able to do so far. The second area where there was a great challenge is on the creation of the respective capacities of the stakeholders and the players in this. And the stakeholders, the players include the advocates, the court, and the parties. For the court, I can proudly say probably we've taken some positive steps in building our ICT capacity in terms of internet connectivity, the gadgets that we use, and even some trainings. But the biggest challenge, of course, some law firms had already invested in it. Some are still doing that. Some are still struggling. But the biggest challenge is, of course, on the parties, and it remains a big challenge today. So that if the court is ready, the advocate is ready, but the parties are not ready in terms of capacity, then it will affect the virtual mediation that you may intend to undertake. And that affected also our accreditation, because the list of mediators that we have right now, the database going to 1,000, we receive physical applications, we review them physically. If there are interviews, we conduct physical interviews. But then it meant that there was need to introduce a virtual platform or online platform where those applications will be processed. I can just say there were some applications that we had received from end of 2019, 2020, and they were pending for quite some time. We had already reviewed them internally as a committee, and we wanted to conduct interviews. But the parties, most of the parties were not ready or willing to do a virtual interview. So we had to wait. I think the list went to around 200, and it was not until October this year, October and November and September, that we cleared that backlog by way of physical interviews. But we are thinking how that capacity can be built so that even the area of accreditation, you can file your application online, it can be reviewed online. If there's need for an interview, it's done virtually, and you get your accreditation virtually. So the judiciary set up ICT help desks to help parties build their capacity on virtual proceedings or mediations. But again, that is still something that needs to be relooked at, because actually a majority of the Kenyans do not have that capacity to participate in virtual mediations. Now, the third one that I'll talk about is training. There was need for training that was biased in favor of how to conduct virtual mediations. I know the trainers in the room can agree with me that most of our trainings were really geared towards you conducting physical mediations. So it got us on the wrong footing that we need our trainer to look at that and ensure that the mediators that they give out for accreditation have the capacity and competence to do virtual mediations and do it properly. So it is from the way we understand it, virtual mediation has two aspects that you need to be competent on. The first one is how to use the gadgets, the internet to connect, to use the various software that are required. But then the other area that is very critical is how to apply the basic principles that govern mediation the way it would be in a physical mediation. So rules of confidentiality, whether to record, whether not to record, who to admit, what happens if a party's call drops out, can I unmute a party who is speaking and is unruly, how will they take it if I mute them, and so on and so forth. I think that is an area that really requires critical relook at, because our mediators need to know that a virtual platform must meet the same requirements as a physical room in mediation. And the last one is acceptability of a virtual platform as a mediation room. I think for most of our people in this country, I can say, well, although there is no survey that has been done that I can point to, but what I know is that they are still not so comfortable, and it may need some culture change, some reorientation, some authorization, so on, that a virtual platform is a platform like any other. So if I and some people believe that if you sit with your disputant in the same room, and that's how you will be able to speak to the issues that affect you and agree on. But if someone joins online, we think that they were not serious, they were too far away, and whatever they were speaking was not, they didn't mean it. So we still have a long way to go. It might be easier on training institutions to build that capacity, on MAC to put measures in place to receive online applications and review them and conduct virtual interviews, for judiciary to instill capacity, to put capacity in place for the mediators and the other participants. There is still so much that requires to be done on the side of the parties. So I think that's what I wanted to say. I don't know whether Mheshimiwa, you have logged back in.
Thank you, Onjala.
Okay.
Just while you are still there, there's some question from some of the participants online. There is a participant who is online called Paul Kita. He is asking, what are the disadvantages of online mediation? Disadvantages of online mediation. Onjala? I think that's one of the disadvantages. Onjala?
The advantages.
Advantages.
So have I been, no, I can see my microphone is on. Can I be heard?
We can hear you, just proceed. Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, you ask about the advantages of online mediation.
Disadvantages. Disadvantages. The negative side, disadvantages.
Okay, sorry. So just like virtual court proceedings, it's a bit tricky to, as a mediator, to control what, to know what really is going on. One of the challenges we've been having is that, if, for example, you are doing a hearing, and you didn't want certain parties to be present, you'll just tell them to clear the court and you can see them walk out. But if someone is joining from the other end and you didn't want some people to be in, and they are seated somewhere in a certain corner, it might be difficult for you to know. So the advantage is that there is a possibility of people sitting in the mediation that you didn't know, or you didn't want them to be present, or the parties didn't want them to be present. Number two, a mediator, a party who does not want to engage can frustrate the technology just to run away. So if I participate and I reach a point where I don't want, I'll just log out. Or I'll pretend that I'm having internet issues and that is it. But if we are there in the same room and we have agreed on the rules of engagement and so on, at least as a mediator, it will be easy for you to talk to the parties to see whether they can, to urge them to see whether the process can proceed. But if I'm joined virtually, I can just decide to leave the meeting and that is it. Number three, if you don't have mechanisms in place for signature for signing of the agreement, immediately you are done. If you are hoping that after the mediation you will wait, you will now prepare a document and then send to them to sign, or wait for them to come and sign. And then the intervening period, they may go back on what they had agreed. For a physical mediation, once you are done, you have both of them in the room and they can sign. So that is also, I think, an advantage on the physical mediation, but a disadvantage on the side of the virtual mediation. Now, again, you wouldn't really have for me, I think it takes away some of your capacity to understand and control the environment that the mediation is taking place, because if someone is recording the proceedings as a gadget, a separate gadget recording the proceedings from the other end, you might not know. If the system is hacked in between, and someone records it and you get it aired as elsewhere, you see you don't really have that control of the confidentiality that you may ordinarily have if it is in a physical mediation session. Of course, if the internet is not stable, it keeps on breaking. It breaks the flow of the conversation. Because you can imagine, so you are just about to agree on a certain point and someone drops out. They take a lot of time to join again, and you lose the thought process, you go back on it again, and so on and so forth. So those are just some of the challenges that they're actually procedural. They're actually procedural.
Thank you very much for those clear, concise disadvantages. There's a question from one participant, Beryl.
Honorable Wanjala, good afternoon to you. We would have loved to have you in the plenary, discussion that we had earlier today. It really would have been nice to have you because you would have thrown a lot of light on some of the issues that we had this morning. But I just wanted to ask, the advocate's remuneration order really does not take care of payment of legal fees for mediators per se. And, we were laughing at lawyers in the morning and saying how, in a way, the general feeling out there is that lawyers stifle the mediation process. But I'm asking this from the perspective of, I don't know how much people are paid for briefs now, but I know there was some time when it was just 20,000, Kenya shillings per brief. My question really is there a guideline towards unifying costs, for arbitration briefs, for mediation? Is this something that you're working on? Because maybe it would help. Just try to, so that we are all on the same page. Is this something that the judiciary is looking at? Thank you. Honorable Angela, did you hear me? Or I just... Technology, these things that we are talking about, did you hear me? Honorable Angela? Is he muted or is it volume from the back? Oh, he says I repeat. Honorable Wanjala, did you ask that I repeat the question?
So the advocacy that we have currently does not have specific provisions for remuneration of advocates representing parties at a mediation. So we don't have specific items that will indicate to them or to a taxing officer that this is what you should charge for doing this or for doing that. But that does not preclude an advocate from participating in a mediation to represent a party and to proceed and charge fees. Essentially, what happens is that by the time the case gets to mediation, it will already have been filed in the registry in the normal manner. And an advocate will already have agreed with the client on the issues of instruction fees and other fees. Now, when you attend in a mediation session, It's like you are attending court for, you charge, you can charge for attendances the way you normally charge in court. And that's what we think the advocate should be using for now. But there is there is an effort to have that ARO reviewed, to have specific provisions, items on how to charge during a mediation session. I know the Chief Justice had put in place a team that was looking at a scale of fees for the advocates that appear before the small claims court. That will be separate from the normal ARO that we have. We do not wish that one for mediation should be separate, but what we are thinking is to have it amended so that it has specific provisions for representing a party during the mediation proceedings. So it's not like you will charge instruction fees afresh if you had already charged the party when the case was still before the judge or the judicial officer. You don't now open a new file and charge instruction fees afresh for mediation. You continue from where you had left. That's what we expect the advocates to be doing.
Okay, there's another question from an online participant who is saying, due to the backlog, it seems there was no time to give orientation to the newly admitted court mediators on a court annexed mediation. Now, can you advise what if a solution is being done about that? Anjala?
From our end on continuous induction of our mediators. That was our intention from day one, that mediators will be inducted as often as possible, because their training probably did not include any aspects on court annexed mediation. And court annexed mediation, as it is, has its own unique attributes that you might not find them in the normal mediation that you do out there. So for all the mediators we accredit, and for those who are here, don't assume that you are trained in mediation and you just walk into court annexed mediation and do it well. You might be frustrated and give up, because you need to know the processes of how it works. Now, due to COVID-19, it was tricky for us to continue with the inductions, but we are planning. We have been having online sessions with mediators regionally, especially those that joined in, that were accredited and had not benefited from the induction sessions. We normally have regional sessions with the mediators. For example, we have had a session with mediators in Nyeri, or mediators in Kakamega, or mediators in Kisumu. But if you join in, you will ask questions, we will interact with you, but they will be general questions, and they might involve other issues that are not necessarily linked to induction. But there are a set of documents that with the help of a consultant we prepared, and we believe those documents will really assist us if we implement them to ensure that everyone is brought to the same level before they are given their first case. One of them are guidelines on mentorship, so that even if you have not had the privilege of being inducted, that you are accredited and assigned to a mentor who has already undertaken several court annexed mediations, and that able to induct you into the process so that you don't mess. In the interviews that we did in September and October, out of all those that were successful, around 90% of them were placed on mentorship, because we do not believe right now that you can, the people who are being trained currently, that you can just get to it and do it the right way. So mentorship will really assist, so that even if you've not had the induction, at least you'll have the opportunity to be walked through the process before you can now have the eligibility to be given the first case. But inductions, we recognize, are a very critical aspect of it. And we also encourage the training institutions. We normally tell them to have a session on quarter-next mediation. However, at least 30 minutes or 1 hour, you slot in, and we are always available, so that they get to know that this is how quarter-next mediation works, and when they come, they will not be they will not be out of place. So we are planning for some sessions next year, virtually mostly, with the regions. We can't do it for the whole team of almost 1,000 or so, but we will be doing them regional, so that you can get to understand what goes on in quarter-next mediation. But the area that they will really benefit is the one on mentorship.
Thank you, Angela. Anybody else with a question, comment, advice? Thank you very much, Angela and Kendagor. Next time we hope to have you physically with us. I think it has been very useful to hear from you.
It will end a bit early, so that we drive back, probably even yesterday, but it has dragged on. So I heard there was a session that you really needed our presence, but our apologies. We hope we can be able to address your questions every time. But thank you for the invitation as well.
Thank you. May I hand back the mic to our overall coordinator?
Thank you for that moderation. We are almost winding down, and we now would like to ask our chairman, most graciously, to probably give us a few minutes to hear what is the way forward. We must have a call to action. We've gathered, we have raised issues, we are decision makers, we are leaders. Thank you. So we want to do a way forward. A way forward is what is the call to action. Issues were raised, the plenary lists some issues. So we document them, and then we agree where do we go from here. The people who are operating the virtual platform, please just read out a name of somebody or anyone who has a comment written or a hand raised, so that they can be integrated on the way forward. Could I just ask anyone in the room if somebody has a way forward? And you just give it brief, eh? You know, as we say, I was blind, now I can see. That's the way we want to do it, so that we can redeem on time. Do you have anyone in the floor who has a way forward? Do you have anyone online? Yes, who is online?
So we have Caroline Kendago.
Yeah.
She provided information on emails for inquiries. There are emails for inquiries on court annex mediation.
So can we give her a few minutes? Like 5 minutes? Is she on?
No, she sent a chat message.
She sent a chat message. So how do you read it out? Do you screenshot it? Can you project it? As we wait for that, anyone else? Anyone else on the platform? Else in the room? You know the cake has come, so our minds have shifted, are likely to shift. Do we have? Just enlarge it so that we can read it out. You can blow it out? You can't, eh? No, it's difficult to read. That's what I've been asking them to do. Can you read from the back, please?
Okay, so there is a question that's coming from Paul Kita again, and he's asking, what is the minimum session one on mentorship supposed to undergo? I'll take that again. What is the minimum session one on mentorship supposed to undergo? I'm not sure it's very clear.
No, it is clear.
All right.
Pretton will
Thank
answer
you.
that. Any other question? We can take more than one question so that we redeem time, please. Husband, please read for us.
Oh, Jasmine.
We have two people with the questions. They have raised up their hands. We have Rogers Lucano.
Please remove your mask. It's difficult to hear. Yes.
We have Rogers Lucano with a question. Allow him to talk, please.
Yes. Could you get Rogers on and you'll raise the volume on that side, please?
We also have Honorable Kendagor. And as we are waiting for them, there is a question on the floor by Asuna.
You need to raise the sound from the back.
Honorable Angela, and the question was, we have members who are members.
Yes, you are. We got them. One is whether the members that sit on MAC are actually trained mediators. And secondly is a question on regulations. I would like Wanjala, Honorable Wanjala or Kendago to please respond to that. Unmute them and let them respond.
On at least a 40-hour training. There are those that had already trained before they were appointed to the committee. There are those that have undergone training during their service on the committee. So they don't practice probably under the Quota Annexed Mediation Program, but they are trained mediators and they understand what mediation is. On the number of sessions for mentorship, I said we have developed a set of 4 documents with the help of a consultant, which were completed and adopted by the committee. I think it was in September. And we are working on implementable versions, and we'll be rolling them out in the course of next year. Those mentorship guidelines indicate to us how many hours, how many sessions you should be with your mentor, how many of those sessions will you be observing, how many of those sessions you can co-mediate, and the reports that will be required to be filed by your mentor before we can consider for your full accreditation. So what we are doing now, because we didn't have these guidelines in place, we were referring those applicants for mentorship, and we will base so much on how much the report, on how the report is, the report that we get from the mentor. Ordinarily, we look at 3, 4, 5 sessions or more of at least co-mediating, not just observing. But some of them take more, because for observation, you can observe in several sessions, but you need to reach a point where you can participate in the mediation, either through co-mediation or even mediating on your own, before we can say that you are in a position to do on your own. But the guidelines on mentorship, once we get an implementable version early next year, we will share with those affected, so that you can know what will be required of you when you are referred to the mentorship program. On accreditation of institutions, we developed 2 documents. Among those 4, there is a training manual and a training curriculum for mediators. Now, the training curriculum doesn't mean that we intend to start training now. It is the minimum that we expect the training institutions to at least have. So if you are saying that for us to continue engaging with you, we will require, for example, that if you have a class of 25 people, it must have 1 lead trainer and 2 assisting trainers, for example, that you must have at least in your trainings, it must have at least a minimum of these hours for role plays and so on. So that when we engage with the training institutions, we are looking at what they already have and what they are doing and what they are intending to do, so that they can improve on their training, on their trainings, and reach a point where then the training aspect will not be an issue. But as of now, what we have been doing is that we deal with the applications as they come. So we have not had a formal engagement with the training institutions. We might not go to a level of accrediting them, because we don't have that legal mandate to accredit or to accredit training institutions. But we recommend the Act. The Act gives power to the Mediation Accreditation Committee to recommend appropriate training criteria for mediators. So for us, we develop a criteria, we share with the trainers, we engage with them, and probably after the engagement, some of them probably will need more time to put measures in place and so on. And that is how eventually we will end up with those ones that are complying. Those ones that will not be able to comply, unfortunately, then we'll reach a point where we can't accredit your trainees, because you have failed to meet these standards. So essentially, it's not like we will have accredited you, because accrediting you would mean that the people you train must then get automatic accreditation by us. We believe in what you do. But what we will do is we will accredit standards, and we will use the training.
Angela, are you there? Are you there or you are gone? Hello? Is he there? Is he in the system? Technical. Yeah. So there's no need why I should ask him that. There's a question I wanted to ask him on mentorship, but because he's not there, probably then I'll need to meet him personally and ask him about it, because I wanted to ask if the consultant who was given an opportunity to draft that mentorship criteria, whether he had to consult, whether he based it on an existing criteria or he borrowed it from jurisdictions, and whether those jurisdictions have the same system the way we have in our training, because training is not the same. We have customized the training to meet our own cultural needs. And the other thing I really wanted him to answer is on whether those ones who have existing mentorship programs have they looked at those existing mentorship programs? Are they going to approve mentorship programs based on that criteria? And what if that criteria is an inferior criteria for the purpose of ensuring that people who qualify are fit for that? Then the other thing I was asking about this accreditation, are they accrediting only for quote annex mediators or also for private mediators? Where does it, to what extent does it extend? So those are some of the issues I wanted him to elaborate on, but because he's not there, probably they'll meet him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu, as always. Do we have any other question? Do we have anyone online? So I think what we'll do, we'll take the points, and there will be our action points to follow up, because we've been given 2 email addresses by Honorable Kendago, where we can write and ask questions, seeking responses, so that from here we have something to follow through. So by the time we have the next conference or in between, we are able to say this is what was asked. Yeah. Okay, fine. So there are questions for her. Mwalimu can now ask. Could you put her on?
So I can see Honorable Kendawar and Honorable Wanjala are both there. Yes, yes we can. Yes, we can. So can we ask our questions? And probably will come directly to Honorable Kendawar and Honorable Wanjala. So the question, okay, so my questions were on issues to do with mentorship. Honorable Wanjala has just told us that there's a consultant who worked on mentorship guidelines, and they may go back to operations next year. What I was asking is that did that document that is going to that's going to be published as guidelines, has it been shared with the people who are practicing mediators, and their comments allowed? Have you taken into account that there are existing mentorship programs that we have in the country that have already been approved and meet international standards? Or do you want probably to say those are minimum standards? Then, on the issue about curriculums, is that curriculum going to guide quote annex mediators, or is it going to affect private mediators? Are all these guidelines that we have come up with affecting only quote annex mediators or private mediators or mediators generally? Those are issues. So I've asked 2 questions there on the issue to do with mentorship and also on training curriculums. I'm asking that because I also see it as a person in charge of program appraisals for the International Mediation Institute, and I do it worldwide. And we have existing programs right now, and it's good that Honorable Wanjala said those are minimum guidelines. But on the issue of mentorship, we have not seen the document, but I'm still asking, will it affect the existing mentorship programs that are already in existence? And lastly, another question, are mentors supposed to be trained mentors, or anybody who has been practicing can be a mentor? Because mentorship is a skill. You cannot just mentor a person by person sitting next to you or a person learning something from you. Mentorship is a skill. What about online mentorship? Because other institutions are doing online mentorship. Are you going to recognize online mentorship also? Those are 3 questions. Thank you. I think it's good you give them the opportunity, unmute them.
Thank you very much, Mediator Magerere. We're requesting if you could unmute the mic for Honorable Anjala so he can take up the questions on the issue of mentorship and the issue of the curriculum.
So, thank you for the questions, Mr. Magerere. They are very good questions for the program. Now, the Mediation Accreditation Committee made these documents for its use. It did not make these documents for application by some other national entity somewhere, but for the sake of the Mediation Accreditation Committee. So, if there are complaints about training institutions, about how they are training or not, the committee wanted to have sort of a guideline on its mediator in this country, and you want to be accredited by the Mediation Accreditation Committee, then we will have to look at the institution that trained you. And then we will see whether that institution meets our basic minimum guidelines that we have adopted. So it will not affect the mediators who are practicing out there and who do not intend to be accredited by MAC. But if you intend to be accredited by MAC and you are trained by an institution, then MAC will want to know whether that institution is meeting the minimum standards that the committee wants or it does not. It is true, and that is a good point, that mentors need not only to be trained, but under the guidelines that we have developed, there is a criteria on how the mentors will be identified. That is under the program, the Quota Next Mediation program. So there is a whole guide on how the mentor will be identified, how they will be linked with the mentee, how long the duration will take, what kind of reports we'll expect, and so on. And of course, for you to be identified as a mentor, then you will need to meet that criteria. Are you trained? How many mediations have you done? And so on and so forth, so that you don't just pick anyone and assume that they will do mentorship. Number 3, that does not supplant or take away mentorship from any other area, because judiciary does not have, most employers don't employ people to just mentor them. We were expecting our mediators to be working on the cases and assisting parties to resolve disputes. We are only coming in so that we build capacity and ensure that the young mediators have someone who can hold their hand, especially if they can't get that mentorship elsewhere. But if an institution is already running a mentorship program and a person submits to us evidence or documentation to show that they, apart from the training, they have been mentored, and the committee acknowledges that mentorship, then you are accredited. We won't require you to again go over the same process again. And I don't think we even have the capacity to mentor everyone. We would rather leave that to some institutions that may do that. So we are not ruling out mentorship that other institutions have put in place. After all, we can't accept that you can train someone that you accredit and then say that you can't mentor that person. So part of the engagement will be, even on mentorship, if an institution has put in place a good mentorship program that the committee is comfortable with, then you will only need the documentation to confirm that a person went through that mentorship. The documents were developed by a consultant, and she did a public participation. The documents will not be implemented until they are sent to the institutions. So we can't. We will. I told you we are preparing sort of an abridged version, an implementable version. And the first thing is for the training institutions will be to share the documents with them, and then arrange for a workshop with them, so that we can get their views and the ideas on how well the document can be implemented. And then we can from there agree on how to proceed, because you agree with me that there are so many training institutions on board that are not doing the right thing, and members of the public have been complaining. So if at that workshop it is agreed that this is what we intend to be doing, and we can give ourselves 3 months to comply, then that is what we will apply. So it's not like what they call it, like something that is one-sided. It is an engagement, because we also need those training institutions to be there, because they are the ones that train the mediators that we accredit. And we also are alive to the peculiar needs of those institutions, where the environment that they operate in. But similarly, we are also concerned about the quality of training. Today in our discussion, we had someone say that because she's a staff at our registry, a mediator comes in and she asks him whether he did some caucus, and he does not understand what caucus is. This is someone who's telling you that they have gone through the training. So you see, if we don't at one point wake up and fix that, then you will ruin the program by not having good training practices. Online mentorship, yes, why not? In fact, we said one of the challenges we've had during COVID is that it's not possible to have everything done physically. So if it is online mentorship, and this is an area that we can explore, get views and agree on what needs to be done, what needs to be filed and how, then it's not something that we can rule out, and especially on mentorship. Now this one, the issue of mentorship will tie in with the CPD guidelines. That's the fourth document, the training manual, the training curriculum, mentorship guidelines, and CPD guidelines. So the CPD will then take care of the growth of a mediator who is accredited, issues of retraining, issues of capacity building, and issues on, and if your performance, if we see that your performance is not okay, not that you need to do miracles, but if you are a mediator, you are given 10 cases, you manage to get only 1 settlement, another one gets 8 settlements. We give you another 10, you only get 1, another one gets 9. You can't say that you are only getting difficult cases. So there could be something that we need to have a discussion with you. Do you need a refresher course? Do you need even mentorship? Do you maybe need to even do the course afresh? Do you need what is it that is required of you? So we are looking at the new entrants that need mentorship. We are looking at those in the field that need CPD, and we are also looking at the source where these mediators were trained, so that the training institutions also meet those guidelines. We accredit mediators that take part in court-annexed mediation. The Act is not clear, as the Act that establishes MAC just says Mediation Accreditation Committee shall accredit mediators. It does not say that we accredit them for court-annexed mediation. But so far, for you to get a case under the court-annexed mediation program, you must be accredited by the Mediation Accreditation Committee. But there are so many people doing mediations out there who are not accredited by the committee. We are hoping that if we are able to set good standards in the judiciary under our court annexed mediation program, it will have a bearing on the quality of mediation practice that also happens outside there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anjala, and we thank MTI and ICMC for the conference. We welcome feedback, so what we might have missed in the conversations that you had.
Honorable Kendago, please go right ahead.
Today, we're very happy to interact with the organizing team, so we can see what are the areas that we can pick as a learning curve for us in the implementation of court annexed mediation, and at the same time be able to pick up in terms of the resolutions and the way forward that you, our mediators, have picked up as areas that might perhaps require attention in terms of policy, regulation, or just guidelines that would help us not only to improve the uptake of court annexed mediation, but again, improve on the settlement rate that we have on in court annexed mediation. So I thank the organization, and we are looking forward to more interaction to be able to see on how all of us can leverage on the resolutions that were emanating out of the conference.
Honorable Kedago, do you have any other question for her? Thank you very much. We will get in touch. Do you have any other questions? You see, we have to leave the resolutions of the conference. Yes, there's a question at the back.
My question is out of experience. I have experienced when I had a case where advocates were involved, and I was looking for the contacts of the clients. And one advocate cooperated, but the other one did not cooperate to give me the contacts. Is there anything that the court annex can do to give us the contacts of the clients that they have given us? That's my question.
Thank you. It sounds like an operational question. I'm not sure whether ICMC is in a position to answer that question, but I stand guided.
And the expectations in terms of roles and responsibilities to these parties, and the experience of our mediator shouldn't be an experience that would happen in the coming future. But if you still have cases that are having challenges like this, please feel free to just pick up with the mediation deputy registrars that are serving in the courts implementing mediation. And then we'd also really like to have this feedback coming in on real-time basis so that we don't have to wait until the time when the matters have taken quite a length of time in mediation before we can have this kind of status update. So with the update coming in and the active case management that we are having for the matters that are in mediation, we should be able to address some of the challenges that are coming in, especially with the inability to either get the contacts or when you have instances of non-compliance by the parties. Thank you, and back to you, moderator.
Kendago, and for your responses and for availing emails and having an open door system for mediators to come to you. There was a question that was asked. I don't know that it was answered successfully, Madam. Was your question answered successfully? We have people in the house who would like to respond. Mr. Chacha would like to do that?
Is it about contracts?
Thank you. I'll give the mic to the chairman to make his remarks, and thank you, Chairman. We actually concluded. We were now at the plenary where we're getting the way forward. So you just thank them. We will put together the questions for you, and then that becomes a conference resolution. The things that are
Thank you very much, Zippy. I think everyone will agree with me that it's been a fruitful day. It has been a successful one-day conference. So I think we should all pat ourselves on the back. And we also especially appreciate everybody who has attended, both physically and virtually, and the input that they have given to make the conference the success that it has been, I think are to be appreciated. Very specifically, all those who are in the arrangement. And I am not going to attempt to name everybody, because when you do that, you tend to leave out accidentally one or two people, and that's not good. But I want to appreciate the team, the committee that has been organizing this on behalf of the board. I, of course, appreciate the board itself. I want to appreciate all those who have partnered with us in whatever ways, whether it is the IT people, whether it is the hotel. We just say thank you very much for your contribution to make the conference a successful one. I understand from Zippy that the issues that have come in are going to be formatted into resolutions. And conference notes. Okay. So yeah, so that you don't feel that we've left the issue hanging at the end. So I think, yeah, asanteni sana. Thanks, really. I don't think there's much more that I want to say beyond that, other than to feel good that it's been successful. I think we have learned a lot. Of course, we are especially grateful to those who have made presentations, both locally and overseas. I was at some point trying to work out in my mind. It must have been an interesting night for Professor Dwight, because I guess he woke up to make his first presentation. Then I guess he must have gone back to sleep and then woken up again for, yeah. So that's commitment. We thank him. We thank the lady, the lady mediator, Ori, yes, from Israel. Yeah, and those who participated virtually, though they were local. Thank you very much. Zippy, have I... Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, as you go, may you have a safe journeys wherever you're going, and have a blessed weekend ahead. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, I have a token of appreciation for everyone who made this event a success. We are very grateful, just like the chairman has said. I have a token of appreciation for everyone in the room, but symbolically, we are going to give a few people the gifts, the rest we will give you. The first person to get a gift will be the chairperson of the board. He was very instrumental in the planning of this event, and so I would ask him to come in front and take his token. And you can be generous with your claps also as he's given the gift. As the chairman is leaving, we'll have our patron come next. We thank you very much, Mr. Patron, for working with us throughout this journey. After the patron, we have Madame Beryl, who was, by the way, one of the sponsors of this event and also a presenter. Madame Beryl, thank you very much. She's called Madame B. After Beryl, we have some other presenters who are here, but they are not here physically, and we have the gifts for them. We have Honorable Kendagor, Honorable Wanjala. We will give them their gifts later. The gifts are there. Then we have Hosea Manwa of TYBA. Are here, we will give you. Then we have those people who are in the conference planning committee. We have our chair, Madam Lydia Mireri. She has spent sleepless nights planning this. Madam Lydia, we appreciate the role you've taken, and may God bless you. Madam Lydia worked very closely with Zippy Musimi. Zippy also spent full days, sleepless nights to ensure that this is a success. Zippy, thank you very much. Then we have the vice president of the vice chair of the board, Madam Nzou, Dr. Nzou. Dr. Nzou has also been very, very helpful. She's given us her wealth of expertise. May God bless you too. With us is the organizing, is the General Secretary, Mr. Chacha. Mr. Chacha has also worked with us in this journey. Mr. Chacha, thank you very much. I cannot forget a board member, Honorable Yofnali Sokubo, all the way from Tanzania, just came to ensure that this event is a success. Thank you, Honorable. We also have Mr. Wasuna with us. Mr. Wasuna has helped us. He came all the way from Luoland, I think, or Kisumu, just to be here in this event. We have Dr. Gidudwa. Dr. Gidudwa has worked with us. He personally came for the letters and took them to our visitors. Thank you very much, Daktari. Dr. Reverend Gidudwa. And last but not least, we want to recognize Mr. Okenye. Mr. Okenye, somebody can take on his behalf. Okenye has also, oh, he is around, I'm so sorry. He's also a board member, and he has worked with us. We have the technical team behind there. I have the gift, your gifts with me. We have all the members and the secretariat, members of the secretariat. Thank you very much. And do have a blessed evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are coming to the end of our program, our conference today. So we have Kokebe, who was here, our organizing secretary. He will get his present. Now, I would like young men, please come and set this for us here. So while they are setting that, we are going to close now, and our closing is in 2 sessions. One is called Thanks, which we have already begun because we have thanked ourselves and thanked the participants, even though online. I'm off. Okay, fine. If you're still there, we thank you. And we have started our closing ceremony. So the mic is not good enough. I don't know if the battery. So number 2, we would like now to cut the cake symbolically. We want to cut the cake, and this cake is going to be moderated and run by the patron, Mr. James Mangerere. Welcome, and helped by the Vice Chair, Dr. Beatrice Nzo. I want this to be in the middle here, please. And they will be flagged by the chairman, Justice Charles Nyachai. So I am going to move back. Yes. Now, after the symbolic of the cake, Evelyn is going to give each one of you the one you are going to chew, right? So don't go away. Then while you receive, you come forward. We are going to take a photograph right here, facing the cameras. Our background as indicated. So, Chairman, get ready. Get ready, ready. Icmc first regional conference. Pigeni makofi. The studio now for ululation. Studio, quickly, everybody will stand up. We want to have some fanfare. The studio, members, studio, bring those gifts very quickly, plus the cake. Yes, you receive your gift and the cake as you come. John Mbele, tafadhali, tushakata. Come forward, please. We want to take a photo. Everyone now, Chairman. Tusongeshe hii katikati pale. Haya, makofi naendelea. We are having our... Please arrange yourselves. Make sure you are in the camera. All right? You carry your bags. Proudly so. Proudly ICMC. Proudly 2021 conference. Proudly made at Convent International Hotel, Nairobi on the 3rd of December, 2021. All right? Can we have an early Merry Christmas? Yeah. Again, Merry Christmas! ICMC, oh yeah! ICMC, oh yeah! All right, can we clap now? Thank you very much.